Chapter 1855, Jilin Princess found a ship heading to remote wildland for Wuxia within one short day. It wasn't so easy reaching this area since it required crossing many dangerous areas in exploration grounds. Moreover, the journey was long. The slightest mistake en route could result in death without a burial. Even though many ships circled between exploration grounds and outer realm, very few actually traveled to remote wildland. Exploration grounds was the hiding place for many emperors and gods. However, its immense size made traveling very difficult. In order to enter, one required a special ship. This ship was powerful on top of possessing an extreme speed to cross through vast space. More importantly, it needed to be sturdy enough. These ships were normally built with precious divine metals that have been empowered by powerful high gods or even emperors. Only such a ship could actually enter exploration grounds. Ordinary ships could collapse even before entering the place. Furthermore, only emperors and high gods could travel alone in this place. Top Dao celestials found it impossible unless it was only a stroll at the boundary. Traveling to remote wildland was even more prohibitive. Thus, external help was necessary. For example, Star Stomper High God would need provisions and resting areas in order to make it to remote wildland. Fatigue would set in if he wanted to get there in one go. After the princess found a ship, Wuxia said goodbye to the high god and left with her. Outer Realm acted as a port for exploration ground. Right outside of this city's sky was a large port for ships. It was very lively here with people coming and going. Many ships were anchored in this place. These ships had all shapes and forms. Some were only staying here temporarily before setting off for the unknown again. It was very easy to recognize ships meant for exploration grounds. They were gigantic in size. Soaring Dragon is traveling to Hope Corner. Today is the last day, come buy tickets already. Soaring Dragon is totally worth the price, the engines are made from the finest chaos stones. It will travel with lightning speed across exploration grounds. Many workers were hawking for customers. To Imperial Change City, stay at Echo Corner for 5 days. Imperial Mulberry is worth a ride, refined by 86 high gods with 1 billion units of chaos energy as the engine, as fast as a high god the entire way through. Don't miss it, the workers continue to find passengers for these great ships. Of course, the boarding fee was expensive as well, not something ordinary cultivator could handle. Moreover, the deeper regions commanded a higher price. As for some places like remote wildland, even masters couldn't handle the price. The princes brought Wuxia to this area and were greeted by workers even before they made it to the boarding area. More workers continued to wave and shouted at the port. Eternal, the Lord of Exploration Grounds, spanning for 1,000,000 miles and accommodating 1,000,000 passengers. The ship was refined by emperors and ancient gods, using imperial chaos stones only. It is as fast as an emperor and can handle attacks of this level as well. This is the only ship that can make it to remote wildland, explore the timeless mysteries in this place. This is a regal luxury, the price is worth it. One guy, in particular, was especially loud. People could hear him from far away. Wuxia's chosen ship was actually eternal. The word, gigantic, was not enough to describe it. It was anchored at the very end of this port. Every other ship next to it seemed tiny in comparison. It was more accurate to call it a flying continent since its size was unbelievable. It wasn't an exaggeration when people say that it could accommodate 1 million. In fact, even more than 10 millions wasn't a problem. It looked just as big as Outer Realm City, so it could also be considered a flying world. While standing in front of it, people would find that the ship was actually made from a huge star. The makers added divine metals to this star and used an awesome technique to create it. Because it was made from a star, this behemoth actually had rolling hills and rivers on top since it was more than just a ship. It was a magnificent spectacle. Jilin Princess. Many cultivators recognized the princess at the port. In Pure, the princess was famous for both her cultivation and beauty. Many young cultivators wanted to chase her. Who is that? To be able to walk with the princess like that, are they a couple? Many talked about them walking together. Li Qiye looked ordinary, so it became a strange scene when he was together with the princess. This attracted a lot of stares. Normally, only an imperial prince or successors of big sects could walk together with her. Thus, many people became curious when she was with such an unattractive man. Humph, a couple. More like an errand boy. A young fan of the princess became unhappy after hearing the previous statement. Doesn't look like an errand boy to me. Look at their intimate appearance, he could be her fiancé. Another quietly murmured. Stop spouting crap, how could an ugly junior like that become the princess fiancé? Stop dreaming. Her fans naturally didn't like hearing this. The two of them boarded Eternal. Because the princess bought a VIP ticket, they had a peak all to themselves. There were beautiful landscapes everywhere on this ship. Li Qiye's group actually had the tallest peak. While on top of this peak, one could see everything nearby. There was no way to describe this beautiful nature. People would be mistaken that they were still in Pure, not on a ship. After getting in the mansion here, Li Qiye told the princess, rest well and meditate, a fierce battle might be coming. The princess nodded, but she also became curious. Young noble, I heard remote wildland is unbelievably dangerous, even a grand emperor with 11 wills had died there, is this true? She had only heard of legends about remote wildland. The thing that shocked her the most when she was a kid was the death of this grand emperor. She thought that emperors were invincible, and this one even had 11 wills. Their Nightfall immortal monarch had 11 wills and could threaten the 13 continents. Thus, one could see the looming danger if a similar existence had fallen here. It's true. Li Qiye smiled, emperors might be stronger, but there are even stronger beings. Dying in exploration grounds shouldn't be surprising, especially in remote wildland. Ordinary emperors wouldn't dare to say that they could enter and leave unscathed. Even stronger beings. The princess couldn't imagine this level of power. Everything is possible in exploration grounds. Even the high heaven doesn't have jurisdiction over this place, so no heavenly execution. Li Qiye replied, these are remnants of epochs, the things left behind after monumental changes and events, the only place that can shield the emperors from executions. There are no other places like it in this world. The princess pondered in silence after hearing this. Juniors like her couldn't quite understand the profundity behind the elusive nature of exploration grounds. Chapter 1856, Eternal embarked right on schedule with more than 10,000 experts on board. Because this was the only ship heading to remote wildland, its journey would span across all the known space of exploration grounds. It would also stop at places like Hope Corner and Imperial Change City. These are the top locations for adventurers, so many qualified cultivators wanted to ride this ship. Outside of its route, this ship was also the safest of them all. The earlier advertisement wasn't a lie. It was indeed created by emperors and ancient gods, so it could withstand a similar level of assault. Moreover, no one dared to have any ideas about Eternal. There were professional robbers in exploration grounds, but they were smart enough to not mess with this ship. Rumor has it that several emperors and ancient gods were joint owners of the ship. This was their transportation method in the area. The captain of the ship declared to the guests that as long as they were on the ship, it would safely let them travel through exploration grounds and bring them back without a single injury. This safety made many cultivators treat it as a spectating vessel. They didn't venture outside and only stay on the ship to check out the sceneries here. See you. As the ship was leaving, the passengers waved goodbye to their friends and family members. The people back at port continued to wave towards Eternal's departing figure for a long time. Because no one knew the result of adventuring in exploration grounds. This was a place where emperors have died. This might be the last time they could see their friends. Some of the passengers didn't want to leave, but the temptation of the adventure was too much to take. This flying continent had a frightening speed despite its size. This was indeed the velocity at the imperial level. Of course, in a stricter sense, it was still slower than Emperor's. Nevertheless, it was the fastest one in this space zone. In just half a day, it had entered exploration grounds. We have arrived at exploration grounds. Esteemed guests, please get ready. Without the right conditions, please don't cultivate on the ship and absorb chaos energy. These chaos energies have been refined after entering the ship, but we can't guarantee that they are the same as our chaos energy. If anyone forces the issue, chi deviation might occur. We do not take responsibility for this. The workers quickly reminded the guests. Look, exploration grounds. The first-timers were especially excited and rushed to the front of the deck. There was a thick fog ahead, lowering all visibility. Even the stars became dimmed in the sky. There were many strange scenes inside the fog. One could see something resembling clouds up above. It looked both tangible and illusory at the same time. There were black lands ahead as well. It gave the feeling of an abyss, as if the moment one stepped on it, they would fall down towards eternal damnation. Hidden nebulas were around too. They looked so far away, as if they were not part of this epoch. They were shining to this place from an older epoch, real yet so distant. These scenes gave the spectators a strange feeling. This looked to be a mix of reality and illusion. There was no way to tell real from fake. This resulted in a very creepy feeling. There could be fierce beasts and devils slumbering in exploration grounds. Approach closer and be devoured by them. The entire place was filled with chaos energy. Primordial chaos was everywhere, as if this was a world that has yet to be opened and expanded. However, experienced cultivators would find that the chaos energy here was different from the one outside. It had a black mist to it. Perhaps the energy here had changed after the long passage of time. Such thick energy, wouldn't training here have an amazing effect? A youth excitedly said after seeing the thick layers of chaos energy. It was even denser than the ancestral grounds of imperial lineages. Silly boy, you can't train with the chaos energy here. His junior shook his head. Even the chaos energy that had been purified by the ship won't do either. It's not suitable for cultivation. Anyone who does it for a long time would be affected. The speed might be fast, but some problems remain. A light case would be chi deviation, a serious case would be death. Why? The junior didn't understand. No one knows the exact reason. Rumor has it that this chaos energy doesn't belong to our epoch. It was abandoned and ruined by destruction and corrosion, not full of life like ours. The senior slowly explained. Splash. Loud splashes resounded as Eternal moved forward and slammed into these large waves. The first-timers were curious and wanted to see what was going on. They saw that Eternal was flying on an ocean. Of course, this was not a regular ocean since it consisted of broken stardusts. It looked like these stars have been crushed numerous times, even more broken than sands. These broken pieces were actually flowing like just seawater. Thus, they came together to form an ocean of glimmering stardusts. Alas, this was in appearance only. The specks were indeed shining like starry lights, but they also had an ancient golden glow. It resembled the passage of time, the afterglow of yesterday. When a person continued to look at these flashing glimmers, they would eventually see illusions. Before one knows it, they would find themselves in a different world. Look, an immortal beast was right there. Glance over a different direction and one would see several incredible scenes of war. These illusions inside the ocean looked like the flipping of pages in a historical scroll. Stop looking at the water or you won't be able to get out. A junior was immersed in these scenes, but his senior dragged him away immediately. He warned, "This is a broken river of time, you'll never finish staring. After a long while, your soul will be lost in there and never return." The junior felt cold sweat all over his body after hearing the warning and understand the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Li Qiye has been meditating and absorbing chaos energy after the ship left the port. Chaos energy flowed into him like rivers from all directions. They were absorbed into his palaces as if he was an insatiable whale devouring all the energy. He had more than 1,000 units of chaos energy, allowing him to jump from Dao insect to Dao serpent. As chaos energy gathered in his palaces, all 13 lit up with a buzzing sound. In the 13 continents, a Dao serpent was nothing. There were too many to count. However, this was also a very important realm since it was the first palace opening, a crucial beginning for cultivation. Everyone was born with one fate palace. At Dao Serpent, they would be able to open more palaces. The cultivation system of the 9 worlds was similar to the 10th. As long as cultivators could reach Dao Sovereign, they would have 3 chances of opening fate palaces. The number of palaces opened during Dao Serpent was predicated on one's talents, power, and Dao Heart, ranging from 1 to 4. The strong could open 3 to 4 while the weak was limited with 1. The latter case meant that their talents were simply insufficient. Of course, if one couldn't open any palace, it showed a natural deficiency. This type of cultivator would have limited success in the future. Chapter 1857. At this time, Li Qiye already had 13 palaces, so this was already the extreme. Opening one more was no longer possible. At the very least, no one had gone as far as him, so if he wanted to break his own record, the difficulty would be prohibitive. Though there was no way to open a new 14th palace, Li Qiye's dimmed palaces have began to recover. The mysteries of the palaces began to derive themselves again. The number of palaces was very beneficial for him since it allowed for a large-scale absorption of chaos energy. The chaos energies in exploration ground weren't suitable for cultivation. Eternal was a mighty ship with a magnificent purifying formation, capable of refining the chaos energies in exploration ground. However, the resulting strands still weren't right for the majority of cultivators. Taking in a little amount was fine, but too much intake could result in many problems, even qi deviation. Li Qiye was absorbing energy like a whale but remained untouched. This was partly due to the mortal reversion art's powerful refinement process, but more importantly, the 13 palaces. They could jump out of all restraints since they had the ultimate profundities. They were strong enough to purify these energies without any effort. The energy was not different from the one outside at all. At the same time, he didn't need to crazily absorb the energy here as part of a special and sped-up training regiment. He simply wanted to test the power of his palaces, to see if they could escape all shackles within exploration grounds. After multiple attempts, he was very pleased with the palace's magical properties. They were truly freed from any restraining laws. Thus, outside of his Dao heart, the 13 palaces were more precious than any treasure or merit law. It allowed him to have unlimited possibilities. In the end, he recalled his palaces and stopped absorbing chaos energy. He slowly opened his eyes that were like 2 windows connected to the highest location in the world. It was as if they could illuminate and peer into all crevices of the world. In this blink of an eye, he was no longer Li Qiye. The high heaven he was, the ruler of all. No secrets and profundities could elude his gaze. Heaven Seer, the name given by Li Qiye to this particular technique. When he used his eyes, he could see all things just like the high heaven. Immortal Emperor Muzhua gave Li Qiye a yellow piece of paper. It contained the emperor's knowledge and epiphany on the high heaven. Li Qiye, with the help of his wisdom and experience, derived the emperor's knowledge into this amazing technique. The scene in his eyes changed continuously, from a majestic divine mountain to a stately clan, then another mysterious location. It was as if he could see any location in the 13 continents as long as his eyes were open. After more change of sceneries, he finally recalled his gaze and his eyes assumed their original appearance. He smiled and said, "I want to test its power eventually." Next, he took out an item and placed it on a table. This thing was completely black as if it had been burned before. It was the item from the upper sphere belonging to the Jilin clan. His heart became heavy while looking at it. Others weren't aware of its origin, but he was clear. It came from the place of the ultimate expedition, so, in a certain sense, it didn't belong to this world. Items would always fall down after each expedition. After all, there were so many emperors fighting together, so that level of power was extraordinary. Plus, they came fully prepared as well. Even if it was an unsuccessful attempt, they would still be able to do some damage. Thus, items would certainly fall down at that world's end. Li Qiye took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes again while placing both hands on the item. Buzz, his 13 palaces appeared and exuded a vibrant light. They crazily derived all the mysteries of the world, including boundless laws and orders. In the end, numerous symbols were formed that became laws as large as the ocean with incredible speed. Strands of chaos energies hovered around Li Qiye's palms as if they had their own consciousness before drilling into the item from the outer sphere. There was nothing out of the ordinary after they came in. It took a long time before a crackle came about. Next, the scorched item was opened with a scene resembling petals opening from a black lotus. A gentle breeze came by and the outer layer of the item instantly dried up and scattered away, leaving one thing left with radiating brilliance. These items from the outer sphere were also called items of the high heaven. For example, Divine Palace High God's Limit Severer. He spent 100,000 years just to obtain the weapon and another 100,000 years to open it. The same period of time was required for research and comprehension. Ultimately, a high god with 10 palaces required 300,000 years before completing a broken half-scroll. Of course, he was no match for Li Qiye. It wasn't only due to the latter possessing matchless experience. More importantly, he had the peerless 13 palaces that were above all shackles. Thus, it was able to open this outer layer in the shortest time. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed while staring at this bright item. It wasn't overly dazzling, but it was difficult to look through the light. Li Qiye's gaze became profound with an extraordinary calmness. The focus of this gaze could tear apart the primordial chaos. It took a lot of effort before he could see the item inside. It resembled a pebble but certainly wasn't one. There were faint markings on the surface, even older than time and the heaven and earth. It came upon inception, not from external causes. Li Qiye's eyes ached from a long exposure, so he had no choice but to withdraw his gaze. He began to touch and feel its rhythm. In the end, he gently sighed and said, "It makes sense why this item flew back to the Jilin clan." Items that fell down from the high heaven didn't have special appearances. Its eventual form was decided by its first master, the person that understood it the most. Just like Limit Severer, it wasn't a crescent saber at first. However, during the researching process, the high god decided that it would become an ultimate saber. The old man's Limit Severer is only a broken piece compared to the item from the War God Temple, but that item is only scrap compared to this. Li Qiye tapped the thing and said with forlorn. During this type of military campaign, more than just one or two items were dropped down. The majority was incomplete and broken. However, this particular one was perfect and essential. Thus, its value was shocking. It wasn't a coincidence that it flew back to the Jilin. This was part of a plan. The items that fell down scattered all over the place. They were rare enough and fewer people actually managed to find them. Like immortal monarch Jilin had said, it was waiting for the faithful who turned out to be Li Qiye. He put it away and gently sighed, "I hope this came from the war. If not, then maybe the epic will change from now on." During the final battle, something strange and unknown might even escape into the 13 continents. That would bring about a disaster to the land. This was the home to the 100 races as well. If something were to attack the place, the 100 races would suffer just like the 3 races. For example, the ancient Ming brought the flame of war to the entire place. Even one lineage with 9 emperors turned to ashes back then. If something like that were to happen in this generation, mournful wails would be everywhere. This was much more terrorizing than any war. Thus, it made sense for World Emperor and the others to seal the place. It wasn't only to scheme against Li Qie. They did saw signs of strange phenomena, so all the emperors, including the ones from the 9 worlds, made this decision. Of course, they weren't aware that these strange phenomena appearing in this generation were caused by Li Qie himself. Chapter 1858, Eternal continued forward while Li Qie had gotten bored of staying at this peak for too long. He decided to go for a walk with the Jilin princess. There were spectating platforms on the ship. One could drink fine wine and taste delicious dishes while watching the waves hit the ship. It was a fun event, basking in the special breeze from the oceans in exploration grounds. The two of them were sitting in the VIP section to look at the sceneries. They ate the finest meals from the ship and enjoyed the breeze. Li Qie was very familiar with this sea breeze. Time continued to flow and the world kept on changing. However, exploration grounds remained the same. The princess was a supreme beauty and should be in the top 3 of pure. Thus, many people recognized her due to her fame. Having someone like her as company was an enviable matter. Because of this, Li Qie attracted a lot of attention. People didn't know why someone so ordinary could earn the favor of the princess. She even listened and catered to all of his whims. This incited a flame of jealousy in all the men nearby. The gazes became unfriendlier by the moment. Numerous people wanted to tear Li Qie to pieces. Boom! Boom! Bolts of lightning suddenly crossed through the sky, issuing loud explosions. To your position. We're crossing a lightning field. The ship's captain shouted. Rumble. The ship was now crossing through an ocean of lightning instead of time. It was still as bright before with flashing glimmers. Below the ocean were erratic, thick lightning bolts that could be mistaken for dragons. When Eternal got deeper into this region, a gigantic tsunami of weaving lightning bolts rushed for the ship. It looked just like fireworks spreading on the night sky. Buzz. Steel walls were erected all around the ships, they were part of a powerful formation. The bolts were led around through the formation and became an electrical network that eventually entered a translucent bottle. This bottle was refined by an incredible person. After all the lightning came inside, they were instantly refined and turned into a liquid drop of the thunder affinity. Boom! Boom! Eternal soared through this area without any trepidation. The tsunamis of lightning were all refined into liquid drops inside the bottle. The first-timers on deck were astonished and became lost in the scene. Everyone felt at ease after seeing the powerful ship. It was able to run through this lightning field without a problem. There was no need to worry about any potential problems ahead. Enjoying wine under the sea breeze while watching the flashing lightning in the night sky was actually very romantic. Li Qie nodded approvingly and said, "It's really a good ship. Only emperors can create something like this." The captain is quite discerning as well to purposely pick this route and collect some thunder liquid. That's just more profit. I heard this ship has an amazing origin. The emperors created it, they're the real owners. Jilin princess added, "I wonder which ones they are." Li Qie only chuckled. He could tell who the creator was after seeing the particular methods and craftsmanship. Eternal was indeed stirring. His roaring conch was strong and large enough, but it still had a way to go compared to this ship. While the two of them were enjoying their time, a gallant youth came over. He had a proud stature with an oppressive momentum. Chaos energy erupted from his body while his every gesture were domineering. This was clearly an expert at the Tao celestial level. In fact, this youth had been eyeing Li Qie for a long time now. He finally came over after being provoked by the two's intimacy. He bowed towards the princess in a respectful manner, Your Highness, long time no see. The princess slightly nodded, young noble Feng Yi, long time no see. Oh no, Your Highness, you are too kind, but this puts me in a difficult position. Please just call me, little Feng. The youth hurriedly replied. The princess only nodded again without any change of expression. The youth continued, Your Highness, my master is also on board, but he is cultivating right now. May I ask when you are free? My master wishes to talk about the Tao with you. Qin Bailey is also here. Some experts nearby took a deep breath after hearing this. I'll meet Brother Qin when there's an opportunity. The princess calmly said. The youth was a bit lost after seeing her expression. His eyes fell on Li Qie and still spoke with a respectful attitude, My name is Feng Yi of Heaven Searching. May I ask for your name? Only a no-name junior, not worth mentioning. Li Qie leisurely smiled and said. Qin Bailey's disciple, Feng Yi. Those who have heard of Feng Yi's name before were startled. Qin Bailey was very famous in Pure. He was on the same level as Jin Gu despite being defeated eventually. This didn't deter his prestige. He came from Heaven Searching, a sect with 4 immortal monarchs and immense resources. Moreover, their progenitor, Heaven Searching Immortal Monarch, was the first monarch of the 100 races. Therefore, one could easily imagine how powerful this sect was. Qin Bailey is amazing indeed, even his disciple has more than 60 million chaos units. Just how strong is he then? An expert from the last generation could gauge Feng Yi's power and murmur in shock. Feng Yi slightly raised his brow after seeing Li Qie's nonchalant answer. Very few in Pure could stay calm after hearing the name of his sect. Sir, you are surely an amazing man. I am always looking to learn, regardless of the sources. I wish to talk with you so we can study the Grand Tao further. Feng Yi said. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing the youth's demeanor. He looked at him and asked, Your master likes Menjiang? The princess became a bit awkward and wanted to speak. However, he gently waved his sleeve so she stayed quiet. My master and Her Highness is a perfect match created by the heaven and earth. Feng Yi confidently said without hiding. So it turned out that Feng Yi wanted to step up for his master. In the past, Heaven Searching wanted to be in-laws with the Jilin clan. Both powers were from the 100 races. Qin Bailey was a supreme genius while the princess also possessed an extraordinary gift, a perfect match indeed. However, the Jilin wanted the princess to inherit their Tao legacy, so this proposal was unsuccessful. Nevertheless, Feng Yi believed that only someone like his master was worthy of the princess. Alas, his master focused on cultivation without caring about romance. This made him very restless. He naturally hoped that his master could win her hand in marriage one day or at least try to court her. Now, the two met again on Eternal, but his master didn't try to pursue her again, and this Li Qie was with her. Moreover, their relationship wasn't simple, judging by their actions. Because of this, Feng Yi wanted to separate the pair for the sake of his master. The princess frowned after hearing this, but because of Li Qie's gesture earlier, she didn't bother to correct him. This marriage thing was only a proposal from Heaven Searching. You're a good disciple, thinking for your master. Li Qie didn't become angry at all. Sir, my master has a love for talents and always want to learn from the heroes of the world. Alas, he is cultivating right now. I might be a worthless disciple, but I still want to talk about the Tao with you in my master's stead. What say you? Feng Yi slowly asked. He wanted to defeat Li Qie so that the guy would give up after realizing that only his master was worthy of a girl like the princess. Chapter 1859, Challenging Me. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. Looks like this is beyond my control. You won't give up even if I don't accept the challenge. The princess smiled wryly after hearing this challenge. This was Feng Yi not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth, thinking that Li Qie was easily bullied. Messing with an overlord trekking through the world was suicidal. At this moment, even their clan's strongest high god wouldn't dare to challenge Wuxia. Moreover, he had even sent an order to all cultivators under Jilin, forbidding them from talking about Wuxia. He was afraid of the disciples not keeping their mouths shut and talk about a taboo subject. It could bring about a disaster to their clan. So now, the princess didn't want to say anything to stop the challenge. Only after witnessing Wuxia's terror would these ignorant juniors realize the monster they are facing. Feng Yi stood proudly and spoke with a dignified demeanor, "I won't force you if you don't want to. Perhaps my Tao is too weak and can't get into your sight. However, I'm sure you are better than that, looking down on people and all. No one ordinary can walk side by side with Her Highness." A bit interesting. Wuxia smiled in response, "If I'm not someone ordinary, why do you still dare to challenge me? Are you not afraid of being annihilated? Cultivators challenge the impossible." Feng Yi said with a great momentum, "Plus, one must try before giving up. My master taught me that those who fear adversity won't accomplish anything. I have cultivated for several decades, so I'm a little confident. Thus, I'm willing to try regardless of how powerful you may be, sir." Feng Yi was indeed trying to make it difficult for Wuxia, but his words were straightforward and reasonable. "Humph, cease your holier-than-thou attitude, think you're so good because you're from an imperial lineage?" A snort of derision came about, "Others have to accept your challenges. I guess that's how the people from the great powers act, thinking that they're superior and others must listen to them." Another youth came over, dressed in a yellow outfit with a tall crest. He was very handsome with a fair complexion, just like a pretty boy. The cultivators on the spectating platform quietly agreed, especially the vagrant cultivators who were his acquaintances. One of them supported, "Brother Zongshui, you're so right. Tame dragon child, don't interfere with my business." Feng Yi glared at him and said. People took a deep breath after hearing this title. Tame dragon child, Zhu Zongshui, was another excellent young genius. He was relatively famous and pure, just like Feng Yi. Despite being called child, he was no longer young and was much older than Feng Yi and even Feng Yi's master, Qin Bailey. "So what if I interfere?" Tame dragon child came over and sneered, "Feng Yi, you think I am afraid of you? I hate disciples from imperial lineages like you the most, thinking that you're the best and relying on your background to bully others. If you want to fight, let's go." Some vagrant cultivators subtly gave Tame Dragon a thumbs up after hearing this. The two of them are both Tao Celestials with 60 million chaos units. No wonder why Tame Dragon Child isn't afraid of Feng Yi. An older expert glanced at the newcomer and speculated. An inexperienced, young cultivator couldn't help but ask his senior, "Feng Yi comes from heaven searching on top of being Bailey's disciple, but this Tame Dragon Child still dares to provoke him? Isn't that insane?" "It's because Tame Dragon Child's master is Tame Dragon High God, a being with 11 totems. This High God might be a vagrant cultivator, but he is very mighty on top of being quite merciless. He did many brutal things when he was young, especially murders." The senior didn't wish to dwell on this taboo topic. A confrontation was heating up. Despite Tame Dragon Child's aggressiveness, Feng Yi was not afraid of him. He smiled coldly in response, "I'm ready to fight if you want to. Just pick the place and time later, but right now, stand to the side and stop interfering my conversation with this gentleman." Feng Yi had no need to be polite since Tame Dragon Child wasn't holding back. He wasn't easily bullied either. "I love opposing with arrogant people from big sects like you the most." Tame Dragon Child retorted before cupping his fist at Wuxia, "Brother, my name is Zhu Zongshui while people refer to me as Tame Dragon Child. You can come and find me whenever you have a problem, especially if some jerks from a big sect want to mess with you. I'll take care of them." The guy looked quite valorous and righteous with this statement. "Brother Zongshui, you're our role model." His friends and weaker cultivators couldn't help but praise. Even if some didn't dare to say it out loud, they still gave him a discreet thumbs up. Thanks. Li Qiye simply smiled back. He had seen all types of people before, so this development didn't surprise him in the slightest. Take note, we are entering the center of the lightning field. Passengers, please do not leave the ship right now. The captain shouted. Boom! Boom! Lightning bolts frantically oozed out of the ocean just like dancing serpents. They rushed for the ship as if wanting to tear it to pieces. This torrential wave of lightning scared everyone. Fortunately, the defense of Eternal led the crazy bolts into the formation and turned them into liquid form. Eternal had proven itself as the safest ship again to the relief of the passengers. I hope to have a discussion with you in the future. Feng Yi knew that this was over because of Tame Dragon Child's involvement. Your Highness, please forgive me for bothering you. He remained polite and gave off a righteous air. Right when Feng Yi wanted to leave, Li Qiye smiled and said, "Wait a minute now, no need to leave since you're already here. Didn't you say that you want to have a discussion with me? Very well, I'm in the mood today, how do you want to do this?" Li Qiye had experienced countless provocations, but someone standing up for his master was quite rare. Moreover, Feng Yi's manner in doing so was interesting as well. Feng Yi was surprised to hear this. He assumed that Li Qiye didn't want to accept the challenge earlier, so now, he became excited with glimmers in his eyes and stood up straight like a pole withstanding the powerful gales. So you are interested then? The excited youth said, "What kind of match do you want to have? A Dao discussion, a chess match, or a duel?" The princess was feeling quite bad after seeing the youth's bright spirit. He didn't know that a beast was opening its bloody jaw, waiting for him to jump inside. Both literary and military challenges are fine. I'm an easygoing person, you pick and I'll indulge it. Li Qiye smiled freely. Very well, you are quite decisive, sir. Just the way I like it. Feng Yi looked up and saw the lightning ocean. He smiled and said, "Are you interested in following me into this ocean and take a stroll through the lightning currents?" This made the spectators look over at the ocean. They saw lightning bolts crazily rampaging the place, wanting to tear apart the world. They took a deep breath and thought that jumping into this ocean right now was courting death. Li Qiye glanced at the ocean and chuckled. "If you don't think that it's a good idea, we can try something else," Feng Yi said after seeing a lack of response. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Looks like you are completely confident. You think you can make it through this lightning field?" "Not quite, around 60%. Feng Yi said with a natural demeanor, "Nothing is certain in this world. Anyone who wants such a safety net will never be able to start anything. 60% is enough for me." His voice became fierce at this moment. "Only 60? You might die in there then." Li Qiye gently shook his head. He was speaking the truth. "Then I can only blame my lack of skills." Feng Yi laughed and said, "Your cultivation is clearly lower than mine. Thus, I have a great advantage in this particular challenge. If I don't dare to take this risk, how can I have the face to be representing my master?" Feng Yi sounded arrogant and fierce, but which youth wasn't? Someone young like him should attempt crazy things like this. Just one of those words in titles like Dao Child. Doesn't make a lot of sense in the translation. Chapter 1860, Li Qiye saw the aggressiveness in Feng Yi and smiled, "Looks like you really love your master and will do anything for him." Feng Yi replied, "I was an orphan. Master gave me everything I have today, so I ought to help him." "Fine, if you are interested in doing this, I'll join you. Just a trip, there is no problem." Li Qiye was unperturbed by the challenge. "How decisive," Feng Yi said with excitement, "Looks like there's something special about you that I can't compare to." Li Qiye glanced at Tame Dragon Child and leisurely asked, "You want to go too?" "The more, the merrier." Tame Dragon Child was startled and instinctively looked at the dancing lightning bolts in the ocean. Feng Yi took this opportunity and challenged Tame Dragon Child with a cold smile as well. Tame Dragon, we'll do a bet too if you want, the three of us. Whoever can last longest in this lighting field will be the winner. Tame Dragon Child withdrew his gaze and said, Feng Yi, no need to try this, I'm not afraid of you. However, I don't want to steal this gentleman's thunder, so I won't involve myself with your bet so that you won't lose too badly. If you can survive after your match, then we can pick another time to fight. Tame Dragon Child turned to Li Qie and cupped his fist. You are indeed exceptional with such decisiveness. First, I hope that you will be victorious to suppress Heaven Searching's arrogance. Humph, let them know that they can't act so imperious just because they have a strong background. Yes. Li Qie smiled and nodded his head. Very well, I won't force you either. We'll settle our score in the future. Feng Yi didn't bother messing with Tame Dragon Child. I'll be waiting. Tame Dragon Child snorted, we'll see just how much you have learned from your sex imperial arts. Feng Yi ignored him and gestured at Li Qie, sir, this way. Li Qie stood up and went to the edge of the ship while Feng Yi bowed at the princess, Your Highness, excuse me now. He then followed Li Qie to the side. Tame Dragon Child began cheering, let's do it, down with Heaven Searching. I will wait and cheer until you return triumphantly. Li Qie smiled and looked at the lightning field, let's get started. Before they could begin, the captain loudly stated, the ship is not responsible for the lives of those who leave. Of course, these two didn't ask for Eternal to take responsibility. Feng Yi cupped his fist towards Li Qie, Sir, I do not know my own limits and will be going first. Let us meet over there. With that, he rushed out with the momentum of a dragon and might of a tiger towards the lightning field with an amazing speed. Eternal was quite fast and was praised for having an imperial level of speed. It slowed down in this lightning field but still maintained a frightening speed. However, Feng Yi soared through the sky at a faster pace than the ship. It couldn't catch up to him. Damn. Even those who didn't like him couldn't help giving him some respect. Everyone saw the power of this lightning field, but he dared to rush before the ship into the field. Just his courage alone was commendable enough. A big shot recognized the movement technique Feng Yi used and said, Dragon Path. This is an amazing art created by Heaven-Searching Immortal Monarch. Rumor has it that the monarch could have a speed above a true dragon with this art. Feng Yi must have grasped its fundamentals to have this speed. Even those who weren't aware of this art could appreciate the high-level movement technique Feng Yi was using because he was able to go faster than Eternal. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts as large as mountains assaulted him. Each bolt could destroy an entire zone or turn many experts to ashes. Activate! Feng Yi was not afraid at all and crazily roared. All of his chaos energies erupted with divine laws in the form of chains coming out. They weaved together to form a golden armor on his body. Golden, feathery wings spreaded from the armor. They looked like the protection of an immortal monarch, glowing with a world-creating light. Boom! The wings and the imperial glow stopped the lightning onslaught. After his brilliant wings stopped the bolts, he increased his speed even more to get deeper into the lightning field. Golden winged armor, a formidable defensive art. That's an imperial lineage for you, he's only using imperial techniques. A big shot from the last generation became envious. Heaven Searching had 4 immortal monarchs. This was a top lineage in pure, it had many imperial arts. Of course, Feng Yi's talents played a big part since Heaven Searching wouldn't carelessly pass these arts down to just anyone. After seeing Feng Yi leaving without looking back, people shifted their attention toward Li Qie. They were curious about his method of entry. They felt that with his cultivation, jumping into the lightning field might end with him being turned to ashes. Li Qie only smiled at the stares. He took one step to leave Eternal and disappeared completely. In the next second, he was within the lighting field. With another step, he was even farther away. Each step was very casual, almost like a stroll. However, he made great distance with each one, resulting in a speed even faster than Feng Yi. Boom! 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 The bolts didn't hesitate on attacking this second intruder. Li Qiye didn't bother to look at them and open one palace. This palace was full of chaos energy as if it wanted to open a new world. Buzz! All the bolts were stopped by the palace and disappeared inside. What the hell is that movement technique? The shocked crowd murmured after seeing that Li Qiye was even faster than Feng Yi's dragon path. That's not a movement technique. An older character saw the clues and shook his head. This is spatial manipulation, he can freely cross through space. It's not an exaggeration to say that distance is meaningless to him. This fellow was discerning enough. Even though he couldn't see that it was manipulation via the space scripture, he could still see the nature of Li Qiye's movement. That's unreal, a palace that can stop these bolts. Just how tough is it? A different expert was startled by this sight. Everyone knew that cultivators were scared of things resembling the heavenly execution the most. Though these lightning bolts were not part of one, they were still power belonging to the heaven and earth. Once they did damage, recovery was quite difficult. But now, Li Qiye used his Fate Palace to stop the bolt. It was simply unimaginable in the mind of the spectators. For cultivators, the palaces were too precious. They would rather block the bolts with their own body before exposing their palaces. A destroyed body can be rebuilt again, but it was game over if the palaces were destroyed. Who the hell is this brat, daring to enter the lightning field to challenge Feng Yi with only a Dao serpent cultivation? That's too much. Someone who didn't know Li Qiye commented. Looks like you're behind on current events. A guy who knew him said, that's fiercest. Of course he'll be ferocious and lawless to a devilish level. He's the one who flattened the Donggong clan and smashed Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord into meat paste. What, he did all of that? The guy is really out of control then, so fierce. The people who have just heard about him gasped. That's nothing. He killed Jilin disciples inside the clan but nothing happened. The clan still treated him like a VIP. Look, didn't you see earlier too? Jilin Princess does whatever he wants, maybe he'll even become the Jilin's son-in-law. He's not ferocious for no reasons, his skills can back it up. The guy continued. Chapter 1861. The cultivators who were seeing Li Qiye for the first time were shocked with disbelief. How can he only be a Dao serpent when he's so fierce? Is he hiding his true power? Who knows? If he dares to call himself fiercest, it's easy to imagine how tough he is. It's not easy being the number one in any category. But anyway, he's an aberration who isn't afraid of anyone, no, isn't afraid of killing anyone. No one knows his identity either. Someone else said, a storm will brew across the 13 continents because of this guy. Meanwhile, Li Qiye was strolling through the lightning field. Each step was another world, so he quickly caught up to Feng Yi. Feng Yi was unconvinced and exerted his vitality to the limit. In the blink of an eye, an immortal light erupted around his body. The rays shot to the sky and the space around him suddenly trembled. His speed crazily increased just like a meteor. A sizable gap was created between the two. Li Qiye simply smiled and continued walking across this perilous region. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts frantically tried to interrupt his stroll. Even the word torrential wasn't enough to describe it. They seemed to have an unspeakable hatred towards him, unceasing until his death. But despite their crazy onslaught, his palace managed to stop everything. His position became the gathering place for lightning, much more than Feng Yi. He was entering a more concentrated area where the bolts coiled around him like vines, wishing to drown him. Something's not right. No, his palace isn't stopping the palace, it's actually devouring the power in this field, turning it into his own. A big shot from the last generation was startled. The other knowledgeable big shots began to get some clues. From the beginning, they thought that the palace acted as a shield, but this didn't seem to be the case any longer. I see, so the lightning field has lost control, he's devouring everything. Another expert murmured in a daze. Looks like fewer bolts are hitting us. Others began to notice the strange phenomenon as well. Eternal was still flying, but the waves clearly had fewer bolts than before. The majority was being taken by Wuxia. Damn, this brat is bizarre, to actively steal the bolts in exploration grounds. The ones here are so much more terrorizing than the lightning outside. One cultivator took a deep breath. In a short time, many people became scared. The flesh couldn't handle these bolts. But now, Wuxia was actually absorbing them to the crowd's horror. Of course, they didn't know that Wuxia had a supreme item inside the 4 images of his palace, the ancient void rune. It could even withstand a heavenly tribulation and absorb it, let alone these trivial lightning bolts. It was an easy meal. He didn't require energy since he was able to manipulate space. This wasn't the case for Feng Yi. After utilizing his movement technique to the extreme to rush forward, he was burning vitality and chaos energy at a rapid rate. Despite increasing the distance between him and Wuxia, this wouldn't last much longer. Boom! 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 The bolts around Wuxia only increased. He had become a lightning rod, taking everything in nearby. Oh God, is he insane? The experts on Eternal were amazed. Looking from afar, Wuxia was completely engulfed in bolts as if he was made out of them. Lightning was coursing and flashing through his body. Jilin Princess shook her head and smiled wryly. This was only child's play for an overlord like Wuxia. This whole competition was a whimsical desire. Someone of Feng Yi's level couldn't get into his sight. Boom! The bolts hitting him started to change. Now they carried a purple glow, they didn't look as blinding as before. In fact, this looked much more beautiful. Not good, the field is angry because he's stealing from its source, this will be a lightning tribulation now. A big shot from the last generation changed his expression. At this moment, the strolling Wuxia had caught up to Feng Yi and was walking side by side with him. He looked at the youth drenched in sweat and chuckled, a tribulation is coming, it's not too late to give up and escape or you'll lose the chance to later. Feng Yi was shocked to see Wuxia still strolling leisurely. He felt that the guy was too unreal, capable of doing this with a meager amount of chaos energy. It looked just like black magic. I won't give up so easily without reaching the end. Despite his depleting vitality, Feng Yi still wouldn't yield. If you choose to be stubborn, I can't help you then. Run now, as fast as possible. The tribulation is coming, whether you make it out alive is up to your own fortune. Wuxia smiled and said. Let's go. Feng Yi roared as his vitality and chaos energy crazily rolled out like a broken dam. Despite knowing that he had lost, he didn't want to surrender. He would rather go all out in reckless abandon, so he released all of his energy. This was a potentially fatal move. Even if he could reach the end of the field, it would leave behind lasting damages. It wasn't just about depleting chaos energy any longer. Boom! The new surge in speed created a new separation between the two. Bang! In this exact moment, all the lightning bolts exploded with rumbling blasts. An immense wave of bolts rose from the ocean, full of a purple shade. This torrential force could destroy everything in this world without slowing down. Not good. Everyone on Eternal was scared out of their mind. The new flood of purple lightning rushed for Wuxia with an unstoppable momentum. Damn! Feng Yi was aghast and took out multiple treasures. Even though there was a sizable distance between him and Wuxia, all of the lightning below the field was forced out, so even his area wasn't safe. There was no dodging for him since he was within the radius. Activate. All of his treasures became resplendent in order to build the strongest defense. Rumble. This was a disastrous flood of power, resulting in deafening detonations. Feng Yi's layers of defense were useless, they broke down like dried branches. He utilized his imperial arts instead, but they were not enough either. The lightning flood shattered his laws instantly. The bolts made contact with his body, causing smoke to come out. He could be rendered to ashes at any moment. No. Feng Yi panicked since there was nothing else he could do but watch the flood come for him. He was certain of his demise, it would be a death without a body left behind. It's over. The experts on Eternal were sure that he was done for as well. Chapter 1862, Activate. A roar shocked the myriad realm with the might of a god and an impetus that could break the firmaments. While Feng Yi was waiting for death, a roaring figure with a purple shade appeared next to him and spread out his palm. Boom! It created 3,000 worlds and stopped the attacking flood. Come! In this split second, the purple figure carried Feng Yi and crossed through space to escape the cataclysmic radius. Boom! The flood broke through the 3,000 worlds and crazily rushed for Wuxia. Rumble. At this moment, all channels gathered into one, the most terrorizing flood of lightning in the world. It looked like an all-destroying calamity was descending down on Wuxia. The entire lightning field trembled before the coming of the flood and was on the verge of destruction. Even Eternal stopped, not daring to come forward in order to avoid the lightning. It didn't matter how strong its defensive barrier was, the consequence was unimaginable once caught in the flood. Come. Wuxia was unperturbed and smiled. Buzz. His palace was ready to face the incoming disaster. Rumble. Loud explosions echoed in the sky. The flood was devoured by the palace and forced inside. The ancient void rune on the Pillar of Life had started working. It had turned into a boundless world to receive and refine the bolts. As time passed, there were less lightning bolts in the ocean. Eventually, only tiny strands were left in the lightning field. In the end, all the bolts were devoured. One couldn't find a trace of lightning in this so-called lightning field. There were only the occasional flashes of thunder left. The devouring process happened in a short period. The torrential lightning field turned into a frightening serenity like a dead zone. Everyone was aghast at this sight. He made lightning bolts into a meal. Surely, some people thought that he was actually a lightning eater. That's, when people regained their sanity, they found Feng Yi had been brought back to Eternal by someone. His savior was a man that wasn't that much older than Feng Yi. He wore a purple robe and had a haze around him. He was ancient in appearance. Ancient was a strange word to describe someone, but there was no other way to envision him outside of this word. It was as if he came from an ancient era, carrying its time-worn atmosphere. The surrounding haze made him look like an old immortal. He was as majestic as a mountain. Being beaten by the long years didn't bend his proud stature. Nothing could wear down his appearance. Qin Bailey. Someone recognized him and shouted in astonishment. Even those who didn't recognize him knew of his name and gasped in response. It's Sect Master Qin. Members of the crowd quietly reminded. Qin Bailey was a resounding name in Pure. He was even more famous than Jin Gu in the past. He was once the ultimate genius of this generation. He came from heaven searching and rose to prominence with an unprecedented speed. People thought that he was the most likely to become an emperor from the 100 races. Unfortunately, Jin Gu was even more exceptional. A fight between the two was inevitable and Qin Bailey lost despite debuting earlier. In just one night, Jin Gu became famous and took Qin Bailey's spotlight. Bailey rarely appeared from then on. Some believed that he was mentally shaken by the loss, others said that he was cultivating in seclusion. Nevertheless, his prestige was still strong despite losing. After all, he had experienced many battles and his power was recognized by people. Is he a god now? Even top experts with 80 million chaos units couldn't see through Qin Bailey. He was unfathomable, like an abyss, as if he had jumped out of the Tao celestial realm. He didn't shoulder a heaven's will to become an emperor, so godhood was the only explanation. In the present, he was extremely strong, acting as the sect master of heaven, searching with full authority. If the elders gave him full authority at his age, it meant that they valued and trusted him. The guy was capable enough to take on this responsibility. Keep in mind that heaven searching had 4 emperors. This place was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, yet he was still the chosen one. The ancestors surely had great confidence in him. Qin Bailey has come into being again, does he want to challenge Jin Gu? Someone murmured. He rarely showed up after the defeat, so it made minds wander. Master. I was useless and have harmed your reputation. Feng Yi bowed in shame after seeing his master. Qin Bailey frowned and shouted, your reckless action has harmed the prestige of the sect. My reputation is trivial in comparison. I understand. Feng Yi didn't dare to retort. Feng Yi was a big shot in pure, but he looked like a child before Qin Bailey. My disciple was thoughtless and acted without permission. Please forgive us for bothering you, Your Highness. Bailey apologized to Jilin Princess. Dao brother, you are too polite. It is only a trivial problem, no need to worry. The princess slightly shook her head. Bailey continued, my lousing teaching is quite embarrassing. Please don't laugh. At this time, Li Qie had returned. Bailey cupped his fist and said, fellow Daoist, you must be the famous Li Qie. Indeed. Li Qie looked at him and nodded. Bailey gently sighed and turned towards Feng Yi, you took unauthorized action, I shall take away 10 years of your cultivation. Apologize to fellow Daoist Li as well in order to regain our sect's prestige. Having said that, he pointed at the youth and took away 10 years worth of training. I wholeheartedly accept. Feng Yi accepted the punishment without resisting. My disciple's arrogance conduct had offended you. I have punished him as an apology to you and Her Highness. Bailey cupped his fist again at the other two and lamented. People shuddered after seeing this. He was both severe and just, quite a convincing fella. If it was any other imperial sect master, they would have chosen the side of their disciples with no regards for right or wrong. Even if the troublemakers were their disciples, they would try to win face back first. Justice didn't exactly matter. Dao brother, you are being too serious. The princess sighed but didn't interfere. Li Qie smiled and looked at Feng Yi, this person has a promising future. You can be considered lucky to have a disciple like him. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Bailey maintained his cordial tone, goodbye for now, I will certainly discuss the Grand Tao with you over a nice tea in the future. Many became disappointed after Bailey left with his disciple. When he appeared, everyone thought that he would stand up for his disciple and fight Li Qie. Who would have thought that the guy was so magnanimous and took away Feng Yi's cultivation as an apology? This was quite admirable. After Bailey's appearance, the stalwart tame dragon child was nowhere to be found. Earlier, he was gallant with a stately temperament while looking down on imperial lineages. Of course, the guy ran so fast after Bailey came along. Actually decent in cultivation. Li Qie smiled and commented after Bailey left. Qin Bailey had an extraordinary attitude as well. Other imperial lineages wouldn't be able to accept such embarrassment. In their eyes, apologizing to an unknown junior was impossible, even more unbearable than chopping their head off. They would rather fight to the death than acknowledging their mistake. After all, they have never been afraid of anyone. Those who dared to oppose them would have miserable ends. They were always the last ones smiling. Feng Yi was Qin Bailey's favorite disciple, but Bailey didn't try to even the score. He even took away 10 years of cultivation from Bailey. This wasn't easy to do at all. 1. A beast that eats lightning. Chapter 1863, Jilin Princess agreed with Li Qie. Dao brother Qin was indeed the best genius in Pure. Despite losing to Jin Gu, he had been quietly training so his cultivation soared. Rumor has it he had taken the path of the gods. His Dao heart is firm. Li Qie evaluated, as long as he keeps trying, his future will not necessarily be weaker than ordinary emperors as a god. Yes. He lost to Jin Gu when his fame was at the apex, but he didn't wallow in misery and give up. He continued to take one step at a time in cultivating. Even if he stops competing with Jin Gu for the heaven's will, he'll still become an amazing high god. The princess said. Heaven Searching and the Jilin clan were both sects of the 100 races, so they had a good relationship. The princess was knowledgeable about the sect. Defeat is commonplace for cultivators. Losing once doesn't mean losing for a lifetime. Few were unbeaten, but the trick is getting up after losing. This applies to the emperors as well. Of course, some couldn't rise again. In this case, even geniuses would turn into useless men. Li Qie calmly said. The princess quietly nodded while carefully taking it in. The Dao heart was truly important for cultivators. Some geniuses were done for after one defeat and disappeared in the river of time due to their unstable Dao heart. Like Qin Bailey, he was peerlessly famous with great potential in Pure. However, people considered his defeat to Jin Gu to be the lowest point of his life. Others would most likely hate themselves after losing. But Bailey continued to train just like before. His Dao heart was even better now. It meant that even if he wasn't going to be an emperor, his future was still bright. Let's go back. Li Qie glanced outside and smiled. Eternal was continuing forward with full speed because all the lightning bolts had been absorbed by Li Qie. When Li Qie and the princess wanted to return, a woman stopped them. She had an aura to her. It wasn't overly aggressive, just stately like a true dragon. She wore a draconic armor with a flashing golden glow. The armors had dragon runes with immense power. It didn't look like it was cast from divine metal but rather the scales of a true dragon. Because of this, people could faintly hear the roar of a dragon soaring to the 9 firmament. The armor couldn't hide her curvaceous lines and plump peaks. Her long and thin legs accentuated her overall figure, tempting people at first sight. Nevertheless, people would only steal a glance at her, never a full look. This was because of her oppressive and noble temperament, resembling both a dragon and a king. Her phoenix eyes were bright and sharp just like a snow-white saber. It could instantly illuminate someone's mind. Just a glance from her could instill a shuddering chill. When people saw her, they would instantly think of this: it's a shame that she's not a man or she would become a king with such a lofty temperament. Wu Fengying. Someone shouted in astonishment. Shoo, call her Dragon Citadel Lord, don't say her name or she'll beat you up. A friend reminded him. People shuddered after hearing her name. Many people glanced at her but no one dared to utter a single word. This was due to her notorious foul temper. She would resort to violence after a minor disagreement. Many have been beaten by her till they cried for their parents. Lord Wu, long time no see. 6 years flashed by after our last meeting at the Citadel. The princess was secretly lamenting this meeting. A fight might be coming. Young sis, long time no see, we'll talk later on but I have business with him right now. The princess smiled wryly after hearing this. A fight was coming indeed. Wu Fengying was the current lord of Dragon Citadel, in charge of its future direction. This was a lineage with 4 emperors, so it was above the Jilin clan in Pure. It was started by immortal Emperor Qianlong of the 9 worlds. He took in cultivators from all over the worlds without limitation. Even the members of the 3 races could join. Because of this, outside of him and the 3rd immortal monarch, the other 2 were grand emperors. This was a unique sect in Pure since the races lived together in harmony. It was one of the few imperial lineages that had this aspect. Amazing talents, powerful cultivation, beauty, and authority weren't the reason why Fengying was so famous. Her fame was due to her brutish and fiery nature. Many impure knew that she had a penchant for fighting. It didn't matter whether they were an ancestor or an imperial successor. She would mercilessly beat them until they are unrecognizable. An imperial lineage of the Citadel's level should have a staid and magnanimous lord. One was prudent and wouldn't threaten violence at the first slight. Alas, Wu Fengying was the opposite of that. Even after becoming the Citadel Lord, her temperament and fierce nature remained the same. Just imagine, a beautiful lord beating people down to the ground with a ferocious demeanor. At that point, her features and charming figure wouldn't matter as much. That's why some said that it would have been better for her to be a man since her God-given good looks were wasted like this. Jilin Princess knew that trouble was brewing the moment Wu Lingfeng got here. "Hey, what's inside your palace?" Lingfeng blocked in front of Li Qie and asked. Could you imagine a supreme beauty blocking another man in such a rough manner? Li Qie only smiled and ignored her. "Hey, you listening? I'm talking to you." Fengying immediately glared her pretty eyes at him. He finally gave her the time of day and leisurely said, "First of all, my name is not, Hey, it's Li Qie. Secondly, if you have a question for me, you need to be gentler and polite. You may call me young noble, or sacred teacher, if you truly want to know." She maintained her glare and said, "You're a healthy man, why do you speak so slowly like an old woman?" He didn't become angry and calmly retorted, "You're a healthy woman, why do you speak in such a brutish manner like an erroneous reincarnation?" Bullshit. She postured aggressively with both hands on her waist and shouted, "Who says a woman can't be brutish?" Li Qie smiled and said, "You're right. Who says a man can't be calm with his words?" "You," she couldn't come up with a fast response. Arguing wasn't her forte. Her tongue was clearly not as sharp as Li Qie. "You think I won't beat the crap out of you?" She instantly punched at his face. Boom. It didn't make contact, something blocked it. Bang. Before she could reach, an invisible hand slammed her down on the deck. People were startled after seeing the takedown. This guy was too devilish, but more shockingly, he was so domineering, to go as far as fighting against Wu Fengying. That's more like it. If you're so capable, release me and we'll fight for real. She was unconvinced of the submission. Li Qie glanced at her and insipidly said, "Since you do not bear ill will, I won't trouble you. Think before you act next time, or I'll kill you and strip you naked before throwing you down the ocean." Having said that, he recalled his thought and turned to leave. She shouted back in fury, "We won't know who'll be doing the stripping just yet. Stay and fight if you dare. I'll strip you clean." Everyone became silly after hearing this. A girl, no matter how bold she might be, would never utter such words. Alas, Fengying wasn't reserved at all. 1. He's saying that she reincarnated into the wrong sex, that she was a man in her previous life. This statement isn't as jarring in Chinese at all, just a witty remark. Chapter 1864, Jilin Princess didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Fengying. This wasn't her first time seeing Fengying's aggressiveness. Li Qie ignored her and continued leaving. However, Fengying was not ready to end this and shouted, "Smelly brat, tell me already, what the hell is that item in your palace?" She followed right behind him while others steered clear of these two. They couldn't afford to provoke either one. Fengying was walking shoulder to shoulder with him now and asked, "You better tell me about the item or I'll really beat you up." Her brutish manner was really letting down her kingdom-toppling face. "Citadel Lord Wu, try your best to ask the young noble calmly, don't be rash. I'm sure if you humble your tone, there will be a better result." The princess reminded Fengying. Though Fengying was very powerful and famous and pure, the princess knew that she was not worth mentioning in front of Li Qie. Just hurry and tell me about the thing in your palace already. Feng Ying didn't give up. A bit keen, but why should I tell you? A girl needs to be gentle, watch it or no one will want to marry a rough girl like you. Feng Ying turned red from anger and glared at him. Smelly brat, don't think so highly of yourself. There's nothing special about ugly men. I'm surely stronger than all of you. There's nothing special about men, but where did women come from without men? Did you come out of a rock? That's why there's no need for you to put us down since you will still need a man in the future. You, Feng Ying was caught off guard again. As for the princess, she wanted to laugh from the banter but it would be appropriate so she tried hard to hold it back. You're really asking for it. Feng Ying resorted to violence again after words failed her. You're not my match. I can annihilate you with the tip of my finger. Li Qie said leisurely. She nearly vomited blood from anger and retorted, don't be complacent, it's just that I had no hostility earlier so I didn't use merit laws or you wouldn't have been able to suppress me. That's why I spared you, but even if you were prepared with an imperial armament, I would only need one hand to crush you. Li Qie asserted. You. She surprisingly managed to stay calm this time. I'll let this go if you tell me what's in your palace. Looks like you are very interested. Li Qie smiled and said. There must be something in there, I saw your pillar of life. A regular pillar of life can't withstand that much lightning, unless it belongs to Emperor. She stared intensely, as if wanting to strip him naked. Others couldn't see what was going on but she found some clues. Alas, she couldn't figure it out entirely, which was why she became so curious. Why should I tell you? What's in it for me? Li Qie said leisurely. She raised her voice, what do you want? Just name the price and keep it reasonable, I'll say yes. Li Qie looked her up and down a bit and she responded by saying, wait, that perverted look, don't tell me you lusting after my beautiful self. He responded with a calm stare, beautiful indeed but too brutish like a tigress, no, a she-man would be more appropriate in this situation. Such vulgarity isn't to my liking. You. Take a look in the mirror first, I don't like you either. She angrily glared. That's a relief. Being liked by you is really a type of disaster. If we were to say that it is a blessing to be liked by Menjing, then it is so much bad luck to be liked by you. I'm sure no man would wish that for themselves. You want to die? A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she clenched her fists. One could hear them cracking and imagine the power within. Li Qie continued walking leisurely and ignored her ferocious pose. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. She suddenly revealed a smile that proved her kingdom-toppling beauty. Anyone would be swayed by her current charm. I've made my decision. I'm formally announcing my intention of marrying you. She boldly declared. Jilin Princess was stunned. Though she had seen women chasing after men, this was her first time seeing such a blatant method. If she wasn't aware of Feng Ying's personality beforehand, her jaws would have dropped to the ground already. Marrying me? Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. You can't marry me just because you're from the citadel. Plus, I'm not interested either. Feng Ying didn't mind at all and copied Li Qie's leisure manner and speech, no problem. I'm persistent enough. Since you called me a tigress, no, a she-man, then I want to keep you down under my shadow forever. The princess was very amused at Feng Ying copying Li Qie's demeanor. She was wondering how this woman became the citadel lord. Did she just beat everyone who was unconvinced to take the position? Otherwise, it was really a miracle for someone like her to take charge in that sect. Don't dream about marrying me. You would need to learn how to be gentle and feminine first. Li Qie said. At this time, they have returned to their place. Li Qie entered the room and closed the door behind him. What's the point? I'll just force you, wait a minute, you still haven't told me about the thing in your palace. After he closed the door, she finally remembered the main focus. But there was no response. Li Qiye inside the room ignored her. "Open the door now or I'll break your house," she said aggressively with an oppressive aura. "Citadel Lord, please calm down. Let's have a talk if you have any displeasure." The princess hurriedly consoled her. She was worried for Fengying, not Li Qiye. It took a lot of effort for her to appease Fengying. The woman was too curious about the thing inside Li Qiye's palace because it was able to absorb lightning. She simply wanted to figure it out. Of course, the princess couldn't answer this problem either. In her mind, this wasn't a big deal for someone of Li Qiye's level. Despite her impatient nature, Fengying was very patient when it comes to satisfying her curiosity. Thus, she wanted to stay at Li Qiye's place. However, the princess was afraid of her death if she were to anger Li Qiye. This was why she tried her best to get Fengying to leave. Eternal continued forward. Li Qiye had no interest, so he rarely showed his face and spent the majority of the time cultivating. The princess didn't leave either and kept him company. "Who are the passengers this time?" After finishing his daily meditation, Li Qiye came out with a slight grimace and asked. "I'm not sure, there are more than 10,000 passengers right now from all over the places. Minor characters and big shots alike." The princess said. "There's something ominous on the ship." Earlier during his meditation, his powerful awareness suddenly felt something. It was mighty enough that nothing happening on the ship could hide from his sense. Ominous? What kind? The princess became startled. For something to be considered ominous by Li Qiye meant that it was extraordinary and horrifying. "It's very strong. Someone is hiding its presence beneath the deck," Li Qiye said. "One might be a reference to Sun Wukong." Chapter 1865. It was truly horrifying thinking that there was something so powerful hiding inside the ship. The princess quietly asked, "Should we secretly take a look?" "Just let it be." Li Qiye said flatly, "I don't care if it's evil or not as long as it doesn't mess with me. If it's foolish enough, I'll end it." The princess heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Staying by Li Qiye's side was safer than anything else. As long as he was around, even a more terrorizing event wasn't worth mentioning. "We're about to reach Hope Corner, would you like to leave the ship for a look, young noble?" she asked. Hope has been excavated completely long ago. Anything good there is gone now, the ones left must be ominous stuff that even emperors don't want to deal with in order to avoid a disaster. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head. The princess quietly nodded and didn't say anything else. On the second day, Eternal anchored far outside of Hope. From the distance, Hope looked like a vast continent filled with chaos energy. Alas, this place engulfed in energy didn't have a sliver of life. It was devoid of any tree, not even a blade of wild grass could be found. There were mountains everywhere that looked like sleeping dragons. Thus, the terrain was certainly impressive enough outside of not having any vegetation. It was a land of black, fertile yet lifeless. Hope Corner was the first stop of exploration grounds, the place found first in this area. No one knows if this was the truth, but the majority of cultivators did indeed start in this place. Emperors weren't included in this group. There was a very simple reason for its popularity: safety. It had been excavated in while, so there was no danger to speak of. It was considered the safest location of exploration grounds. At the same time, there were naturally places left pristine despite the effort of the mass. Occasionally, someone would find a treasure or dig out something interesting. This also added to its popularity at the entry location for exploration grounds. Moreover, those who only came to sightseeing found this place the best. It was cheap and safe. This could become a nice conversational topic in the future, not to mention finding some items if they were lucky enough. Esteemed passengers, we have arrived at Hope Corner. Please exit the ship if you wish. We will be stopping here for 5 days. Those who are going to other areas, remember to come back on time. We will definitely leave in 5 days without delay. The captain announced. People rapidly left after hearing the announcement. Even for those whose final destination wasn't here, they still wanted to take a look, especially the first-timers at exploration grounds. In a short time, half of the passengers left the ship, causing it to be quieter. They quickly excavated the place and left holes on the ground. Others opened mountains while some chose to go deeper into the abysses. There's no adventure here. One first-timer became disappointed at Hope Corner. Even if there are dangerous places here, they're not meant for juniors like us. His senior replied, "This is the entry area, many experts including high gods and emperors have been here. Anything usable had been found already. Were there treasures in this place?" A different disciple instantly asked. "Once, many treasures. In fact, a few high gods became rich because of this place. Rumor has it that a grand emperor from the War Monarch clan found the remains of an immortal in this place. This eventually became their defining treasure." The remains of an immortal? Really now? The disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. The senior gently shook his head, not too sure since no outsiders have seen it. Rumor has it that some emperors had taken a look after the clan got it. But the exact details remained a well-kept secret by the clan. "Then let's start digging, maybe we can find the same thing." This disciple became eager after hearing the old tale. "Less daydreaming now." The senior slapped the disciple's back of the head and scolded, "This place has really been squeezed dry already. It wouldn't be your turn to find the remains of an immortal. Just go look around, leave it up to fate." The scolding didn't diminish the disciple's excitement. He continued to dig everywhere, to no avail, of course. Treasure Hunt Guidebook, 3,000 Chaos Stones for 1, personally compiled by World Emperor. Come, do not miss it, this treasure hunt guidebook is worth it. The newcomers found that there were cultivators selling in this place. Even though excavation grounds wasn't suitable for cultivation, many cultivators still came here for business. It was very convenient, they just needed to set up a shop and start shouting. There were many stores including treasure guides, shovels, and regional specialties. Hope's unique laying stone, only one in every 300 years. This is the most special souvenir in Hope. Gift it to your senior, junior, or lover. The best choice on your journey. There was all kind of shops here. Many merchants came early just to start advertising. In fact, Eternal wasn't the only ship here. There were many others docking in this place. Of course, it was still the largest. Even though Hope wasn't suitable for habitation, it was still exciting enough. More than 10,000 people visited each day, creating quite a crowded environment. This was the closest place to Outer Realm City. For many cultivators that didn't have the means to go farther, visiting Hope was good enough, cheap, safe, and didn't require too much time. Li Qiye didn't care for any of this. In the next 2 days, who knows if the princess' advice was successful or that Wu Fengying had gone to Hope but she didn't come to bother Li Qiye. 4 days flew by during this stay but something unexpected happened on the 5th. Buzz. A virtually inaudible noise came about, prompting Li Qiye to open his eyes and stopped meditating. He got up and left the room. "Young noble, did something happen?" This surprised the princess. "There's a problem." Li Qiye gazed towards Hope with a serious expression. "A problem?" She took a deep breath and followed his gaze. A problem, coming from Li Qiye meant that the situation was quite serious because of his level. Ordinary things weren't alert him at all. At this moment, Hope was still as lively as before. Not good, run." In this split second, several people fled with amazing speed. It was apparent that they were top Dao Celestials. "What's going on?" The cultivators nearby were startled because of the fleeing experts. Only one kind expert shouted, run for your life. A disaster is coming. Having said that, he got on his ship and escaped with urgency. This reaction stunned the crowd. They didn't take the warning seriously. Only a few experienced and careful cultivators immediately left. Be alert, activate the barrier. The veteran captain of Eternal told his crew, summon the passengers back, something strange is happening. Clank, clank, clank. The bell of Eternal echoed across the sky. After hearing it, the passengers from Eternal immediately left. Others lingered around out of curiosity. Chapter 1866, Rumble. Hope Corner suddenly trembled with a loud blast. An immense tsunami came from the depth. It was as red as blood and towered at an unbelievable height. This dazzling color rushed to the sky like a wailing devil. Run! In the depth of hope, experts were soaring to the sky in order to escape this tsunami. However, it seemed to have a terrorizing sucking force. The blood from the fleeing experts actually shot out from their body and was absorbed by the wave. In the blink of an eye, an expert had his vitality completely drained with tiny holes all around his body. Only a dried-up body was left behind on the ground. Rumble. The tsunami suddenly detonated and became even larger than before. Ah! Screams emanated as one cultivator after another was drained completely, leaving behind only skin and bones. This tsunami was like the tongue of a terrible monster. Being licked by it would rob any existence of their life force and vitality. Run! All the cultivators were scared out of their mind and started to run while the tsunami rushed closer behind them. They ran for their lives and wished that they could have more legs in order to escape hope even faster. Ah! More screams resounded. The majority of them couldn't escape this disaster. They were fast, but the tsunami was even faster. The only thing left behind after their scream was their withered corpse. Clank! The alarm from Eternal became more urgent. Those with quick reaction finally boarded the ship. Let's go! Many ships nearby realized the unfavorable situation and immediately fled. They didn't care whether their passengers were still stuck behind or not. Only a few like Eternal were holding strong and waited for their passengers. Rumble. The ship used an unbelievable speed to cross through hope and aimed for the airspace above. Buzz. The entire ship became brilliant with a large imperial formation slowly rising. The tsunami attacked with a world-ending momentum and drowned out Eternal. Ah! Meanwhile, many ships couldn't escape far enough from the destructive tsunami. Many shattered instantly and the passengers became victims. An imperial power swept by from Eternal toward tsunami. 6 supreme figures emerged around the ship. With their emergence, imperial auras suppressed the firmaments and calmed the universe. Many passengers immediately dropped to their knees. These were the wills of emperors, completely impossible to resist. Rumble. The overwhelming light of emperors could tear the world apart. Nothing could destroy this light. Boom. The ship simply trembled a bit since the tsunami failed to destroy it after the engulfing. The passengers became worried in this particular state. However, they looked up and saw the 6 majestic figures. This calmed them down since nothing was safer than the protection of emperors. The tsunami came and left quickly. It eventually receded back into the depth of hope. The place became calm again as if nothing has happened. The experts eventually calmed down and looked around. There weren't that many intact ships left in this place. The majority were annihilated by the tsunami. Without any protection, the experts on these ships suffered a terrible death. People from Eternal heaved a sigh of relief and realized that the emperors have protected them. However, the figures were concealing their appearance so no one could tell who they are. The crowd praised their fortune for picking Eternal. Any other ship and that would have been the end of them. In the beginning, they felt that this ship was expensive relative to the others. This certainly wasn't the case anymore. This was money worth spending for the safest ship in exploration grounds. Corpses were everywhere now, to the horror of the spectators. The tsunami only took the vitality and left the flesh behind. Not too many actually managed to escape. 90% of those who were on Hope were killed. Eternal was the ship with the most survivors. Their palms became drenched with cold sweat while imaging their fate if it wasn't for Eternal. Just what was that thing? A wave of blood. An expert murmured, still as scared as before. People glanced at each other in confusion. The thing came and left too quickly, so no one got a good look. Isn't Hope the safest area? Why did such a disaster occur? A cultivator found this unbelievable. I've been here more than 10 times, something like this had never happened before. Someone dug out an item deep under and this blood wave suddenly came out. A successful escapee revealed. An item? What kind? Everyone was startled after hearing this. I don't know. This escapee was very powerful, but he was twitching on the deck and shook his head. I only heard someone said they found something before the blood wave came out. I immediately fled without looking back. The guy was completely pale and stricken with fear, but no one would dare to laugh at him. This was an understandable reaction. A treasure? In exploration grounds, disasters and treasures come hand in hand. Discussions became heated right away. What is it? Li Qiye saw what had transpired while standing on his peak. The princess curiously asked him. A legend without any written records, but it was actually excavated just now. This is a stroke of fortune. He answered. But isn't this place fully explored by emperors? The conventional belief states that there is nothing worthwhile left here. She said. Li Qiye smiled and said, that's also correct. However, don't forget that these broken areas in exploration grounds are leftovers from older epochs. These are spatial areas that still exist even after the most terrifying destruction during the end of an epoch. If they can survive such a disaster, can you imagine how powerful and precious these spatial areas are? Chapter 1867, For this particular thing, even emperors can't take it away. The princess inquired. Li Qiye looked at Hope and smiled. It requires luck and nothing good will come if an emperor were to force the issue, since it will incite karma. Plus, this is exploration grounds. Even emperors aren't capable of truly defeating everything here. Like I said, this is the remnant of an epoch, a broken piece from the river of time. Just imagine, the end of the world couldn't destroy it. That's why emperors can't forcefully seize it, or that they don't want to be stained by the associated karma. He looked back at the princess and continued, the heavenly execution is always looming above their head. The more powerful the emperor, the greater the risk, only inches away even. Being involved with more karma only exacerbate the situation. The execution, the princess shuddered after hearing about the unavoidable disaster. Even high gods suffered this fate as well. A grave topic indeed. Li Qiye slowly went on, that's why when the emperors have more wills and power, they have even more reservation. It's too difficult dodging the execution once it has arrived. Even a 12-will emperor would turn to ashes. That's why the weaker emperors appear more, since they aren't at big of a risk compared to the reclusive top emperors. The princess agreed with this statement. World Emperor, Profound Emperor, or Immortal Monarch Yi, they normally never showed up. Not to mention their descendants or regular experts, even ordinary emperors would have a hard time meeting these top beings. The execution is not all bad. Li Qiye chuckled, at the very least, emperors can hide in exploration grounds and live even longer. Traveling in the mundane world and basking in its karma would make it even harder for them to make it through the long years. I heard some emperors occasionally search around this place too. The princess asked. Not just occasionally, in fact, the emperors never rest about this. Exploration grounds is boundless with many pristine locations, untouched by men. It's because normal people don't see the emperors looking around. Of course, at their level, they would only look for high-level and tempting items. Are there really existences in this place that can kill emperors, even the ones with 10 wills and up? She pondered a bit before asking. In fact, she had heard of this legend before but was never certain of it. Emperors were known to be invincible, especially the ones with 10 wills and up. Nevertheless, there were still rumors of them being killed. She was very skeptical about these rumors and couldn't imagine this type of god-slaying existences. Yes, not few in number either. Li Qiye revealed, this is why emperors, later on, are so selective with excavation. You might want someone else's treasure, but you're the treasure in someone else's eyes. Disturb someone's long slumber and a great price must be paid. What is more nutritious in this world than emperors? She felt a chill after seeing his gaze. Emperors were essentially food to someone else. This was a terrorizing thought. Just how frightening must an existence be to hunt emperors? Come, let's take a look. It's calm now. Li Qiye said before flying towards Hope. She took a deep breath and followed right behind him. She softly said, will an emperor come after this big commotion? It was different at exploration grounds since the threat of heavenly execution was much lesser. A few emperors were walking in this place. So what? Li Qiye leisurely commented, if it's something I want, it's already in my pocket. Death to those who want to interfere. This leisure comment instilled chills into listeners. Anyone else would think that Li Qiye was arrogant and ignorant, not the princess. If Li Qiye was so confident in slaying an emperor, then just what was his real identity? What kind of overlord was he? Judging by their progenitor's imperial decree, Li Qiye's real identity must be far above him. Keep in mind that immortal monarch Jilin had 10 palaces and 8 wills. This was an above-average emperor even if he was not a match for someone like Nightfall. Nevertheless, he commanded enough respect among his peers. Thus, his reverence showed just how terrifying Li Qiye's background was. It made the princess think that he was an emperor with 12 wills. However, this level of existence could be counted with one's fingers. There were only 4 left alive right now and she couldn't connect him to one of them. This only further increased her curiosity about him. As the two of them traveled around Hope, they saw more cultivators around now. The majority were the lucky survivors on Eternal. Others came after hearing the news. Even though it was a terrible disaster just now, many experts couldn't help entering again. The reason was very simple, treasures were always tempting. The experienced people here always knew that a supreme item would come out after a disaster. This was an amazing opportunity that could grant a lifetime of benefits. Because of this, despite knowing the danger looming in Hope, adventurers wanting to get rich still entered the place. It must be an immortal item or something or such a terrible disaster wouldn't have happened. The story about the excavation from the fleeing survivor on Eternal had gotten out. It was really a big one, especially at a place like Hope. From the records, only one other disaster was on this level. That time, the War Monarch clan got their immortal remains. The item this time can't be inferior to that. A living fossil from the last generation revealed. That's a treasure capable of protecting a clan forever. People started to palpitate with excitement. War Monarch was a sect with 5 emperors. The immortal remains indeed became their defining treasure. Just imagine, they had every possible treasure but still considered this to be one of their best. It made all the lucky survivors have hopeful thoughts. If they were to get an immortal item of this level, it would be such an amazing fortune. Because of this temptation, people entered Hope for the second time. Prior to the disaster, the place was still lively with thousands of cultivators coming to sightseeing, trading, and treasure hunting. It was desolate now with a layer of dried corpses on the ground. There were only bones with skin left, the blood and energy have been drained. This truly scared the crowd and made them think that they have entered an ocean of corpse. Of course, this didn't deter them either. One could see figures crossing through the sky towards the depth of hope. Jilin Princess took a deep breath after seeing the corpses. There were numerous, tiny holes on them, their vitality was sucked out from these holes by a powerful force. Just what is this thing? Capable of draining people dry like this? Is it a blood-sucking existence? The princess felt a chill. Chapter 1868, Li Qie glanced at the scattered corpses and shook his head. It's not a living being, just an ancient ceremony that had been excavated again. When an old ceremony like this appeared, it required a sacrifice. A sacrifice? The princess had an ominous feeling. This wasn't a good word at all, a life offering. Nothing to be surprised about. Li Qie smiled, not to mention the untraceable epochs, even in our own, so many sacrifices have happened among the long years. For certain powerful people, others were mere ants. 1 million or 10 millions are only a number, virtually the same thing. Li Qie's nonchalant words made her feel even more anxious. She had also heard of these legends when she was younger, but it had a different significance when it came from Li Qie. It meant that certain old tales actually happened. A sacrifice on such an immense scale? She murmured. These evil events never stopped. It happened in the past and will again in the future. Perhaps you live in a generation for one too. Li Qie leisurely said. No one can stop it. Her heart sank and had to ask. Everyone knew that after reaching a particular level, a fight between cultivators was devastating. However, these fights normally took place in the sky. Plus, a sacrificial offering was different from a battle. Sacrificing so many living beings was such a cruel deed. For a few things, once it reaches a certain threshold, they are inevitable. When one finds it hard to stay alive themselves, there's no time to worry about others' business, let alone worrying about ants. For example, if you were to burn a forest, do you actually care about killing 1 or 10 million ants? Li Qie said emotionlessly. This made the princess think in silence and had a moment of self-reflection. But the ones being sacrificed are humans, just like us. I would definitely take it seriously. She eventually said after a long lull. Because you are not standing at the apex. If you are an ant, you will care for the welfare of ants, not wanting to burn them to death. If you are a human right now, you won't care about these ants. Right. The princess had to admit this logic. Even though these words were cruel, one still had to accept it. If she were to burn a forest, she wouldn't care about these tiny creatures. She would care about humans because she was also one. At the very top, these supreme existences only saw other cultivators as ants. They wouldn't give a damn about the number of death. Sacrificing millions is only child's play. At the end of an epoch, lives are not worth a single coin. Mortals, cultivators, and even emperors, under the grand momentum, all are insignificant. At that time, even 1 trillion is not a big deal. He stared straight at her and continued, for their own survival, someone could sacrifice the heaven and earth along with all the existences inside. Both the 9 worlds and the 13 continents are only nutrients for them to live longer, it is only another method for them to employ. That can't be, the princess shuddered mentally before softly asking, how could someone even accomplish such a task? That's impossible. Li Qie chuckled, nothing is impossible. Look at the cruelties of exploration grounds. They are the broken pieces of epochs. What I described earlier had happened in these past epochs, and not just once. Existences have sacrificed the entire world before. She was overwhelmed by this revelation. Sacrificing an entire world and all living beings. That is too cruel. This was all she could muster. As a cultivator, especially an imperial successor, she naturally understood the merciless nature of the Tao. Death was an ordinary occurrence. Sect destruction happened on a daily basis in the 13 continents. However, this was the law of the jungle between cultivators. She didn't dare to think about treating the world as a sacrifice. The Tao is merciless, only the heart has emotions. Li Qiye slowly said, remember, there is no savior in this world, don't count on one. In order to jump out of this world, you need to make yourself stronger. The princess contemplated before looking at him with a great earnest, young noble, what will you do if this epoch is about to collapse? Her earnest expression made him smile, you can be more direct than that. Your question is, whether I will sacrifice the world if the epoch is nearing an end? Such frankness made it difficult for the princess. Nevertheless, her stare remained strong. Don't worry, I won't sacrifice this world. The only thing I will do is to fight on. Death is not scary to me since it is also a kind of release. I don't need to live on like a coward, no need to sacrifice the world. Li Qiye answered. The princess found solace in this answer because perhaps the guy was possible of this task. This was someone even her progenitor respected. But it also worried her. What did this supreme existence experience to consider death as relief? She felt a tough weight in her mind. No need to be excited. Li Qiye amusingly said, even if I don't do it, someone else will. She blurted out, I don't think anyone in the world can do such a thing. Plus, World Emperor and the others will protect their own races. She had her reasons. If anyone in the world was capable of this task, it should be someone among the apex emperors. World Emperor, Profound Emperor, and Immortal Monarch Yi could probably do this by working together. But she found this impossible, for this wasn't in their nature. These emperors have started wars before, only for the survival and prosperity of their race. In other words, these emperors fought and protected their kind, how could they sacrifice their people? You're not at the level to see the ever-looming darkness. Even ordinary emperors can't. Li Qiye shook his head, certain things are beyond the control of Geezer Qian as well, even if he wants to protect his race. Why? She wasn't quite a frog under the well, but she couldn't possibly imagine something troubling World Emperor outside of the heavenly execution. You might not be eligible to know even after winning the throne. Once you reach a particular level or join the heavenly authority, you will understand a little more. Of course, even the emperors from your clan couldn't join it. Li Qiye said. Heavenly authority. The princess gasped. This was the strongest organization in the 13 continents. It was rumored to be the oldest organization of the Heaveners. The form it took remained unknown. The ancestors in the clan told her that even ordinary Grand Emperors from the Heaven race couldn't join this organization. Only Grand Emperors with 10 wills and up were eligible. This organization was the symbol of the Heaven race. All of their members would want to join after reaching a certain power level. This was also the highest symbol of authority in the 13 continents, the strongest group available. It was more terrifying than any existing imperial lineage. Chapter 1869, Heavenly Authority was powerful beyond imagination despite its few members. Even its date of inception was completely unknown. Rumor has it that it was much older than any imperial lineage. The world didn't know which emperor was part of it, but one thing was certain, the person currently in charge was the renowned World Emperor. Heavenly authority, unstoppable across the myriad ages. The princess regained her wits and said softly. This title commanded immense respect. Ordinary emperors would change their expression upon hearing it, while young cultivators became full of reverence. No such thing. If the Heaveners have their heavenly authority, then our 100 races have Heaven's Ender. Heaven's Ender of the 100 races. The princess was moved by this name with a flashing glimmer in her eyes. All the immortal emperors there are 7 ranked and up. Legends aren't always accurate. Li Qiye gently shook his head, but, if the immoral emperors from this group come out, heavenly authority must tread carefully as well. There was a phrase in the 13 continents, Heaveners' authority versus the 100 Enders. Many people in future generations believed that these were the 2 strongest opposing organizations around. Of course, there was no way to verify this claim. According to the tales, Heaven's Ender was started by immortal Emperor Ba Zhen. After many generations, other supreme emperors rumored to be 7th ranked and up from the 9 worlds joined in. This contrary to heavenly authority, Heaven's Ender kept a low profile. People believed that immortal Emperor How High was the current leader. Young noble, how strong is Heaven's Ender? Which organization is stronger? The princess was filled with curiosity. Even though her progenitor, immortal monarch Jilin, had 8 wills, he still didn't join Heaven's Ender. It looked as if this organization only took in emperors from the 9 worlds. A junior like her wasn't privy to the exact details. Hard to say. Li Qiye's eyes became profound. Heavenly authority had been established long ago and its true significance is not something you understand. Of course, Heaven's Ender daring to have this name shows that it is no slouch either. Immortal Emperor Ba Zhen is the first emperor of the demons. The fact that he even dared to create an organization with this name should make its true power obvious. Immortal Emperor Ba Zhen used to be an 8 truths bamboo that eventually found the Tao. He was the progenitor of mysterious bamboo mountain back in the 9 worlds. After reaching the 10th, he spent a long time cultivating before establishing Heaven's Ender. The princess could see that. Heavenly authority was well respected and feared. If immortal Emperor Ba Zhen's group didn't have sufficient power, they wouldn't dare to take that name. It was clearly directed at heavenly authority. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have been destroyed long ago across the long years. Its existence was the best proof of its strength. I also heard about the Purewood Alliance. The princess had one more question. Let's go. Li Qiye smiled and didn't address her question. If you keep on asking, others are going to take the treasure. The princess finally realized that their speed had slowed down. The experts in the back have passed them now. Li Qiye quickened his pace so the princess had no choice but to hurry up and forget about the Purewood Alliance for now. The two of them reached the depth of hope in a short time. Many cultivators were already waiting in this place. However, they didn't dare to get close and simply watched from the distance. Some hovered in the sky, others chose the peaks nearby, more preferred their vessels. The princess stood on top of a mound with Li Qiye and took a deep breath after seeing the scene ahead. It was a sea of bones as far as the eyes can see, a white expanse due to the number of skeletons. This was once a place full of towering mountains, deep valleys, and surging rivers. However, all were buried under bones now. Just how many skeletons were here? Some were as large as a mountain while others were as little as a baby. Moreover, there weren't only humanoids. There was a corpse of a serpent spanning for 100 miles, an ape skeleton as big as a peak, and a reptile remains the size of a fist. Anyone would shudder before this endless sight of white. Among this vastness was a massive monument that pierced the clouds, seemingly capable of penetrating the sky. It was completely black and seemed to be formed naturally just like an onyx jade. There were runes carved all over the monument. They were ancient and impossible to understand, not even by knowledgeable cultivators. But upon careful inspection, these runes also appeared to be a natural creation from the grand Tao and the heaven and earth. They were dark gold in shade with the occasional flashes that could instill fear into the heart of masters. This monument was built on top of an ancient altar made from an unknown gray material. It was quite coarse with many gaps as if it was created in a hurry. The experts here were in awe of this scene as well. This isn't my first time here, but these skeletons were definitely not around back then. An old cultivator gasped with astonishment. I think they came out of the earth. One passenger from Eternal said, I heard someone dug out an item and this place came out. He must have touched something forbidden. In a short time, the crowd exchanged glances. Though people didn't know what the monument was, they could tell that it was ominous due to the sea of bones. Citadel Lord Wu's group is also here. The princess quietly said after seeing some familiar faces. Both Wu Fengying and Qin Bailey were coming. They each occupied a peak and stared intensely at this monument. As members of imperial lineages, they were insightful enough to know how priceless it is and wanted to seize it. Incredible. Li Qiye was fixated on it as well and perused the runes on the monument. The tablet from Icy Feather Palace is nothing compared to this one. The palace from the Mortal Emperor world also had an amazing tablet, found by Immortal Emperor Bingyu. She named it Heaven-Cutting Tablet. Li Qiye had naturally seen it before, so he could tell the big gap between the two items. What is it? The princess asked. An extremely ancient altar. Li Qiye couldn't avert his gaze at all from the altar above. This altar was even more interesting compared to the monument to him. The majority of the crow was drawn in by the monument due to its size, material, and more importantly, the Grand Tao runes containing profound truths. However, Li Qiye only cared about the unadorned altar as if there was a marvelous secret within. Altar? The princess shuddered, the type for a sacrificial ceremony? Li Qiye gently shook his head, not quite. This thing already had this form upon inception. As for what people use it for, that's not up to it. Like a sword, if one uses it for rampant murder, then it is an ominous weapon. If it is used to save lives, then it is a divine artifact. This item is neutral, only the user determine its nature. He paused for a bit before concluding, it can be used for sacrifice or for praying. Chapter 1870. The princess agreed with Li Qiye's statement and stared solemnly at the gigantic monument. This place was covered with skeletons clearly from an ancient age. However, there were still some recently deceased corpses here, the ones with only skin left. While everyone was fixated on the amazing monument, a powerful old man commented, "This is an amazing altar, one could refine gods and devils with it." This was an influential character. Many cultivators nearby nodded and agreed with this perspective. Should we do it? If we can bring this altar back, it might become our sex-defining treasure. A young expert couldn't help wanting to try and push forward. No rush, wait and see. His senior stopped this hot-blooded youth and shook his head, this monument is sinister. Earlier, River Dragon King wanted to try, that's his withered corpse right there. He pointed at a pile of bones. There were dried-up remains there wearing a dragon robe, clearly a king when he was alive. Even the River Dragon King died. The youth took a deep breath because he had heard about the king's legends growing up. In fact, many experts tried to obtain this monument for themselves and faced the same miserable consequence. Just like that, the second wave had to be prudent in order to avoid having their vitality drained. I doubt anything will happen now. One expert lost his patience. This was a white-haired old man with a purple dragon robe. The embroidered dragon had 5 raised claws, looking quite majestic. The old man's eyes were brimming with radiance with violet pupils. Violet Cloud King wants to take action now. Someone murmured, recognizing the old man's identity. He's a master from the devil race with incredible imperial arts. Looks like he's here with imperial weapons too. Another person commented after seeing the bold man. This particular king was relatively famous in Pure. He came from an imperial lineage of the devil race and was quite powerful himself. The change of color in his pupils was an identifying factor. Members of the devil race had a unique characteristic. Normally, their pupils had a dark blue color. After reaching a certain power level, they would turn violet. The darker the shade, the more powerful. There was another rumor that people with the bestowment bloodline would have golden pupils. This king took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the altar. He had released his vitality, resulting in a deafening explosion. This vitality turned into a violet energy before transforming again into a roaring dragon. It coiled around his body and protected him. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering if he could actually be successful. Buzz, a series of quiet buzzing came about. As he inched closer, his vitality started to lose control. Strings of blood flew out of his body as if a powerful force was sucking him dry. Stabilize! The king roared and became resplendent with an imperial aura. He had activated the art of a grand emperor, creating continuous dragon cries. Boundless imperial symbols of many layers appeared on the dragon coiling around him. Boom! It was trying to stabilizing the situation and stopped his vitality from being drained. Sure enough, the sucking process actually stopped. It seemed that his peerless imperial art was effective. The crowd praised him after seeing this and thought to themselves, that's an imperial art for you, possessing magnificent power. Buzz! While the king himself heaved a sigh of relief, his vitality suddenly erupted like a storm with strings of blood shooting out. Earlier, it was a slow process like a silkworm weaving its silk. Now, it resembled a blood-sucking force. In just a second, his body dried up with wrinkles everywhere. He became several decades older in appearance after losing half of his vitality. Activate! The once confident old man was finally scared. He roared and used more imperial arts in order to escape, but he found that it was useless. There was a matchless sucking force pulling him forward. Again. The aghast old man took out an imperial item of the prenatal violet force level. Boom! It turned into an armor, intending on stabilizing his vitality. Blood still shot out of the armor just like before. This Grand Emperor's armor was useless like a net trying to stop water from flowing through. No. The king became horrified, but it was too late. Ah! All of his blood was drained at a rate much quicker than before. This suction force was terrorizing and took all of his blood as if his body was a sieve. One would think that something had pierced countless holes in his body. Only skin and bones were left of the king. All of his blood started flowing from the altar down the gaps to the monument. With a buzz, all the blood suddenly disappeared without a trace as if it had been devoured by the monument. Even an imperial artifact couldn't protect him to the horror of the crowd. The mass began to weigh themselves, thinking whether they were stronger than River Dragon King. Even if they were stronger, they didn't have an imperial weapon anyway. The princess composed herself after watching this scene. It's too strong, he couldn't even fight back with an imperial weapon. It has nothing to do with strength. Li Qie shook his head. It's due to a disparity in power between him and the imperial artifact. This nullified its effectiveness. If he were to use his own Dao weapon, it would have been better. Before this altar, one needs a delicate balance between the defensive artifact and their own power in order to protect the vitality using the true fate. What kind of logic is that? She asked. You need to ask the person who created it and what they wanted to do. Li Qie chuckled in response. The mass became silent after seeing the death of River Dragon King. It was suicidal to attempt anything after this clear example. How amusing. Someone suddenly broke the silence. His voice wasn't loud, but each word struck a mental chord like a heavy piece of metal. An old man wearing a gray robe was standing on a peak. When he opened his eyes, everyone felt time passing by faster. He looked imposing enough to suppress an entire domain. High God Shangguan. Someone shouted with reverence. Another cultivator from the same generation became envious and said, Shangguan too has finally crossed through that boundary after waiting for one generation to become a high god. He was from the previous generation with decent talents. It took him this long period, but he still managed to overcome the Dao celestial realm to become a high god with one totem. The high god is about to try. Someone cried out. In the eyes of the spectators, Shangguan too was still a high god despite having only one totem. He was still much stronger than someone at the Dao celestial realm. They wanted to see whether he could do something to this stone monument. Shangguan Tu's eyes lit up to become as bright and scorching as a sun. There was no doubt that he was very interested in this monument. Chapter 1871, Time to Try This. Shangguan Tu indeed wanted to give it a shot. After all, This monument was an incredible treasure, but he also wanted to test his abilities. Buzz! He flashed forward with an incredible speed, going from the top of the peak to the front of the tablet. With just one step, he broke through the boundary of space. As a high god, he was able to break the shackles of space, allowing him to shorten the gap. Many were amazed to see this. Even those from the same generation as him were in awe. That's a high god for you, not something they could compare to. Just this swift escape from the spatial shackle was impressive enough. Zzz. A terrorizing draining power instantly appeared in the form of multiple blood strings flying out. It's coming. A cultivator worriedly shouted as strings of blood came out of the high god. Humph. The high god snorted. With a loud detonation, he recalled his vitality. It was as if he had lost everything, even the blood in his body was shrinking. The bloody strands that were outside his body instantly got recalled back to him. This scene was unbelievable, yet he was able to do it to the astonishment of the crowd. A high god is still marvelous even with just one totem. The crowd was startled to see the stabilization. They were envious and lost in admiration. This was the gap between a master and a high god. It was an uncrossable bridge. After the stabilization, Shangguan too didn't dare to linger around. Though he wasn't sure what the altar was, he knew that it was very dangerous. In the blink of an eye, he used a technique and had a sky-blotting palm above, wishing to uproot the monument and take it away. However, this great palm clutched it, but the monument didn't move at all. Activate! Shangguan too didn't give up and roared. His vitality erupted once again with a totem appearing. This was a majestic grand Tao in the form of a divine serpent. It could swallow everything alive and turn the power of the heaven and earth into its own. Rumble. With loud explosions, Shangguan Tu's body became even larger than this monument. He grabbed it with both hands like a giant. Boom! The monument finally shook a bit with this new effort. Is he about to do it? Everyone's eyes widened at this sight. Even the towering monument looked like a tiny grass inside his hands. People felt that he would have zero problems pulling it out. Up! He roared again, his totem became resplendent as a divine power erupted. He was an untouchable high god right now. If the earth had a handle, he could even lift it up. Rumble. The monument shook several more times as he exerted more effort. He's about to do it. A high god is really too amazing, looks like this tablet is his for the taking now. His peers said with admiration. Buzz. Contrary to the crowd's expectation, the yellow runes covering the monument suddenly lit up. One could hear more buzzing noises. Golden rays emanating from the runes caused a break. The high god's vitality immediately rushed out of his body. Rumble. In this split second, he lost control of his vitality completely. All of it rushed for the monument. No. The aghast high god screamed as he slammed his totem down. He wanted to go all out to break the monument with his totem in order to stop his vitality from escaping. Just imagine the power of an attacking totem, it resembled a planet slamming down on hope. All the spectators here became horrified. Boom! The monument was still unharmed, but cracks appeared on the divine totem. In the next second, an even more powerful wave of devouring power swept by and swallowed his vitality in whole despite the magnificent amount since it belonged to a high god. No! Shangguan too screamed miserably and became a dried corpse. After losing all of his vitality, his true fate was next. His skin and bones fell down to the ground, issuing a loud bang. Meanwhile, the runes on the monument were still emitting a faint luster. It looked like a monster that hasn't gotten full just yet, despite devouring the majestic vitality of Shangguan Tu just now. Everyone here was horrified with the swift death of a high god. In the end, Shangguan Tu failed to obtain it and even gave up his life. They found themselves having zero chance if a high god still wasn't enough. Suddenly, a figure took another step towards the monument in the same spatial-breaking manner. This figure was just as fast as Shangguan Tuesday. A righteous violet aura filled the space in front of the monument. Qin Bailey. A person who recognizes the figure shouted. This was indeed Qin Bailey. He took advantage of Shangguan Tu keeping the monument occupied and made his mode. Even someone as powerful as him still got his vitality drained without exception. Slash! He shouted and slashed down with his arm like a heavenly sword. This cut could sever the yin-yang and reincarnation cycles on top of all the powers in this world. The blood strings leaving his body were instantly severed. One side came back to him while the other was devoured by the monument. After taking his blood, the runes became brighter as if they have undergone a tiny change. Buzz. Qin Bailey took action again. He waved his arm and disturbed time itself along with the runes. He then used both hands to create the myriad laws and calculate the karmic consequences. In a short time, all the runes were being drawn out by him. Boom! They lit up and jumped as if they had their own consciousness. They then turned into a spinning maelstrom with increasing speed as if wanting to leave the monument. Rumble. The monument was also shaking in the process and slowly rose from the ground. There seemed to be a great buoyancy force at work here that was raising the monument. Is he doing it? The spectators were startled to see the monument slowly separating from the altar. Chapter 1872, Rumble. The runic maelstrom spun increasingly faster like a torrential torrent as the monument floated upward. Amazing, that's a genius for you. He had seen through the mysteries of these runes. Both young experts and older masters were in awe. That's why he is on the same level as Jin Gu in terms of fame. Even if he won't be an emperor, he'll be an incredible high god. Another big shot was convinced by his skills. Li Chia chuckled after seeing this. He's really talented indeed, to see this particular clue in such a short time. Unfortunately, still a frog under the well, only seeing a little spot. Nevertheless, it's impressive enough that he'll be able to survive. This still isn't enough. The princess thought that Qin Bailey was going to do it, so she was surprised. No. Li Chia shook his head. This item has an amazing origin, it's not that simple. Moreover, the main focus isn't the monument, he hasn't seen the whole picture just yet, only a tiny part. The princess was caught off guard because her solution was similar to Bailey's. She was also an amazing genius. During this event, she was focusing on the runes and felt that understanding them was the path in solving this problem. She realized that she was also going in the wrong direction after hearing Li Chia. As the monument was rising from the altar, everyone thought that Qin Bailey was going to be successful. Boom! The altar slightly quaked. Next, a blood-red light filled the sky and rays shot out from the coarse gaps on the altar. Not good. Qin Bailey was aghast. He turned and tried to run, but it was too late. Buzz! In a split second, these bloody rays seemed to have pierced something. Qin Bailey also lost control of his vitality to an incredible draining force. Boom! Before everyone could react, his body exploded with an unimaginable power. The blast made all of hope tremble. The massive vitality turned into a faint mist of blood. A ray crossed through the sky, his true fate. At the crucial moment, Bailey was decisive enough to detonate his entire vitality, allowing his true fate to escape. This was similar to a cicada shedding its carapace. If he had held on to his body, his end would have been the same as Shangguan Tu's. In the end, not only would he lose his vitality, his true fate would be gone as well. He dared to give up his body. As long as the true fate was still around, everything was possible. He could rise up once more. But losing the true fate meant becoming nothingness. The altar drained all of the remaining vitality. The blood flowed through the gaps and slowly disappeared. Everyone was creeped out by this scene. Qin Bailey was a famous genius. His talents and power were both unquestionable. Some said that he was already a god. People even believed that he had a good chance of becoming an ancient god. But now, he abandoned his body just to stay alive. No one expected this particular outcome. Qin Bailey's comprehension, power, and reaction time are all better than Shangguan Tuesday. People were still convinced by his abilities despite the failure. Shangguan Tu was a high god, but he didn't even have the chance to run. Qin Bailey, on the other hand, understood a few mysteries of the monument on top of running away with his life. Shangguan Tu was no match for him despite being an experienced high god. Only someone even stronger can do this. A cultivator murmured. No one around was stronger than Shangguan Tu or Qin Bailey. The experts here exchanged glances. Even though they wanted the monument, none was capable enough of taking it for their own. After seeing a lack of impetus from the crowd, Li Qiye came out and smiled. If no one can take it, then I'll go ahead. I'm sure no one will object to this. The princess smiled beautifully after hearing this. She knew that his polite comment was only for fun. As long as he made up his mind about possessing the monument, it was suicidal to try and go against him. Even emperors couldn't contend against this fella. The experts here didn't dare to say anything since they have heard of his fame as fiercest. He was already notorious enough after killing the heavenly phoenix royal lord. Everyone knew that this brat was truly devilish. Even though his cultivation appeared to be shallow, he was ferocious and didn't give a damn about anyone. This was a guy who dared to kill gods and devils if they were to stand in his way. No one wanted to provoke this brat, unless they were strong enough and had a better backing than the heavenly phoenix royal lord. Humph. A snort of derision sounded after his declaration. It came from Citadel Lord Wu. She gave him the side eye and said, "You think you can take this tablet? Stop dreaming." The spectators thought that this was about time. Both sides were fierce enough. Moreover, Wu Fengying had the monstrous dragon citadel behind her. This was definitely going to be a good show with these two clashing. Li Qiye didn't become angry and smiled back. If you have a better idea, I'm all ears, and if you think you can take this monument, then I'll be more than happy to let you give it a shot first. If you can actually get it, I'll give up. Such politeness surprised the princess. This wasn't his style at all. Of course, she underestimated the difficulty in obtaining this monument. It was related to a cultivation system from a different epoch. It was profound and ancient, not something a junior could understand. Even ordinary emperors couldn't grasp this. That's why it was so impressive for Qin Bailey to notice the clue. It wasn't unreasonable for people to call him a genius at all. Just his comprehension alone was enough to propel him into a greater height compared to his peers in the 13 continents. Humph, none of your business whether I can take it down or not. Don't tell me you think you can. Wu Fengying retorted. That's right. Li Qiye calmly responded, it's already in my pocket, I can take it whenever I want. Fengying didn't expect this confident response. He was very polite earlier, but after just 2 or 3 sentences, he immediately revealed his sharp, domineering attitude. That's too arrogant, in his pocket already? How many people can do this? Even Shangguan Tu had fallen in this place, and a great genius like Qin Bailey almost lost his life. Unless he is a high god with 10 totems and up, there's no way for him to take it so easily. A cultivator sneered after hearing the confident fella. Chapter 1873, both Qin Bailey and Shangguan Tu have failed, yet Li Qiye was taking it so lightly. People felt that he was being boastful. Humph, anyone can talk big. Wu Fengying stared coldly at him. Li Qiye smiled and replied, is that so? If I take it down, what are you going to do? She aggressively replied, I'll wait for you to take it down, then pry it from your fingers with my blade. I'm afraid you're not up to the task. Li Qiye gently shook his head with a smirk. Take it down then and see whether I can grab it from you or not. She was warming up, looking as if she was about to take down anyone in her way. Some in the crowd became afraid after seeing her violent appearance because many impure have been victimized by her before. Even sect masters from imperial lineages were beaten, left with swollen faces. It didn't matter to her who the opponent might be. It was fight first, talk later. Of course, some people were gloating on others' pain. The fierce Li Qiye has finally met his match after meeting this brutal girl. Li Qiye only smiled and headed for the towering monument instead. Everyone held their breath at this scene, completely fixated on each of his actions. They wanted to see if this notorious and unfathomable fella could actually do it. Back at Eternal, many saw him swallowing lightning bolts despite his shallow cultivation. At this point, they no longer cared about his cultivation and felt that a few devilish means of him could make up for the lack of power. Buzz. The runes slightly moved as Li Qiye got closer. A devouring force instantly came out and engulfed Li Qiye. In the blink of an eye, it was omnipresent, not allowing anyone to escape without leaving all of their vitality behind. Li Qiye smiled and casually pointed forward against this approaching offense. Bah! Space fluctuated like rising waves and made the power collapse into ashes. The force seemed to be the storm while Li Qiye was able to pinpoint the eye of the storm, destroying it right away. What is going on? No one knew what was going on or how Li Qiye made the devouring force disappear. It was different from Shangguan Tuesday. He collapsed his own vitality in order to stabilize while Qin Bailey severed his connection with karma and yin yang. This was a way to stop the devouring force from absorbing his vitality. The young ones couldn't see through these two's methods, but the more experienced characters were able to see some clues. But now, Li Qiye's method left everyone perplexed. Even imperial sect masters were lost all the same. A high god like Shangguan Tu couldn't withstand the bite of that force, yet Li Qiye took care of it with a single finger. It was simply impossible unless the guy was an emperor with 12 wills. But this guy ahead was definitely not an apex emperor. What kind of monstrous magic is this? Someone murmured and didn't believe in their own eyes. Li Qiye had arrived onto the ancient altar before the stunned crowd. He circled around once before entering. Come! Li Qiye shouted and created a mudra with both hands that kept on changing with an unbelievable rate. In the blink of an eye, these mudra seals flew forward and dazzled the crowd. No one got a good look at them. Boom! The altar quaked and poured out a golden light like a tsunami. It's not blood. People were surprised to see this because it was different from Qin Bai's attempt. More golden strings came out of the coarse gaps on the altar and eventually washed the large monument. At this time, an unbelievable matter occurred. The golden runes that seemed to have formed naturally on the monument were actually peeling out. Finally, the flood-like golden rays brought these runes towards Li Qiye. He opened his palms and sucked them in like a black hole. It didn't take more than a blink before Li Qiye took in all the runes. Buzz! Li Qiye opened his palms and saw the flowing runes. Their yellow shade was turning lighter and changed into an ocean of runes. They were deriving and changing themselves as if wanting to create a new world. Again! Li Qiye shouted. The runes began to rotate with a faster speed and immediately became a yellow maelstrom. Rumble. Loud explosions continuously resounded. The large monument shook once before starting to fly upward. However, the altar was following it this time. It was the thing raising the monument. People finally realized that the altar and the monument were one. Just taking the monument alone was impossible. The princess understood Li Qiye's comment about Qin Bailey being a frog under the well, only seeing one part of the overall picture. Boom! The two entities have finally left the ground while still issuing deafening rumbles. They actually shrank smaller until they became just a golden glow. This glow jumped into the maelstrom inside Li Qiye's palm and caused wavy ripples. The maelstrom finally calmed down and all the runes appeared again in his palm. They were still flowing just like before, but now, there were new runes joining them. Outside of the grand world created earlier, there were gigantic celestials in the sky now. Inside this grand world, the altar and monument were floating in the center. Despite their minuscule size now, they were still relatively monstrous in this new world, capable of stabilizing the universe. Li Qiye gently sighed after taking a look at this world in his palm, strong indeed but not to the level I expected, still not a paragon artifact. There was a reason why he could take in these two items so quickly. He had already grasped their profundities and Tao composition because he had researched the merit law system of this particular epoch from the tablet found by immortal Emperor Bingyu. In fact, he guided her into obtaining that artifact. That tablet and this monument had the same origin. However, the tablet of the Emperor was more of a small-scaled imitation or a broken piece. Chapter 1874. After grasping this epoch's cultivation system and more experiments, Li Qiye was able to control many weapons and artifacts from this period. Because of this, immortal Emperor Bingyu was able to use the heaven-cutting tablet. Otherwise, it was easier said than done to use something from a different temporal period. Alas, he was a bit disappointed after taking in the two things so easily. From a certain perspective, the heaven-cutting tablet was only an imitation, yet it possessed a wondrous power. This made him very hopeful about the altar and monument, even viewing them as potential paragon artifacts. However, this was too optimistic of an opinion. There was still a big gap before it reached that level due to many other limitations. Nevertheless, he didn't become dejected because if it was really a paragon artifact, the other emperors hiding in exploration grounds would have definitely joined in. Buzz. Li Qiye closed his palms and the runes disappeared as well. The crowd was stunned before this scene. Li Qiye had finally done it with such ease. This seemed so trivial to him, like lifting his hand. Wu Fengying's mouth was agape. She didn't look like a proper maiden at all. Of course, she never had this appearance in the first place. In her opinion, even if he was devilish enough to seize the monument and altar, it should have taken some effort and sweat. But the lack of difficulty was completely outside of her imagination. The only one who took this well was the Jilin princess. In her mind, Li Qiye could do whatever and it wouldn't shock her. What could actually trouble an overlord like him? After closing his palm, Li Qiye looked at Wu Fengying and slightly smirked. Do you still want to rob me now? The crowd turned to look at Fengying. At this moment, they were still afraid of Li Qiye due to his devilish capabilities. It didn't matter whether he was strong or not. In their eyes, he was a demon spawn that couldn't be gauged with common sense. Thus, they wanted to get far away from a monster like him in order to avoid trouble. I'm not afraid of you. Fengying regained her composure with a glint in her eyes. Rays rushed out like the opening of a world. Then get ready, don't be suppressed so quick like last time. Li Qiye teased. Stop your bullshit. This supreme woman was very vulgar with speech. Boom. Her vitality erupted, but it didn't leave her body. On the other hand, it continued to roar within, making others wonder if there was a gigantic dragon hiding inside. Her figure was slender and charming, but people could only view her as a raging dragon with a world-destroying power. Bang! She finally released it all out with a terrible force. The mountains nearby collapsed instantly. She wasn't messing around any longer, this was going all out with one move. Smelly brat, accept your death. Her pretty eyes widened with focus and a phoenix flew out. Screech. The bird spread its gargantuan wings before landing down. Its beak was aiming at Li Qiye like a divine sword. There was no need to doubt its power. Its sharpness could peck through all things. Even a divine shield would be penetrated like a piece of paper. Li Qiye didn't bother batting an eye against the diving phoenix. He simply had a thought. Boom! An invisible prison trapped the bird. Screech! The phoenix dashed upward and opened its mouth to spew out its flame. The ground instantly melted along, the mountains nearby also burned down in a short time. This scene was too terrifying, especially the heatwave assaulting everyone. The experts quickly retreated to a safe distance. Just the tiniest spark of this flame could incinerate someone to ashes. Is this a real phoenix? Someone couldn't help but ask. The bird was clearly derived from laws since it came out of her eyes, but this question was still brought up. It looked so real, especially its awe-inspiring fire. Rumor has it that it is a secret art from the Dragon Citadel. His senior responded. The fire was stopped 3 feet above Li Qiye's head and couldn't inch forward. It flowed through him and assaulted the ground instead. There seemed to be an invisible wall protecting him. As the fire poured down, it looked as if he was undergoing rebirth via fire. It was a wondrous scene. Looks like you have mastered your Dragon Citadel's Phoenix Eyes art, but you are merely showing your slight skills before an expert by using it against my will. Li Qiye shook his head with amusement. Having said that, he had another thought. The fire-spewing bird was grabbed by an invisible hand. Screech! Next, it was crushed to death and instantly dispersed. Wu Fengying took several steps back with a pale complexion because this creature contained the power of her will. Thus, he had crushed her will and grievously injured her despite a lack of visible, external signs. If this is all you can do, not to mention stealing my treasure, you can't even touch a hair of mine. Li Qiye commented. I'll chop off your hand and take it. Fengying shouted and a dragon cry resounded. Clank! She took out a pike. This pike wasn't large and looked even more on the decorative side. The pole was as white as jade, same with the tip. White jade seemed to be its main material. Nevertheless, it was still sharp with a snow-white glint. People couldn't help but shudder after seeing the tip because they could feel it already thrusting through their neck. Smelly brat, I'll teach you a lesson today. She pointed her pike at him. This resulted in a sharp thrust crossing through the world. Boom! Even this ferocious attack was instantly blocked by Li Qiye's mental defense. Li Qiye was slightly surprised while looking at the pike and said slowly, looks like your citadel's treasury actually has some good stuff. This pike is polished from a mature true dragon spine, crafted by the method of an immortal emperor. Your progenitor, immortal Emperor Qianlong, must have killed a mature dragon and took its spine back then. I see, a true dragon back then went crazy and disappeared for some reasons. Looks like the emperor killed it. Li Qiye rubbed his chin and said. Killing a true dragon. A mature one at that. Older experts' heart skipped a beat. They understood the significance and power of this best. However, immortal Emperor Qianlong was able to kill one. Just how strong was this emperor? That's the progenitor of the Dragon Citadel for you. Ordinary emperors can't compare to his power. Someone murmured. Chapter 1875, Wu Fengying had an immense aura with the weapon in her hand just like a goddess of war. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes, resulting in a stately and awe-inspiring appearance. The pike in her hand could pierce through the sky, her immense vitality could crush all enemies. More importantly, her tyrannical temperament resembled a raging dragon. She looked untouchable and domineering. This temperament was quite unsuitable on a woman but not her. It seemed like a perfect fit. She was a supreme beauty but no one cared about that right now. She had escaped that particular boundary, everyone only thought about the incoming battle. Smelly brat, take this. She let out a battle cry. Buzz. She thrust through space straight for his throat. Even a heavenly gaze couldn't follow the speed of this attack. However, Li Qiye stood there unmoving. A series of collapsing noises came next. The pike was inches away from him, but in the next split second, there was an unreachable distance between the two. Distance couldn't judge this separation. It was the difference between spatial spheres. The two of them were in separate planes now. Spatial displacement, a technique from the space scripture. This allowed him to create this great gap between the two. Break! Her pike let out a dragon roar. More explosions occurred as she broke through multiple planes in order to reach his throat again. Alas, each time she made it through one plane, he was already in a different one. Many became dazzled at the pike's failure to connect. Space manipulation. A top-Dao celestial murmured, "He is a master at this art, able to separate in the blink of an eye." Even though the pike looked so close, it might have been several planes away. There's no injuring him unless she could break space itself. Dragon soaring the myriad worlds. She crazily roared and her pike turned into a true dragon. It leaped into the sky and jumped out of this world. It crossed through many spatial planes and gave chase while baring its fangs. But right when it was about to catch him, the gap instantly widened. Dragon soaring the myriad worlds. She didn't give up and frantically channeled her vitality. This allowed her to cross through space after Wuxia with her pike. This scene was very bizarre. The two of them didn't seem to be moving at all, the only thing happening was Wu Fengying's battle cry. The ignorant spectator would think that one of them was crazy, only the real experts could see what was really going on. Even though they didn't appear to be taking a single step, they kept on crossing through the spatial spheres. The weak couldn't detect these changes. Fengying made it through many spheres but still failed to reach Wuxia's current one. Her extreme speed seemed to be futile. Even if you muster all your strength, you still won't touch a hair of mine. If this is all you can do, go back home and suck on your mother's teats, don't run around showing off such meager abilities. Wuxia shook his head while standing in a different spatial realm. With the space scripture, Wuxia could easily control space. It was simple for him to cross through these dimensional spheres. Bullshit. Smelly brat, all you can do is run. I dare you to stay for one round with me. Wu Fengying maintained her rude speech. Of course, she had never been a proper lady before. Her choice of words made others have some strange thoughts. Wuxia didn't tease her about it and said, "I've been standing right here, what is this about running? The fact that you can't catch me shows your weakness. How can you think about fighting me directly when you can't even catch up? You." Her face turned red from anger after hearing this, but she took a deep breath and calmed down. Buzz. Cold glints shot out from her eyes. They were blinding and penetrating, nearly taking physical form. She stared intensely at him as if wanting to see a weak spot. She finally took action in the next second. She wasn't as fast this time, only slowly raising her pike. It seemed to weigh countless pounds at this moment. The entire place became suffocating. Though she hasn't destroyed this spatial dimension just yet, the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Everyone had trouble breathing. Buzz. She did a circle with her pike and rendered a large area nearby as possible targets. After the radius was chosen, the space inside suddenly became stagnated. People had a hard time taking half a step forward, let alone fly. You're not too dumb. Wuxia smiled and said, "You realize that by suppressing the main dimension, I won't be able to jump through another one." Break. Before Wuxia could finish, Wu Fengying had already unleashed another thrust straight for his throat with incredible swiftness. Boom. One could finally hear the sound of space breaking after the pike had reached Wuxia's throat. It was simply too fast. Even the strongest Dao Celestials felt fear. The attack was strong enough to pierce any throat. It clearly wasn't aiming for them, but everyone still felt a prick by their neck, causing them to uncontrollably shudder. Alas, it still couldn't reach Wuxia's throat as if there was an invisible hand stopping it. She couldn't break through his mental barrier. Bang! The invisible hand flicked and her pike was blown back. She was forced to take several steps back as well. He stopped using spatial manipulation. If she wanted to play for real, he'll just use his supreme will to stop her. Brat, come again for another bout. She wasn't afraid at all after being pushed back. In fact, she became even fiercer due to her love for battle. This was quite a rare breed of woman, a beauty who loves fighting. A bit interesting. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. However, you don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. I shall let you witness true invincibility today. Get ready so that this won't leave an indelible demon in your heart later. Bring it, I ain't afraid of you. She aggressively bit back. Is that so? Li Qiye revealed an amused grin. Then don't piss in your pants or you'll be throwing away your Dragon Citadel's reputation. You're the one who will piss in your pants. She barked back. Let's begin. He ignored her with a slight chuckle. Despite her unbridled speech, she wasn't one to underestimate the enemy since she wasn't dumb enough to do that. Thus, with a lasting dragon roar, the pike in her hand turned into a true dragon in a defensive posture next to her. She was serious, ready to take on Li Qiye's attack. Chapter 1876. The crowd was palpitating with excitement. All eyes were on Li Qiye, waiting to see what heaven-defying attack this devilish man would use. In fact, even Wu Fengying was full of anticipation as well about his method. Crack! 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 A series of bone-cracking noises appeared, resulting in a bizarre scene. There were bones as far as the eyes can see in this place. After Li Qiye's single thought, one bone flew out from each skeleton. Among the sea of bones, there were skeletons of flood dragons spanning for 100 miles, an ape skeleton as big as a mountain, rare remains of a strange and rare bird. Li Qiye only took one bone from each. For example, he took the spine of the flood dragon, the smart bone in the skull of the ape, and the sharp talon of the rare bird. These were very powerful existences when they were alive, but their bones have lost all divinity after the long years. However, many didn't know that these bones were carefully chosen. They were the true bones from these creatures when they were alive and only existed back in their respective epoch. The similar creatures in this era didn't have these unique bones. Alas, they were only useless bones at this moment after losing their divinity. Click. Clack. The sound of bones coming together appeared. They were flying together and assembling at an unbelievable pace. The spectators' jaw dropped to the ground. This scene was ghastly and unbelievable. They were confused about his intention. In a short period, these bones finally finished coming together. A gigantic skeletal sword appeared in the sky. This might be the largest skeletal sword anyone had ever seen, made from smaller pieces coming together. Pluff. With a quick thought, Li Qiye ignited the sword on fire. This was an extremely ancient form of true fire. It was burning the sword in order to refine it. Clank. After the heating process, the sword reappeared before the spectators. It was much smaller this time, at least relative to its initial size. However, it was a complete longsword now, no longer looking like an amalgamation of bones. It didn't emit a frightening presence, only a dark glow. Ah! Anyone who saw this faint glow vomited blood as if their heart had just been pierced. No, this is an evil weapon. The aghast crowd quickly retreated to a safe distance. They stared at the sword again and got a cold sweat. Everyone understood that it hasn't unleashed its power just yet. Alas, this faint glow alone could grievously wound weaker cultivators and slightly injure the stronger ones. Just imagine, once this sword actually exuded its real power, how frightening would it be? Is that a high heaven scroll? People couldn't help but shudder despite maintaining a safe distance. Some started to wonder about its origin. However, this thought was quickly dispelled because the sword was made from bones coming together. Everyone didn't know why the result would be so terrifying. Wu Fengying knew her stuff. She had seen imperial weapons and even heaven-punishing weapons. Nevertheless, this sword still instilled fear into her. She couldn't tell what it was, but intuition was telling her that this thing was scarier than anything she had seen before. Die! Her dragon pike erupted with a star-destroying attack. With loud detonations, all the stars exploded. Multiple images of her weapon aimed fatally towards him, wishing to turn him into a sieve. Each image carried an incomparable sharpness. Just one could pierce through the earth or flip over the ocean. Clank! However, the skeletal sword easily repelled this attack. Keep in mind that even a top Dao celestial with an imperial weapon wouldn't dare to think about stopping the myriad pikes successfully. With the sword in his hand, Li Qie let out a quiet sigh and said, "The paragon artifact of an epoch." The skeletal sword suddenly trembled a bit. Just this slight vibration blew Fengying flying for several thousand miles. Once she stabilized her stance, blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. There was no doubt that a simple vibration of the sword had wounded her. Everyone gasped in response. They compared themselves to her and found that they were completely inferior. Even a top Dao celestial wouldn't dare to boast about being stronger. Thus, it didn't matter how strong Li Qie was, this showed the terrorizing aspect of this skeletal sword. "You're not my match." Li Qie gently shook his head, "Not to mention robbing me. If I cut down with this sword, you will be annihilated. It's not too late to give up." Wu Fengying was unconvinced and shouted, "Fuck you, come, I'm not afraid." This woman was very stubborn on top of being violent. She wasn't one to accept defeat. "Someone of your cultivation can barely qualify to be a bed warmer made for me, but you're not gentle at all. I have zero interest." Li Qie teased. The crowd was speechless. Fengying was the master of the Dragon Citadel, the main successor of a lineage with 4 emperors. Li Qie said she could only barely be his bed warmer. This was a ludicrously arrogant statement. "I doubt you can handle it. Defeat me and I'll be your bed warmer," she retorted without any semblance of feminine bashfulness. Her frankness could cause men to blush. "Not interested, but I can still show you how vast this world is. You won't be able to keep your dragon pike." Li Qie shook his head. "Die." She poured all of her vitality into her weapon. She herself disappeared while a true dragon jumped up. This was the real thing, not an illusion. A draconic aura came sweeping by to the horror of the crowd. "She has completely activated the spirit of the pike. This attack is the same as the ultimate attack of an imperial weapon." An old man murmured after understanding the power of this strike. The sky vault shattered. This was the only way for a true dragon to leap up this high. It shattered the stars before lunging for Li Qie. This attack was perfect, consisting of offense and defense together. There were virtually no flaws to speak of. However, Li Qie only casually swung his sword without analyzing the opponent's attack. Clank! The myriad ages could go down from this slash. Even the river of time would turn to ashes. Nothing could stop this sword, it was an unending attack. There was no technique included, this was only the pure power of the weapon. Boom! The sword slashed the dragon, resulting in a blinding explosion. The shockwaves immediately shattered the space nearby. Everything became ashes. After a miserable cry echoing across the world, the true dragon's body completely crumbled. Chapter 1877, Boom! The dragon wailed and crumbled. It seemed that time had come to a still. One could only see Wu Fengying being blown away while her dragon pike shattered into countless pieces. The pieces were pushed out with her and scattered everywhere. Oof! She spat out a mouthful of blood, painting a beautiful scene of red in space. Everyone became horrified. The spectators still dropped to the ground, being suppressed by this terrible power despite being far enough away. The masters here took a deep breath as a chill emanated across their body. They retreated even more since this skeletal sword was too much to take. Remember that the dragon pike came from immortal Emperor Qin Long. It was even made from the spine of a mature true dragon. Just this alone should indicate its power. However, it was so easily annihilated into countless pieces, not able to take a single blow. True bones of the myriad ages, just like the legends. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get it. Li Qie commented with emotion while looking at his sword. No one knew this particular name, but there was another way to address it, an epic paragon artifact. Most people weren't aware of these titles until they reached a particular level. Of course, this skeletal sword wasn't true bones or a paragon artifact. It was only a creation of his supreme will. True bones was the ultimate result from sacrificing countless creatures in an epic. Li Qie used his one-thought creation to craft this sword from the bones around here. It was only an imitation in a loose sense. Nevertheless, it was still mighty enough because it was copying a paragon artifact. Crash! Wu Fengying finally got up after much struggling. She was in a sorry state, seriously injured with blood all over her armor. Her legs were weak, complexion paled. There was no doubt that this casual strike had severely damaged her, or she would have recovered already, given her cultivation. You have lost. Li Qie insipidly stared at her. This was a trivial victory for him. True bones in his hand could strike terror in the heart of the enemies, despite being an imitation. Li Qie's nonchalant attitude made everyone tremble. The ones kneeling on the ground couldn't get up at all. They stared in awe at the skeletal sword in his hand. It didn't matter who they might be, any existence would feel dread before it. They didn't know the background of this sword, but its terrorizing aura told the tales. Bullshit. As long as I'm alive, I can still fight. Despite her tattered appearance, she was still as domineering and fearless as ever, like a tiger leaving the mountain. Her injuries didn't diminish her will to fight, never backing down against anyone. Dragon Citadel Lord, it is not too late to back down now. The princess raised her voice at Fengying out of concern. She knew full well that even if Fengying had other heaven-defying means, they were meaningless before Li Qie. In fact, she wasn't his match even after becoming an emperor. Once Li Qie had the urge to kill, she would be powerless to stop him. The Jilin clan had an amicable relationship with the Dragon Citadel, so the princess didn't want to see a meaningless death. Let's go again. Fengying wouldn't wield since this was part of her nature. She shouted and floated to the air again with the same confidence as before. The princess gently sighed. There was no way of persuading Fengying out of this battle. Looks like you still haven't given up. Very well, use whatever you want. Li Qie shook his head. Activate. A mantra flew out of Fengying's mouth while she performed a mudra. In the blink of an eye, the power of the myriad worlds gathered in this place for her usage. Boom! The sky turned dark. It looked like a time-worn god-fiend was crawling from the depth of hell. A terrifying evil energy ravaged the world and suppressed all the dimensions here. This god-fiend had been slumbering for a long time, now it has awakened to grasp the universe once more. Rumble. A destructive storm began at her position. Thick lightning bolts descended all around her. She looked like a walking calamity right now, engulfing and tearing apart everything standing in her way. Buzz. She fully opened her eyes. They were as red as blood, no longer the pretty phoenix eyes like before. This was a monstrous pair of blood eyes, devouring the soul of all those who gaze at them. She was still the same person with no change in appearance. Alas, those who stared at her felt as if she had turned into a giant. Her immensity could detonate the entire sky. Even the planets nearby were tiny in comparison. People had to lift their head just to look at her and suddenly felt the urge to prostrate before this magnificent being. It was the same thing as worshipping a supreme god. Behind her seemed to be a pair of black wings blotting out all light from the 3,000 worlds. Only an encroaching darkness was left behind to the horror of the crowd. Is she letting a supreme devil king take over? A sect master turned pale and murmured. Keep in mind that most imperial techniques were righteous in nature. This form of her didn't resemble these imperial techniques. The princess was surprised to see this transformation as well. She had never heard of the citadel possessing a nefarious art like this. Fiendish manifestation. Li Qie was surprised. Immortal Emperor Qin Long and the others are indeed exceptional, actually able to derive this art into existence once more. This is an ancient art not from our epoch, a main vision technique of that cultivation system. You have actually cultivated it, not bad, no wonder why you were able to become the Citadel Lord. No one had heard of this technique before, not even the disciples from the Dragon Citadel. This was one of the top techniques during a lost epoch. After finding this merit law, Immortal Emperor Qin Long's group spent many generations to derive its ultimate form. Now, Wu Fengying was able to successfully cultivate it. You know this merit law? Fengying was also astonished. No one should know of this technique outside of their sect's ancestors. But it's too late now, you have enraged me. This won't end until blood is spilled. She roared oppressively. No, it's too late for you. You don't know what weapon you are facing. Li Qie smiled and slowly raised his skeletal sword. Die. Fengying didn't waste words and unleashed a dual palm strike. The world suddenly became tiny in comparison. Rumble. Stars in the near vicinity exploded with ease. This resembled an attack from a supreme fiend, enough to annihilate an entire world. Chapter 1878, 1 Strike to destroy the era, 2 to end eternity itself. The world trembled before her cataclysmic strike. This top merit law from the lost epoch completely overshadowed the current imperial laws. The spectators in the far horizon were stunned by this dual palm strike. This is far beyond the Tao celestial realm, capable of decapitating gods and devils. An old royal lord became blanched and quietly commented. Li Qie didn't give this strike the time of day. All of this was trivial in his eyes. Clank. The faint glow of the skeletal sword intensified a bit with a nether light. Li Qie immediately slashed forward at the dual palm strike. Boom. The dual palm strike managed to block the slash despite being pushed to the side. Fengying staggered several steps backward as well. However, she was actually unharmed this time around. Keep in mind that in order to survive the previous slash, she lost her dragon pike completely. But now, she was able to withstand the slash with her bare hands. Her physical prowess was something else right now, virtually impervious to all weapons. Taste another one. Li Qie smiled freely and swung his sword again. Clank. The sword shadow swept over across countless light years. Break. She closed her black wings behind her like a gate sealing the myriad ages. Boom. The engulfing wings failed to stop the peerless slash and got severed. The slash made contact on her body. Blood splashed all over and her armor was cut open. In this moment of life and death, she slammed her palms together and grabbed the sword, causing a deafening metallic vibration. Rumble. Even the fabric of space and time was trembling. She was actually gaining ground and pushing the sword upward despite its immense weight. As long as my transformation remains, I am indestructible. She fiercely declared with an intense glare like a goddess of war. The blood on her body only painted an even more brutal and moving picture. No one in this world is indestructible outside of the villainous heaven. Plus, you simply don't know this sword. I am slaying a chicken using a butcher's blade. Behold its real power. Li Qie chuckled in response. With that, the sword instantly pushed open her grip. Her palms could squeeze a galaxy to bits, but the sword only vibrated a bit and broke free from her clutch. Boom! Li Qi's will erupted and the sword exuded more light than before. Its rays illuminated the entire world. Each ray resembled a galaxy itself. The overwhelming radiance resembled many angelic wings spreading. The apex power of an epic instantly erupted. Gods, devils, or any other power were instantly crushed. What is this weapon? The spectators could no longer stand straight after the skeletal sword revealed its true power. Their hair was standing on end from fear. There was no way for them to resist this power because they were even tinier than ants in comparison. The sword acted as the center of an epic at this moment. All paled before its might. Her devil form struggled to withstand the opening of these bright wings as she tumbled backward. "Young noble, please show mercy." The astonished princess still beseech him for Fengying's sake. Time to end this. Li Qie glanced at her and unleashed another brilliant attack with his sword. Break! Wu Fengying roared and a majestic figure of a god-fiend came out. It was large beyond measurement, just one stomp could shatter the void. It could be said that it was the 3,000 worlds itself. It was only a reflection, but this didn't diminish its terror and power. Alas, it couldn't stop the blazing skeletal sword. It was another casual swing hitting the god-fiend. Boom! The monstrous figure was like a fly getting hit by a swatter and immediately turned to ashes. After the figure got annihilated, Wu Fengying was slammed down like a meteor hitting the ground. A huge crater with cracks emanating from the center was the result. The bloodied woman didn't have a chance to regain her composure since everything darkened before her. This was Li Qie already showing mercy by only knocking her unconscious. Otherwise, it didn't matter how strong she was. Just one slash was enough to split her into two halves, so he only swung his sword at the figure instead of slashing downward. Clank! Li Qie casually pointed forward and chain-like laws sealed her completely. Be a good girl and stay home. Li Qie opened his palm and created a spatial passage to expel her back to Eternal, locking her in her own room. If he wanted to kill, it wouldn't have been enough even if she had 100 lives. Of course, he wasn't showing mercy out of a love for talents either. She simply didn't have any malicious before her action, she was only a hot-headed and competitive brat in his eyes. After expelling her, Li Qie looked at the skeletal sword and gently sighed, true bones of the ages, a paragon artifact with many sad tales. With that, he released and let the sword fly to the sky. He then recalled his will and the bones making up the sword started falling apart. It became a rain of bones returning to their original position. He had no intention of taking this kind of sword with him because it wasn't the real thing. It wouldn't have been of much use taking it away from this place. Hope regained serenity after all the bones peeled out. It was as if such a sword had never appeared in this world. The terrifying aura earlier dissipated without a trace as well. This allowed everyone to heave a sigh of relief. That monstrous weapon was no longer around. Let's go. Li Qie smiled and told the princess. The princess calmed down and quickly followed. After he left, the crowd also regained their sanity. Everyone knew that Li Qie had gotten a treasure, but no one dared to have any ideas about it. This brat was too devilish, provoking him was suicidal. A person asked right away, what kind of weapon was that sword? No one could answer this question, so the crowd just glanced at each other in confusion. Let's research it a bit. A big shot jumped into the pile of bones and picked up the pieces that were part of the sword. After careful consideration, they found that these bones had no sign of divinity. This perplexed them even more. These broken bones came together to create such a powerful sword. How unbelievable. Some didn't give up and even bought these bones back, then assembled the pieces together just like Li Qie's imitation earlier. Alas, it was only a broken skeletal sword unlike earlier. They couldn't understand why the same bones in the same assembly couldn't produce the same result. Chapter 1879. Of course, the issues weren't the bones or the sword form. The thing they were lacking was Li Qia's supreme will and knowledge of the one-thought creation from the scripture. Who had seen a paragon artifact like this in this world? Even if they had the power to do so, they wouldn't be able to duplicate this particular one. Young noble, what is a paragon artifact? The princess quietly asked along the way. She was full of curiosity because the sword left a deep impression on her. Wanting to learn is always good. Li Qia looked back at her. The princess smiled like a young girl with a coquettish yet pleasant look. Li Qia withdrew his gaze and stared towards the horizon before explaining, a paragon artifact is only a general name, nothing too specific. If one must elaborate, then they are the ultimate weapons of an epoch, according to the emperors. These artifacts must be far above imperial Dao weapons. The princess got the point. Way above. Li Qia chuckled and said, only one or two would come out in an epoch, how could an ordinary imperial Dao weapon compare to it? What about a true immortal armament? She thought about the strongest type of Dao weapon. That's hard to say. Li Qia smiled and said, there are only 5 armaments in the world and 2 are missing. However, paragon artifacts are even rarer. Few have seen them and the 2 haven't clashed just yet. There's no good conclusion to be made of the stronger one. The princess agreed. There were too few true immortal armaments in this world, not to mention immortal Emperor Min Ren's and 6 Dao Kings were missing. The others belonged to people such as World Emperor and Pure Wood Divine Emperor. Tell me more about True Bones. She asked curiously after hearing him repeated this name previously. True Bones does not belong to our epoch. It is much more ancient. Li Qia said, it's a ferocious weapon. Back in its epoch along the river of time, someone refined the true bones of the strongest existences into this weapon, trillions and trillions of bones. Its power is immense, just one slash could destroy the world. The princess shuddered and could imagine the number of bones required to create this terrifying weapon. How much carnage and sad tales were necessary? Do we have a paragon artifact in our epoch? She asked softly. Who knows? Li Qia glanced at her in response. A long time ago, immortal Emperor Qizhen wished to fight at the end of the world, so she has been incubating a weapon, wishing to turn it into the most powerful of them all. Then, she started the 6th expedition. I believe that her weapon had reached full maturity, but whether it qualifies as a paragon artifact or not is unknown. I haven't seen it in person, so I do not know of its capabilities. He gently sighed after saying this. Immortal Emperor Qizhen didn't start her expedition on a whim. She wanted to do so since a long time ago, but she wasn't strong enough yet back then. He was certain that she had prepared well before the trip, especially with this particular weapon. The princess was surprised to hear this because this was the first time she heard this particular rumor about the 6th expedition. At this moment, she knew that outside of true immortal armaments, heaven-punishing weapons, and high heaven scrolls, there were also things like paragon artifacts. She felt a chill after recalling the imitation of that skeletal sword. Just the fake was so strong already, what about the real thing? Though she hadn't seen a true immortal armament, there was also a sense of anticipation to witness a duel between one and a paragon artifact. It would be a life worth living. Wouldn't a duel between a paragon artifact and a true immortal armament be amazing? It might be the most impressive battle in history. The princess murmured. Li Qia chuckled in response, there's nothing worth being excited about. Why? She was surprised. One day, when you find out a paragon artifact has come into being and the user isn't me, be smart and run as far as possible to any safe haven in the world. Do not have any foolish thoughts about watching a fight. Run and run some more with all of your might, throw away your clan too, do not worry about them. Why? She was caught off guard. As the successor, she instinctively thought that her clan was the safest place. Any person in danger would feel that the safest location was their home. Because when that day comes, it's over for your clan too. Li Qiye said flatly. How can that be? Our clan won't go down that easily even to powerful foes. She blurted out. Her response wasn't out of arrogance. Their clan still had 2 living immortal monarchs and had good ties with other imperial lineages of the 100 races. Their monarchs were good friends with other emperors as well. If a disaster truly descended one day on their clan, their 2 monarchs wouldn't sit idly by and watch. Moreover, they could ask for assistance from their peers. It wasn't to say that their clan would last forever, but in the princess' eyes, it wasn't that easy for anyone to end their clan. Your clan does have 2, but when that day really comes, even having 5 wouldn't do anything for protection. They wouldn't be able to protect themselves at that point. Li Qiye answered while gazing at the horizon. The princess shuddered since this comment contained too much information. Will that day really come? She asked softly, and that means our epic really has a paragon artifact too? Li Qiye's eyes became profound. Who knows if someone has created one already in our epic? But in the older epics that might be ashes now, their artifacts are still left behind. Our worlds still have people with ancient paragon artifacts. The princess wasn't stupid, so she understood right away. Li Qiye nodded, yes, and it's not just baseless rumors nor legends. People have just been covering these tracks along the river of time. What will happen when these artifacts appear? She questioned again. The end of the world. Li Qiye commented, it will be a disaster and nothing will be left in the future. No more imperial lineages, no more 9 worlds and 13 continents. Impossible. The princess shouted, Immortal Emperor Yi is still around, and Mortal Reversion Ancient God, Profound Emperor, and even World Emperor. There are so many emperors left, as long as they are around, an even greater disaster shouldn't be a problem. Yes, Yi, Mortal Reversion, and even Geyser Qian are truly powerful. Li Qiye smiled, but you will never know the real opponent, it is beyond your imagination. When that day comes, people and certain things will change. Chapter 1880, The princess' heart grew heavy after hearing this. She finally understood the phrase, ignorance is bliss. She has never thought about this issue in the past, but after finding out, she felt a never-dissipating darkness engulfing this world. Young noble, did you come into being because of this matter? Her eyes flashed brightly with a revelation, you want to stop the inevitable world destruction? Li Qiye laughed in response and flicked her jade-like nose, that's quite funny. Am I wrong? She was quite confident in her speculation. After all, a supreme existence like him wouldn't travel the mundane world without a good reason. Girl, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Li Qiye gently shook his head, I'm not that benevolent of a person. My travel isn't to break the situation as a savior. Then why did you come into being? The princess mustered enough courage to ask an inappropriate question, given her status as a junior. While gazing into her supreme beauty and a pair of eyes full of hope for the future, he answered softly, there's no savior in this world, at least I'm not one. A passenger is who I am. The princess didn't quite understand the statement and continued to stare at him. I'm not here to break the inevitable situation. I only want to fight at the end of the world. He gently sighed while meeting her gaze. The ultimate expedition. She trembled. This topic was too heavy, no one has ever returned from one. It started with the innovative Origin Heaven Emperor to the brilliant Deep South Divine Emperor, then came Immortal Emperor Fei, next was the astonishing Immortal Emperor Gu Chun and the determined Immortal Emperor Min Ren, last was Immortal Emperor Qi Zhen. None had returned from these expeditions, no news of triumph. Thus, she remained dazed after finding out that Li Qiye came into being for the legendary Ultimate Expedition. It took a while before she could speak again. What about the end of the world? Why is that all the emperors want to embark on the expedition instead of caring about the world? It's complicated, not something for you to know. Li Qie elaborated, world destruction can be construed differently, depending on the perspective. It might not happen either. I call it world destruction from my personal perspective. The princess heaved a sigh of relief, but the next statement depressed her once more. Alas, it is the truth. Li Qie stroked her hair and said, if you to look forward to something, then start hoping that this type of world destruction won't happen in your lifetime. That's also a type of happiness. Who gives a damn about the calamity after they're already dead? But if it is the truth, then why don't the emperors do something about it? She asked. It's because you aren't privy to certain information, such as what the emperors have done and the secrets in the past. You might have the chance to find out after possessing 10 heaven's wills. Li Qie revealed. Is the ultimate expedition even more important than breaking the looming threat? She didn't understand. She had heard of legends about the expedition, but its purpose remained unknown. The world destruction is only a branch on the expedition path. He looked at her and said, if you can win, then the myriad ages are mere ants. The so-called world destruction can't reach the apex. Just win the expedition and no need to worry about anything. This answer exceeded her imagination. Something even greater and more stress-inducing than world destruction. Just what the hell was the ultimate expedition then? She found the mystery running even deeper. Your goal is still to save the world then. The princess said, winning the expedition is one way to break the situation, to save the myriad beings. Once again, you think too highly of me. Li Qie denied, I only want an answer by fighting at the end of the world. Saving everyone else isn't my responsibility. The princess became quiet because she had learned many incredible things tonight. She eventually asked again out of curiosity, who has the lingering paragon artifacts? Li Qie answered, it's better for you not to know about this particular matter. After you become an immortal monarch with 10 wills and up, you can worry about this then. Anything less with only be cannon fodders. She took a deep breath after hearing this shocking statement. In the mind of others, an emperor was the lord of a generation. Even if there was a disparity between emperors, these beings were far above regular people. Other experts were simply insects in comparison. Thus, Li Qie's statement was so unbelievable, but she still believed him. Alright, no need to think so much about this. Keep on cultivating and become stronger. You can worry about these matters then. He said. The princess found this reasonable. There were so many emperors left in this world, especially the top ones. Even if the sky were to fall down, they would uphold it first. The juniors didn't need to worry about it. She smiled and returned with him to Eternal. Back on the ship, she became worried about Wu Fengying's wounds and said, young noble, I'll go check on Citadel Lord Wu and see if she's better. Li Qie didn't care too much and sighed, go, tell that brat to be a good girl and stop provoking me. Even if she has no ill intent, I'll still kill her. I'll definitely persuade her. The princess smiled wryly. It wasn't easy to convince someone as stubborn and competitive like Fengying, but maybe she had learned her lesson this time around. The crowd changed their expression after seeing Li Qie. Some were even afraid of him enough to stay away. His story had spread throughout the ship. It was suicidal to mess with this devilish young man. Brotherly, congratulation. Before he went back to his place, someone cupped his fist towards him, your newly found treasure is truly worth celebrating. This was no other than Tame Dragon Child, the guy who could put up a good talk yet flees before a battle. Li Qie gave him a quick glance before losing interest. However, Tame Dragon didn't mind his attitude and shamelessly followed him with a bright smile while pouring on the compliments. Brotherly, you are untouchable with such an amazing method, your amazing style has won me over as a fan full of admiration. Li Qie stopped and gave him a cold stare, state your business. Tame Dragon rubbed his palms and said, everyone is envious of your peerless treasure, such a joyous occasion, you think I won't throw you off the ship? Li Qie said coldly. No, Tame Dragon quickly waved his hands anxiously. Brotherly, please don't misunderstand. This little brother only wants to do business with you. The guy smiled and continued, I'm somewhat of a businessman, a trader of sorts of high-level goods. I don't mingle in ordinary items, so I have a few customers who are all grand characters. Chapter 1881, Li Qie wasn't too receptive of Temedragon's conversation. Tame Dragon didn't care either and was still as enthusiastic and happy as before. Brotherly, your item is of the finest grade, I have customers looking for an ancient item like this, are you interested in a trade? None. Li Qie frankly rejected. Wait. Tame Dragon hurriedly said, Brotherly, don't be so eager to refuse and think about it carefully instead. Just agree and we can easily negotiate the price or whatever treasure you want. Chaos stones or supreme merit laws are possible too. Keep in mind that there are emperors among our customers, they will surely name an impressive price. Not interested, you can leave now. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said. Brotherly, no need to be so hasty, really think about it. Tame Dragon wore a smile the entire time, plus, this thing might not be suitable for you. After all, so many people are aware that you have an ancient treasure, I'm afraid many will come to your door. If you trade it, it'll be less headache in the future. How could Li Qie not understand the subtlety in this comment? Thus, he glared at Tame Dragon and said insipidly, Are you threatening me? No way, I do not dare to do so. Tame Dragon quickly responded, You're overly worrying, I consider myself to be somewhat of a businessman but I do obey the creed of staying honest even in business. That's why I don't have any intention of causing trouble even if you don't trade. He paused for a bit before continuing, but that might not be the case for others. I personally know that a few customers are very intrigued by the item. If they really want it, I don't think anything can stop them. Is that so? If they want it, let them come. The more, the merrier. Li Qie smirked in response. Shoo. Tame Dragon jumped in horror and quickly shushed Li Qie, Brotherly, quiet down a bit since the sky has ears. Some customers are incredible characters, High God is only the starting point, there's no lack of emperors either. Really now? Li Qie chuckled. Yes. Tame Dragon lowered his voice, your possession of this treasure had made quite a stir and attracted the attention of a few high gods and emperors. If they were ordinary emperors and gods, I could put in a few good words for you using my master's reputation. However, a few of them truly want your treasure and I might not be able to do anything about it. These emperors are untouchable since they are from heavenly authority. The guy paused for a bit and continued on with a mysterious tone, have you heard of heavenly authority? Heavenly authority? Yes, that organization made up of emperors. Li Qie smiled freely. Tame Dragon continued on, no one can afford to provoke heavenly authority in this world. If they want a treasure, everyone should obediently hand it over. Moreover, I'll be frank too, Brotherly. I got winds of a secret information, people from the Purewood Alliance is also here. They want this treasure as well. Purewood Alliance? Li Qie had a thick smile after hearing this. Yes, Purewood Alliance, another legendary organization that is invincible. When it took action, not to mention ants like us, even emperors will tremble and the ghosts will cry. Rumor has it that this was a mysterious team started by Purewood Divine Emperor, some referred to it as the Divine Alliance. There were no trustworthy records about it, no one knew which emperors were part of this group. Its existence itself remained a mystery. Looks like you know quite a lot. Li Qie was quite amused. No, it's not me but my master and uncles have many friends. Our Tame Dragon cavalry knows everyone in the world, including many emperors, so I ride on my master's coattails, having more information channels than others. He became quite prideful after bringing up his master. This was understandable, his master, Tame Dragon High God, had 11 totems. His cavalry was a dreadful existence in Pure. It had 9 members but all were high gods. This was why the cavalry was so terrifying, but there was something even worse. They were actually a group of bandits. Tame Dragon High God was once a lowly bandit while the rest of the members had questionable origins as well. All 9 had done their fill of heinous deeds, leaving nothing left in their path. That's why many people secretly called them the Bandit Cavalry, not Tame Dragon. Despite their villainous past, many lineages in Pure couldn't do anything to them out of fear. This was the reason why Tame Dragon Child dared to talk back to Feng Yi. His backers were also very powerful. His intention in bringing up his master and the cavalry was clear. Anyone who knew a bit about them would be quite frightened right now. However, Li Qie was still as leisure as ever. Heavenly Authority or Purewood Alliance, let them come. I'm in the mood to taste the blood of the emperors right now. Surely these imperial blood will have an exquisite taste. If you are so well connected, tell those who are interested in my treasure to come in packs. 1 or 2 emperors and high gods aren't enough as an appetizer. Maybe 10 emperors or a legion, cavalry, whatever, that's more fun. It's too much trouble for me to take care of them one by one. With that, Li Qie ignored Tame Dragon Child and left. Tame Dragon Child was completely stunned after hearing this and couldn't process the statement too well. Behind his smile was a cruel heart. Don't mistake his friendliness and amicable speech, this was a ruthless man. Earlier, he was only playing an old trick, wishing to scheme the treasure Li Qie got from Hope. The whole spiel about emperors wanting to buy the treasure was only an attempt to scare Li Qie. In fact, he had done this many times before since it has been quite effective with a high rate of success. As long as it was something he wanted, he would continue to intimidate the person into giving up. Due to the notoriety of the Tame Dragon Cavalry, many experts and even lineages would either obediently hand their treasures over or sell them at a low price. No one wanted to invite the wrath of bandits like this cavalry because the result might be sect destruction, quite a pitiful end. Because of his massive success in the past, Tame Dragon Child wanted to do it again to Li Qie. However, Li Qie didn't bite and left him in a shocked state. Want to do it the hard way instead? Don't blame this young noble for being ruthless then. When our cavalry comes, we'll take the treasure and let you experience a fate worse than death. Tame Dragon Child regained his wits with a cold glint in his eyes. The thing people were afraid of the most about this cavalry was their lack of morality. Even though many imperial lineages were arrogant, they considered themselves to be righteous, at least in appearance. They wouldn't destroy a sect just to steal a treasure since they had their reputation to worry about. On the other hand, the high gods in Tame Dragon Cavalry didn't give a damn at all. Chapter 1882, After ignoring Tame Dragon Child, Li Qie returned to his peak. There was an old man waiting quietly outside before he could enter his room. This was the captain of Eternal. He looked like an ordinary old man, like a next-door neighbor. But one would be sorely mistaken to judge him only by his appearance. What was Eternal? The greatest ship in exploration grounds. All sorts of things happened in this place. Many ships have been robbed before by bandits, but nothing had ever happened to Eternal. In fact, no one ever dared to even think about robbing it. Thus, how could the captain of this monstrous ship be an ordinary person? After seeing Li Qie, the captain bowed deeply and said with reverence, "I hope this tiny and wretched ship is okay for you, sir. Please excuse any inconveniences. There were more than 10,000 passengers here." The captain wouldn't even personally greet imperial successor. The best example was Jilin Princess, who never got a greeting from the captain. But now, he was here in person. Got a problem? Li Qie glanced at the captain and said flatly. No, it's nothing. The captain quickly smiled and said, "Only asking if you would like this lowly one service, sir. If these bandits want to bother you, I can offer my assistance." Few things happening on Eternal could hide from his eyes. The altar matter alone can't attract your attention. The emperors behind you are experienced enough. This treasure might be valuable but not enough for them to send you here to check. Li Qie commented. The captain was afraid of Li Qie's leisure tone. He quickly replied, "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. This lowly one doesn't have an ulterior motive. To be frank, this captain wouldn't give a damn even if high gods were to visit him. The fact that he was around exploration grounds for so long should be indicative of his power. Moreover, the ship had more than just one emperor as their backers. But now, he was uncontrollably frightened of having offended Li Qie because his emperors have warned him. Fart if you must, don't waste my time." Li Qie coldly stared at him and said. The captain smiled and rubbed his palms together to ease the tension. He pondered for a bit to find the right words before respectfully speaking. This lowly one only has one question. Is that skeletal sword an epic paragon artifact? You're the one asking or the emperors behind you? Li Qie nonchalantly said. The captain was in a tough position. He smiled wryly, not daring to reply. Go back and tell your master, indeed, it is a paragon artifact, albeit, only an imitation. I had the urge to mess around. Li Qie revealed. This certainly horrified the captain. Just messing around was enough to startle the emperors behind him. Oh, so that's the case. I see. The captain said, Sir, you are peerless with a Tao reaching the heaven, such a supreme technique is only child's play for you. Li Qie was straightforward this time. Okay, no need to flatter me. Leave if there is nothing else. Of course, this lowly one will stop bothering you, sir. The captain respectfully bowed, not daring to show any slight before Li Qie. Even though he didn't know of Li Qie's identity or which monster he was, more than just one emperor had warned him. There is something ominous on your ship. Li Qie spoke as the captain was on his way. The captain stopped and smiled wryly. Sir, you're joking. Our Eternal is very clean after being protected by the emperors. Nothing impure or evil could get on. Is that so? Li Qie gave him the side eye and said flatly, the ship is certainly clean but your passengers might not be. You certainly know what you are transporting. The captain's expression became frozen for a bit before a cough. Sir, the passengers buy the tickets and this lowly one can't exactly go through their luggage. As long as they do not cause trouble on the ship, we welcome everyone. I see. Li Qie asked, then where are these aberrations going? Sir, I'll be honest. They're going to remote wildland. The captain had no choice. As the captain, he shouldn't be revealing passengers' information but he didn't dare to hide it from this particular being standing before him. Li Qie's eyes turned cold. I see. Looks like all the forces in the 13 continents haven't given up on remote wildland. Ah, this lowly one doesn't know much about this matter, I'm only the driver. The captain didn't wish to be involved in this issue. What about your emperors? Are they going too? Li Qie inquired again. Well, the captain hesitated for a moment before answering, that isn't something this lowly one is eligible to know. But I have heard that something is stirring in remote wildland and some emperors are indeed going there. No one ever stops wandering about that place. A few things there are truly tempting. Li Qie said leisurely, however, go tell your emperors that it is best for them to stay the hell away from me. If they want to be cannon fodders, I'll be happy to drink their imperial blood. This lowly one will send the message. The captain trembled inside. Normally, only emperors would threaten others, not the other way around, especially in a blatant manner like this. Li Qie knew the existences behind Eternal yet he was still threatening them all the same. Right now, the captain could only think of one possibility, that the guy was Supreme Overlord. Outside of these Supreme Overlords, no one else would dare to threaten the emperors behind Eternal. Good. Li Qie said, top emperors of their position should know the right choice to make. If they want to act like lower emperors and bring their wills here, I'll still be happy all the same. The emperors behind Eternal were indeed very powerful. That's why they were able to notice the imitation of true bones. In the end, the horrified captain didn't dare to say anything else and bowed deeply again before leaving. Afterward, Li Qiye stared at the horizon with a smile. Very well, if emperors want to get involved at remote wildland, then let the storm rages, it'll be much more lively. With that, he entered the room. Eternal's speed increased after leaving Hope. Even though it stopped at several other points, there was no delay and left at the exact time. The ship also knew the way very well because it had been here countless times. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it had traveled through all the known paths. Nothing happened during this portion of the trip so far, something Eternal has always been proud of, their smooth passage. Li Qiye didn't leave the ships during the different resting areas. He continued to cultivate and think about the profundities of the Grand Tao. In these last several days, Wu Fengying didn't come to bother him. Who knows if it was due to the princess advice or she had finally learned her lesson after the previous defeat. Chapter 1883, finally, Eternal reached a very important stop point, Imperial Change City. We have arrived at Imperial Change City. After stopping at the harbor in space, the captain announced, Eternal will stop here for half a month to get supply. Passengers to remote wildland may leave the ship to relax. Just return before departure. I'm going. After anchorage, many people became excited and jumped off the ship. We're finally here. Even those who have been here before were still ecstatic all the same. Imperial Change City was built by the shore of Buddhist Plain. It was also the only city in exploration grounds. Even though there were emperors and powerful gods hiding all around inside their heavenly grottos, only one true city existed here. It was under the control of many emperors. From Eternal, one could see a world hovering above the vast darkness. It was spewing out a majestic light that had a Buddhist affinity. There were many continents and countless dangerous areas in exploration grounds. However, all were abandoned or broken worlds, similar to Hope. However, this was not the same for this floating world. It was still shining among the dark expanse, albeit with dimness as if a gust of wind could extinguish it like a candle. This world was Buddhist Plain, a colorful world that had disappeared along the river of time. At the front of this world was a port city. It wasn't crazy inside compared to the one spanning for thousands of miles in Pure. It wasn't majestic either in appearance. It was built from some unknown rocks piling on each other. Nevertheless, it still had an immovable presence to spectators. There was no frightening imperial aura or peerless divine lights. It looked quite simple and seemed to have experienced the long years. This unremarkable city presided there was if nothing could ever successfully assault it down. Imperial Change City. Those who came to exploration grounds would inevitably hear of its name. Rumor has it that it was built by the emperors from Pure. Exploration grounds was not a place for cultivation because it contained the remnant chaos energies of previous epochs. This, in turn, led to being more susceptible to chi deviation. This wasn't the case in Imperial Change. Some said that cultivation was possible inside but outsiders weren't privy of the truth. In short, the emperors from Pure worked together to create a new world here, changing this ferocious land into a habitable and unconquerable city. It remained unknown how many emperors were staying in the city. Many emperors in exploration grounds had their own grottos but some chose to occasionally stay in this city as well. Several emperors would be present at any time in Imperial Change before switching shift. These groups would temporarily make all decisions for the city. If something major were to happen, then a bigger council of eligible emperors would convene and deliberate. The exact identity of the eligible emperors was also a mystery. Imperial Change wasn't an organization or a sect. The emperors here came from all races and worlds. They were equal in this place and didn't place any emphasis on racial and intersect wars. They didn't care about mundane feuds and hatred. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to stay at Imperial Change and be involved in the policy-making process. No one knew why this city was erected, but there was one legend spreading through Pure. It stated that this was a final base in the case of a calamity. Even if the worlds were to be destroyed, Imperial Change would stand strong, for it was the strongest fortress in existence. It has been blessed and empowered by countless emperors. Their blood and effort have seeped into the foundation of this place. Even 12 Will emperors have helped as well. Thus, its toughness gradually became a legendary tale. Of course, when the days of end actually came, only God knows about the people with the ticket to enter. Li Qiye was standing on a mountain while gazing at Imperial Change's closed gates with a faint smile. The gates to this great city have always been closed. Outside of emperors, outsiders would find it exceedingly hard to enter without permission or recommendation. Of course, who wanted to force their way in would find the endeavor suicidal. "Young noble, you want to enter?" the princess quietly asked. In her eyes, Li Qiye was definitely someone who could enter without any resistance. Meanwhile, a junior like her wasn't qualified to do so. "No, there's nothing to see there, only a turtle shell." Li Qiye smiled freely. The princess smiled wryly after hearing this. So many people wanted to enter but couldn't, yet Li Qiye made it sound so trivial. What would the emperors feel if they were to find out that their citadel was called a turtle shell? I wonder which emperors are in charge right now in this generation. Li Qiye commented. I heard it is the emperors from the War Monarch clan and Divine Dragon Mountain. I don't know it's true or not, just repeating what I've heard from the ancestors. The princess replied. The Jilin's monarchs also had a spot at Imperial Change. They were relatively early members from the 100 races at Pure. If the calamity really comes one day, hide here if you have the chance. There will be hope of surviving it. Li Qiye smiled and said. I might not have the opportunity to do so in the future. The princess forced a smile. Even though her two monarchs had a spot here, she wasn't qualified to enter for now. She needed their recommendation first. Li Qiye said, it's still possible. If your Nightfall Immortal Monarch was still around, your clan could have even more recommendations at the city. But just become more powerful and everything will be easy. Nightfall had great authority in Imperial Change, but after she embarked on the ultimate expedition, her clan status in the city did considerably weaken. The princess nodded and kept his words in mind. Let's go have a look at Buddhist Plain. We have some free time right now. Li Qiye told the princess. The Buddhist Plain. She couldn't help looking at the faint world behind Imperial Change. It was broken, but people still had hope in it. Follow me and I shall grant you a fortune. I can't guarantee the same in remote Wildland. That place requires your own fortune, but in order to boost the chance, we'll have you witness this magical place first. Li Qiye said flatly. The princess quickly bowed to show her gratitude. As the successor of the Jilin clan, she didn't lack weapons, treasures, and merit laws. In fact, she had access to all the top merit laws from her clan. However, such words had a different significance coming from Li Qiye. After all, a few fortunes in this world couldn't be gauged in a physical sense. Moreover, cultivators required these adventures in order to sharpen themselves and gain knowledge. The two of them got off Eternal and instantly came outside of Imperial Change. Because Imperial Change was at the outskirt of Buddhist Plain, many people would need to pass across the city first. In fact, even those who didn't want to enter the plain would come to take a look at Imperial Change anyway. This was still a worthwhile experience even if they couldn't get in. Chapter 1884, It was very lively, rowdy even, outside of Imperial Change. People came and went, shops were set up by merchants shouting advertisements. A unique Buddhist bone excavated from the plain, capable of expelling evil and protect the body, very cheap. One merchant quietly advertised. Despite the numerous merchants, no one dared to shout in this place, or they tried to minimize their shouting to the limit. They were afraid of disturbing the peace of the emperors inside. Once provoked, the emperors might turn everyone here to ashes. Some came purposely to visit Buddhist plain while others were only here to sightseeing. Their trip could eventually become a nice conversational topic, completely worth their time in exploration grounds. There was a few buildings and pavilions quite far away from imperial change. They were built by some real masters. Among them were high gods who wanted to copy the emperors by establishing a home here. Alas, they still haven't found success because it wasn't that easy to refine the land in this place. The city was made from many emperors working together. Even high gods had this type of power, even when there were several of them. Because of this, these buildings eventually became ruins or a temporary resting place for cultivators. Thump. 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 At this time, there was someone loudly slamming their head on the ground. An old man was doing so in a respectful ceremonial manner. He wore a dragon robe and solemnly shouted, "Ancestor, please guide our sect back to glory." He kept on kowtowing while shouting at the city. What is he doing? The newcomers didn't know what he was doing. That's the Yi clan master. An old man sighed and revealed, he wants guidance from his immortal monarch. The Yi had fallen recently, given the cold shoulder by several races on top of having their territory invaded and annexed. When their monarch was around, no one dared to do anything to them, but not anymore. That's why he wants guidance right now. He has been kowtowing for 3 months, but his ancestor on duty here wouldn't meet him. A young merchant nearby added. Jilin Princess became slightly emotional after seeing this. This was, in fact, a rather common occurrence. After a decline, many sects would come asking for their ancestors to come out and prop up the clan once more. It's not easy being an emperor. Some risked the threat of the heavenly execution and still came into being in order to help their descendants navigate the storm. She murmured. The majority of descendants are useless. Li Qie said calmly, of course, it's not easy for emperors to sever their blood ties either. He was familiar with this type of scene as well. Some emperors eventually gave up and let their clan and descendants fence for themselves. Return from whence you came. Finally, a voice resounded from within. It had an unquestionable divinity and supreme power. The rowdiness outside the city immediately ceased. Everyone stopped what they're doing, the merchant halted their quiet peddling. All eyes were on the city. No one could see what was going on within, but the voice of an immortal monarch made many shudder. Even though the monarch didn't exert his aura, people still felt a sense of reverence all the same. The clan master went stiff with a gray complexion. His eyes were filled with despair. This was too big of a blow for him. Their clan needed the help of their ancestor, but he didn't care about their fate. After a long time, he regained his wits and didn't dare to oppose an order of a monarch. He left quietly afterward. People felt sympathy after seeing this. Many great powers have fallen before. They wanted to ask for help, but being abandoned by their ancestors was truly devastating. Looks like the Yi clan won't rise again. Someone said sentimentally while looking at the pitiful departing figure. The refusal meant that the Yi clan no longer had an immortal monarch for their backing. It would be prohibitively difficult for them in the future. Of course, others should act with prudence before deciding to annihilate the Yi clan. Even though this immortal monarch ignored the clan's prosperity, it didn't mean that others could massacre them if they wanted to. It wasn't certain that this monarch would be idle in the worst-case scenario. Next, a carriage slowly came forward. It was simple with only 5 old men accompanying it. They all wore a gray outfit with a hat pushed down low to hide their face. They hid their aura so it was hard to see through their real power. It stopped in front of the city gates. In the beginning, no one cared about it. When a man and woman got off, all eyes were attracted and shocked. The woman was peerlessly noble, just like a phoenix descending from the sky. She had a wondrous nobility with beautiful features that would attract all gazes. Others couldn't help but stare in admiration. The man had a yellow robe without much decoration. It was a simple and low-key style. Nevertheless, the robe was still delicately made and well-suited, seemingly by the best of tailors. It could accentuate his perfect physique. Though he had no bulging muscle nor was he overly tall and stalwart, he was the embodiment of steadiness. A boundless power seemed to be contained beneath this outfit, a true dragon soaring in the horizon he was. He wasn't overly dashing, but there was an inexplicable charm to his cold demeanor. He gave others a metallic impression, as if a knock would produce a tinkling sound. He stood proudly with the sharpness of a spear. Though he had converged his vitality and dispersed his divinity, he still had an unbeatable aura engulfing the myriad realms. Jin Gu and Heavenly Phoenix Princess. People took a deep breath after seeing the two. Jin Gu. Both the young and old were moved after hearing this name. He was the hottest topic in Pure right now. He was the most hopeful candidate to become a Grand Emperor, a talent deemed worthy of obtaining 12 wills. Alas, an ambush had robbed him of his first collection attempt. Many big shots from the Heaven race were full of regrets. The overall situation would change if he could have become a top emperor. Is he here to see his ancestors? The older characters shuddered, knowing that something big was going to happen. Li Qiye is here as well. A keen-eyed cultivator also saw Li Qiye and Jilin Princess. In a short time, eyes darted between the two groups of duo. Everyone held their breath with anticipation. Jilin Princess also glanced at Li Qiye, then over at the two in the distance. She smiled wryly at the upcoming storm. Everyone has heard about Fiercest, especially about his involvement in the death of Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince and Royal Lord. This news had early spread across Pure. They thought that both the princess and Jin Gu wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. So now, Jin Gu and Fiercest were meeting at Imperial Change. They thought a good show was about to happen. The road is narrow for enemies. They must be eager to fight now. One cultivator murmured. Jin Gu and Heavenly Phoenix Princess also heard someone called out Li Qiye's name. Both of their gazes became fixated on him as well. The scene became silent since everyone started focusing on spectating. One could hear the drop of a needle right now. Chapter 1885. At this time, rather than silence, everyone was anticipating a great battle. Jin Gu had threatened the world while Fiercest was a new talent with an unstoppable momentum and bizarre techniques. This was going to be a battle between a dragon and tiger, so the crowd was quite excited to see Jin Ji's attempt at retribution. Meanwhile, Li Qiye was completely unaffected with his leisure stroll in spite of his enemies ahead and the imposing city. The princess, on the other hand, wasn't as leisure. A great battle was surely coming from this, even emperors might get involved. In this split second, Jin Gu slightly changed his gaze. There was no blatant aura nor supreme divinity, it was only a slight bat of the eyes. However, a jade-like hand tightly gripped his brutish one. The princess gently shook her head, gesturing her husband to stop. Jin Gu took a deep breath after seeing her expression and withdrew his gaze. He calmed his thoughts and turned to face the city. Next was tidying his attire before coming in front of the gates. Everyone was surprised to see this and couldn't react. In their mind, Jin Gu wouldn't forgive Li Qiye. After all, the feud of killing one's father-in-law was irreconcilable. But Jin Gu was able to subdue his anger to the astonishment of the crowd. He held an ancient writ with both hands while the princess accompanied him. He respectfully kneeled and said, "Your unfilial descendant, Jin Gu, is here today to visit you, ancestor." Creak, after 3 blows, the heavy gates slowly opened. There was so much chaos energy inside as if it had turned into its own world. The duo bowed again before standing up. They took a deep breath and walked into the city, hand in hand. As they disappeared into the chaos energy, the gates closed once more. During this event, Li Qiye had already entered Buddhist plane. The meeting between him and Jin Gu was just a glance. The battle was over just like that, leaving behind only one thought: if it wasn't for the princess, Jin Gu might have attacked. The crowd then turned towards Li Qiye's direction, but he was nowhere in sight either. A dragon meeting a tiger, yet no fight. A few cultivators who live for the chaos lamented. Yes. It really is unexpected. No, it's a miracle to be able to restrain this level of anger. Plus, Jin Gu had never been afraid of anyone in the 13 continents. He still directly fought against Ren Sheng during the competition for the Heaven's Will. Despite the successful ambush, his group still got Ren Sheng back for it later on. One youth stated. His peers felt the same way. I heard the Grand Emperors from the War Monarch clan have the shift right now at Imperial Change. Look, his emperors are right here. Even a stronger enemy would only be an ant. Why didn't he attack? Another youth couldn't understand Jin Gu. Jin Gu himself was powerful enough to take down a high god easily as well, let alone fiercest. But under such an advantageous circumstance, Jin Gu chose inaction and perplexed the crowd. Of course, no one would dare to mock him for cowardice. They didn't think he feared fiercest either, since he had experienced countless battles and bathed with the blood of his enemies. It's because he married a virtuous and intelligent wife. Nothing is more important than becoming an emperor right now. A big shot noticed the small gesture by the princess and understood the situation. He continued on, the princess isn't blinded by hatred. After the last ambush, she realized how to keep a low profile and maintain her forces. Only the Heavens would make them go all out. Personal feuds are trivial before the business of the throne. These older characters were quite impressed. Any woman would lose their rationality after having their brother and father killed. Vengeance would be on their mind, especially when she had military power. But she chose against it and didn't even want her husband to be distracted. She wanted his full focus on obtaining the Heaven's wills. Meanwhile, Jilin Princess, who was with Li Qiye, commented, "Heavenly Phoenix Princess is very rational despite coming from an imperial lineage. She's indeed worthy of becoming the imperial queen." Li Qiye replied, "It's understandable. She's an outsider, yet the War Monarch clan still gave her great authority. Even if the ancestors of that clan have grown senile, their experienced Grand Emperors certainly aren't. The decision to entrust her wasn't something an ordinary person in the clan could decide. They needed permission from someone like War Monarch Heaven Emperor. And for this high-level character, they wouldn't pick an ordinary girl to be their daughter-in-law." Li Qiye was only casually commenting on what he had heard about Heavenly Phoenix Princess. Nevertheless, he got all the essential facts straight right away. The princess felt that this was correct since she was from an imperial lineage as well. It wasn't easy for someone outside the clan to be in power. It showed the trust the clan had placed in Heavenly Phoenix Princess. But this was also the reason for her family's demise. Her brother and father thought they had an unbelievably strong backing, so they treated others with contempt, resulting in their death. The two were in Buddhist plane right now. An endless plain was in sight. Strange enough, it was hard for exploration grounds to have any vegetation. Not to mention a tree, not even a grass could be seen. This was not the case for Buddhist plain. There were yellow grasses growing everywhere on this plain. They fluttered in the wind like beautiful ladies. However, these grasses had a yellow dryness upon inception and looked a bit burnt. They gave the feeling of being near death, as if they carried a fatal disease right away and could wither at any moment. Nevertheless, these young grasses persevered and populated the plain. How can grasses grow in this place? Jilin Princess had heard curious stories about the plain. Despite their sorry state, they still had life unlike other places in exploration ground. Exploration grounds consisted of broken temporal plains like a shattered river of time. Each of these epochs had been destroyed. Thus, life cannot grow here, unless there is something extremely heaven-defying going on. The phenomenon you see here is quite mystical. How so? The princess yearned for more knowledge. A safeguarding power. Li Qie said, in fact, the existences of these broken continents alone are impressive enough. They contain the power of an entire world, or they wouldn't have survived when the river of time broke. However, this place is different from the rest. The princess listened without interrupting. One day, when the world is on the verge of collapsing, what is your course of action? Li Qie looked at her and asked. Self-preservation. The princess didn't need to think. Her answer was simply common sense, an instinct in all creatures. Chapter 1886. One shouldn't be criticized for choosing survival over all else during perilous times. Yes, self-preservation. Li Qie gently nodded. It is rational, many people would do so as well. Li Qie became quiet with a slightly disappointed expression after saying this. The princess became a bit uneasy after seeing his attitude. Young noble, did I say something wrong? Li Qie looked up and gently shook his head. No, you're right. Self-preservation is instinctive, any living being would do so. However, it is easier said than done on that day. One must pay a great price. He turned back towards the horizon with a pensive stare. The princess didn't quite understand the vague comment. After a while, Li Qie continued, even a so-called savior would fence for themselves. It's already commendable that they do not sacrifice the heaven and earth and all existences. This type of masters should be praised. Sacrifice everything. The princess murmured in rumination and thought about the tales he told before. She thought of a terrorizing possibility, causing her mind to tremble. In just a wink, she realized why Li Qie kept on repeating, don't wait for a world savior. Alright, no need to talk about this any longer. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and chuckled. The reason why grasses can grow here is because many supreme overlords have blessed this place with their protection. Trillions of existences shared an indomitable belief. This protective power and faith allowed this place to have life. However, the annihilative force was unimaginable and impossible to stop. Even the strongest of protection and endless faith couldn't protect this world. These grasses are barely surviving. Unlike the grasses outside, they are born weak from the tribulation. Li Qie sighed and didn't add anything else. The princess became immersed in the might of this epoch and its amazing existences. Alas, they still became broken in the end. Come, to Buddhist Ridge we go. He continued forward. The ridge wasn't too far from imperial change, only 100,000 miles. However, it was only the beginning of the plain. Only by crossing this path would one finally step into the plain and truly bask in its magicalness. This was a majestic mountain range spanning for thousands of miles. But the shocking part wasn't the geography, the buildings on top were much more magnificent. Countless broken walls and ruins laid on top as far as the eyes can see. These ancient Buddhist temples were wonderful once. There was one, in particular, spanning for 10,000 meters. Just one pillar from it could reach the sky. Alas, they were mere ruins now. Only broken tiles were left behind in this tattered world. Nevertheless, one could still imagine how lofty the place used to be. Perhaps this was a Buddhist kingdom with numerous holy monks cultivating and meditating. Unfortunately, all ceased to be here. On this mountain was a stony path full of steps, starting at the base all the way to the pinnacle. The two were right below in front of the path. While staring at it, one got the sensation that this was the path towards the Grand Tao. Though they no longer had the colorful lights associated with power, people would suddenly have a vision of many beings kneeling and worshipping in this place, one bow for each step. I just saw something. The princess said with uncertainty. At her level, she wouldn't see illusions easily due to her firm Tao heart. That's normal. Li Qie said, if you were born in that era, when you stand here, not to mention your current cultivation, even as a low-level high god, you would already be on your knees, more than happy to kowtow once each step. Alas, too much time had passed and the destruction here was too much. It had destroyed the enlightenment here. Otherwise, you would be a Buddhist right now. Such swift conversion. What kind of demonic art is that? The princess felt a bit of dread after hearing this. Demonic art. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. It's the most righteous and orthodox path. If we were to compare it to an imperial art, then it would be at the apex in terms of profundity. It could convert someone after a split second due to the immense faith of the beings here. There is no forceful conversion here from one being to another, only the accumulation of faith in an entire epoch. Trillions of existences worshipping from one generation to another, full of sympathy, light, benevolence, and peace. After enough time, the will of one is only a bubble in the ocean, completely insignificant, and so are you before it, a drop of rain in the sea, just going along with the flow. Faith can become a Tao. The princess got a clue from this statement. Yes. Li Qiye said, believe in my Tao and I shall grant you protection. But this isn't to say that I'm your savior, it is only a type of coexistence. That's why the Buddhist plane has a protective power, one of faith. The princess realized why this place was special. Go up, we'll light an incense. Li Qiye commanded. The princess trod onward, but there was one thing perplexing her. She opened her mouth but no words came out. Little lass, go ahead. Li Qiye was amused by her demeanor. Young noble, you would also offer someone your respect. She finally let it out. In her mind, he was a supreme overlord standing at the top of this world. Who would be worthy of him performing such a respectful gesture? It is showing respect for the sages of old. Li Qiye took his time answering. Despite a lack of a true savior, there were brave soldiers never violating their heart even at the darkest time of destruction. They are worthy of respect. Never violating their heart. The princess murmured. What do you think is a cultivator's primal wish? Li Qiye asked while she carefully took everything in. She pondered in silence. For many cultivators, their first intent was to become an emperor. What about after becoming an emperor? Li Qiye could read her thoughts. She had no answer because she wasn't one. A battle to the end. Li Qiye said, after stepping on this path, it means you will feel weak and want to grow even stronger. In the beginning, you want to become stronger than others. Next, you want to surpass your own limits and finally, to fight against the heaven and escape from the shackles of this world. That's why you need to fight to the end. However, some have chosen to compromise on this path. Not everyone can continue forever. There had been majestic existences that eventually let go of their primal wish. But some decided to fight to the end, resulting in their death. The latter is worthy of respect. He gently sighed and continued, this is why the Tao heart is so important. Only a firm one would allow you to fight to the end. Without one day, you will only become an existence that you once hated. The people that compromised, are they still lurking in the darkness? The princess couldn't help and ask with a shuddering voice. The answer could be frightening, something others didn't want to face. We'll go offer our respect. First, to greet the wise sages. Second, to see if we'll get the blessing of the spirit butterfly. Li Qiye didn't answer her and continued forward instead. Chapter 1887, Walking on these steps was similar to rising straight to the cloudy sky. Rumor has it that earning the favor of the spirit butterfly at Buddhist Ridge could bring about better luck. This butterfly will even protect the person, allowing them to obtain the treasury at the plane. Is this true? Jilin Princess asked during the climb. She had heard many legends about exploration grounds from her ancestors, this spirit butterfly included. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, no such thing as luck in this world. It is another type of power. Before understanding this, you will feel that it is very mysterious, a type of fortune or predetermination. The princess didn't quite grasp what he was saying, so she walked quietly with him. After a long while, the two finally reached the highest point of the ridge. She was instantly moved while standing at the pinnacle. It was a large field created by many paved boulders. Despite the years of rain and wind, this coarse field was still around. However, the more shocking part was a gargantuan statue of a Buddha on this field. It looked just like a giant amidst the clouds. It was sitting in the meditative pose with one hand forming a mudra while the other was situated before the stomach. Its head was looking down, seemingly pondering the Tao. One had no choice but to look up at this statue. It was incomplete with many cracks as if it had been wounded. The right ear was gone and the facial features unrecognizable. It was as if its face has been destroyed, not allowing anyone else to look at it. The astonishing part about the statue wasn't its mere size alone. There was an indescribable temperament to it, one of soul invincibility. Even the high heaven seemed so distant and the earth was lying beneath its feet. The heaven above couldn't make it put down its hands. Even the earth couldn't stop its movement. Because of this, anyone would have the urge to bow before this Buddha, wanting to kiss its feet to show their utmost reverence. The princess had a powerful cultivation and a firm Tao heart, but she also felt the urge to prostrate before this Buddha. The heaven does not allow one to see the face of this Buddha. Damn its wretchedness! Li Qie coldly said. The princess was startled. This was her first time hearing someone curse out the high heaven like this. She looked up and opened her heavenly gaze. Alas, she couldn't see the statue's face as if it had been sealed. No need to look. The heaven had forbidden it. Li Qie told her. But why? She asked. Li Qie stared at the statue and said, "This is an old sage, the starter of an epoch. As the river of time continued to flow, it shouldered the faith of countless existences. Do you know how insignificant the world and the myriad Tao are compared to this faith? It can replace everything, turning all into a world of light. But after its destruction, the heaven forbid anyone from seeing this Buddha's face again." The princess was in awe. She was trying to imagine the amazing epoch of light after hearing him. There were more than just them present before this Buddha. There were many cultivators standing in a line, slowly inching forward without uttering a word. Before Li Qie was a divine carriage with the shade of the evening red clouds. It seemed to be running amidst the clouds. Inside was a woman around 30 of age. She was titillating with her mature appearance like a ripe grape. Others couldn't help wanting to take a bite. Her alluring eyes could steal the soul with its boundless charm. Sunset Glow Valley Lord. The princess didn't expect to see a familiar face here. Young Sis Ji, long time no see. The woman greeted back. Her name was Yin Huali, the Lord of Sunset Glow. This was a lineage of the devil race with 2 emperors in pure. It had considerable power. Even though there was racial tension, imperial lineages like Sunset Glow and the Ji clan still had some ties. While chatting with the princess, Huali couldn't help analyzing Li Qie. She had heard of his stories before and didn't want to provoke this mysterious man. The experts continued forward. It didn't matter their initial attitude before coming here. While standing in front of this statue, they lit an incense and kneeled to offer their respects straight from the heart. After placing the incense, some experts couldn't help but stare at the shoulder of the Buddha. It was quite large, like a mountain range. There were many inconspicuous spirit butterflies lying on its shoulder that required careful observation to spot. One would find that these butterflies were made of a faint light. They were very famous because earning their favor would mean a safe journey in Buddhist plane. They could even bring you to the hidden treasures of the plane. Rumor has it that 3 people have obtained the favor of these butterflies: World Emperor, Holy Emperor, and Mortal Reversion Ancient God. Some later on even thought that because of this event, the 3 of them found an amazing fortune, resulting in their achievements later. Despite a lack of evidence, cultivators would always respectfully come here to worship. Of course, nothing could be better than also gaining the favor of the butterflies. Alas, these butterflies were lying on the shoulder with no intention of befriending anyone. After a long time, it was finally Li Qie and the princess' turn. He lit an incense and bowed while articulating, "The path of men is full of ups and downs. Oh, the wise sages of past, watch as I sweep through everything in the future." His words made everyone glance at each other. They were aware of his title, Fiercest. They felt that this guy was indeed fierce enough, always spouting crazy words wherever he went. The princess was much more respectful in comparison. After lighting the incense, she bowed 3 times towards this Buddha. When the two were about to leave, there was suddenly a poof. The butterflies lying on the shoulder of the statue suddenly started flying. "The spirit butterflies are moving," someone shouted. The butterflies flew down and circled Li Qie from top to bottom as if they were happy fairies. "What, this can't be right." An old expert shouted, "I've been here more than 10 times but I haven't seen one butterfly moving, let alone all of them. How unbelievable. Back when World Emperor got here, only one butterfly circled around him but Fiercest got all of them right now." Another knowledgeable ancestor became shocked. How can he be so lucky? Is this what you call the heaven's favorite? One cultivator became jealous and said. Even Jilin Princess' mouth became agape at this astonishing scene. "Return, just one is enough," Li Qie said before blowing a puff of air. He blew all the butterflies away with the exception of one lingering on his shoulder. "Let's go." He glanced at this butterfly before telling the princess. The crowd was stunned to see this scene. It was better to have more butterflies but Li Qie actually only left one behind. There was actually someone afraid of having too many butterflies. Chapter 1888, Rumble. As Li Qie and Jilin Princess were about to leave, a series of orderly steps resounded. In the blink of an eye, a group with 36 people climbed to the peak. The atmosphere became tense right away. All members had an aggressive aura with a cruel glint in their eyes. They wore a black-pink colored armor but it wasn't because of dye. This was the color of dried blood, causing spectators to faintly hear a sanguine stench. "Tame Dragon Squadron." A spectator blurted out in horror. Li Qie knew the leader of this squadron. It was Tame Dragon Child. This was a brutal squadron led by the first disciple of Tame Dragon High God, Shangguan Yunjian. He had inherited the arts of the High God and became one himself with 2 totems. Thus, his school had 2 high gods, something worthy of pride. After all, this was extraordinary due to his humbled origin. Because Tame Dragon and 8 more high gods started the Tame Dragon Cavalry, Yunjian also started his own group with 36 people and used squadron instead. Like master, like disciple, Tame Dragon used to be a bandit so this squadron was also a group of robbers. They enjoyed breaking and entering on top of finding cultivators outside or ambushing some small adventuring groups. Of course, they pushed it a step further by also silencing their victims with death. Many people knew that the culprits were this squadron but since all the victims were killed, there was no evidence to condemn them. This was the reason why some feared them. It didn't matter whether one was strong or weak, being preyed upon by the squadron usually ended in death. After Yunjian became a high god, he rarely commanded the squadron himself and left it to Tame Dragon Child. Because of this, Tame Dragon Child didn't only resort to threats. If the threats were ineffective, he would take command of the squadron for a more direct approach. "Brotherly, we meet again." Tame Dragon Child smiled and cupped his fist towards Li Qie. Li Qie only gave him a quick yet dismissive glance. This didn't diminish his enthusiasm. "These are my brothers, the Tame Dragon Squadron. They are courageous men who appreciate other heroes the most. Your tales of fearlessness have traveled far and wide. We brothers respect you. If you need anything in the future, just say the word and we'll jump into the boiling fire. Don't be reserved because we'll be brothers too." With that, Tame Dragon Child beat his chest with great fanfare. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing how familiar Tame Dragon Child was acting towards Li Qie. This group of bandits alone was frightening enough. If they were to add someone as devilish as Fiercest, it would become a terrifying combination spelling doom for many smaller sections. Li Qie nonchalantly responded, "Not just anyone is qualified to call me brother, at the very least, not you." With that, he continued descending with the princess. This carefree response left everyone shocked. They didn't expect him to answer in such a haughty manner without giving a damn about face. It was a straight slap towards Tame Dragon Child and the squadron. It was merciless enough in the eyes of the spectators. Though few would want to befriend someone like Tame Dragon Child, they would begrudgingly accept if he kept on requesting it while calling them brother. Even if one was strong enough to not give a damn about the squadron or even Tame Dragon High God, it would be socially improper to slap a smiling face. At the very least, this person would need to be cordial for a bit in order to keep up with propriety. But Li Qie was completely different. He publicly denounced the guy in front of everyone without holding back. As Li Qie was walking away, Tame Dragon Child's expression became extremely unsightly, but he actually managed to restrain this anger. After the duo left Buddhist Ridge, the princess smiled and said, "Young noble, that guy probably won't forget the slap just now. Just a little phony, no need to give someone like that any face. If he's smart enough to stay away from me, I'll spare him from a death without a burial." Li Qie smiled freely. The princess smiled back. If Tame Dragon Child wanted to conspire against Li Qie, it would indeed be suicidal on his part. Buddhist Plain was vast, but it had far more than just grasses and fields. There were many dangers hidden in this seemingly serene place. They could see a large mountain far away, shrouded in clouds and fogs. One couldn't see the end of it. It was as if it was the world itself. All the other ranges started from here. Clank. Suddenly, a bell resounded as they were crossing the mountain. It wasn't overly loud, but the princess lost control of her legs and felt as if her soul was leaving the body. She nearly dropped to the ground, but Li Qie quickly helped her from being paralyzed on the ground. "What is that thing?" she asked in a pale stupor. Her confusion was understandable. A bell forcing someone of her power level to directly drop down. This was quite a monstrous force. Li Qie placed his palm on her forehead and slowly said, "I will protect your mind to stop you from turning to ashes. Open your heavenly gaze and look." She felt a warm current coursing through her soul after his touch. She finally calmed down and took a deep breath before opening her heavenly gaze. Her vision penetrated the fogs shrouding the mountain. Behold, it was a sight of ruins with the divine mountain being completely split horizontally. This majestic mountain pierced through the sky. It should be surrounded with stars and galaxies, but some unknown power had slashed it in half. The stars nearby were destroyed as well, only broken pieces were left. At the very top of this broken world was a floating bell. It was gigantic and made of pure gold, still shining. The sound earlier came from this bell. "This bell is the thing that destroyed this divine mountain?" she asked. "No, the bell wishes to protect this area. Unfortunately, struggling is meaningless before the destruction," Li Qie said flatly. "Isn't this a supreme treasure, completely unstoppable?" the princess murmured. "That's right, supreme it is. It might not be an epic paragon artifact, but it is still an incredible Buddhist treasure." Li Qie nodded. "Why does no one come and take it?" She became surprised. "No one has been able to reach it. Look closer, don't you see people hiding up there?" Li Qie smiled. She focused more, and after a long time, she found that there was an old man in a royal robe in one of the penetrated stars. He was hiding in the hole with layers of defense around him, powered by divine metals. Intuition told her that this was a high god. The more she looked, the more people she found hiding among the debris in space. They were powerful and had defensive barriers ready, seemingly vigilant of a certain thing. At the same time, they were staring at the bell as if wanting to find a weakness. Now! A person roared and rushed out with 3 totems. He turned into a gigantic dragon with 8 wings lunging for the bell. Next, his palm came for the bell, wishing to suppress and take it away. Winged High God, a veteran with 3 totems. The knowledgeable princess became startled. Clank! Another bell sound came out right before the palm was about to make contact. The sound wave attacked, causing blood to go everywhere. His hands exploded first before the rest of his body. Chapter 1889, Ah! Winged High God turned into a rain of blood with a flash within. He was still a high god. In this perilous moment, he used his totems to protect his true fate and made it out of this space. Nevertheless, his true fate was dimmed now. Despite surviving, he would need, perhaps, several 10,000s of years to recover back to his peak state. The moment the bell sounded, the ones hiding nearby used their defensive barriers. The sound wave came and shattered these barriers one by one. Some even vomited blood from the impact. Of course, it was a much better outcome than what happened to Winged High God. All of them were high gods that have been hiding here for a long time to study the bell. This was why they came prepared with defensive barriers before each ring. Alas, this was still not enough to completely stop the bell's power. The princess took a deep breath. Even an old high god with 3 totems were instantly destroyed. If it was her, she would have been rendered to ashes in a split second with no chance to run. That bell is quite terrifying. The princess felt fear. Their clan might not be able to muster up a treasure of the same level to oppose it. Yes. Li Qie said flatly, with this bell, one can contest against a heaven punishment weapon. It is strong enough to stop the power of destruction. The princess shuddered after hearing this. A heaven punishment weapon? These were legendary artifacts created by emperors for the final battle with unimaginable might. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare, but now, Li Qie said that this bell was on the same level as one. This was too much to take in. Even though the benevolent spear belonging to Star Stomper was also a heaven punishment weapon, it was only an unfinished one. Immortal Emperor Min Ren felt that it couldn't surpass his true immortal armament, so he stopped refining it and gave it to Star Stomper. If this bell is amazing like this, how come top-level emperors don't come to try and take it? The princess asked. The bell is too strong. Ordinary emperors might not be able to take it, but the ones strong enough don't want to either. Li Qie said, this is a bell of will, created by the offering of many supreme Buddhas. They sacrificed their body and refined their Buddhist Tao to finally create this great bell. They wanted to use their everything in order to protect. Moreover, countless believers offered their flesh and respect towards the Buddhist doctrine in order to create its life. They had hopes of stopping the power of destruction. Unfortunately, back to ashes was the final result. Li Qie gently sighed. The princess shuddered. Such devoutness was quite unbelievable, ending in an amazing artifact. Take a careful look, this bell is full of karma. A truly mighty emperor does not want to be involved in this type of karma because it had the wills of the Buddhists. This was an immense amount of karma during the second of destruction. One would need a lot of time and effort in order to erase this level of karma. They are better off refine a heaven punishment weapon that is more suitable. He pointed out the difference. The princess got the point instantly. This treasure might be amazing, but it wasn't suitable. Only high gods would come here, the high-level emperors refrained from doing so. Let's go. Li Qie withdrew his palm and told her. She looked away and followed after him, not daring to linger for long. This bell was too terrifying, just one ring alone was enough to suppress her. Along the way, she broadened her horizon quite a bit after seeing many incredible spectacles. On Buddhist Plain, the princess saw a gigantic Buddha that had shattered on the ground. It looked full of hatred for the heaven while holding an evil subduing staff and pointing it at the sky. All it could do was maintain this pose because some unknown power had penetrated its forehead, leaving a great hole behind. It had lost all Buddhist divinity, but after the long, testing years, its body was still there, seemingly made out of unbreakable steel. Some experts have even tried to move this Buddha, but none could successfully do so despite mustering all of their strength. She had also seen a great temple that was in relatively good form despite some broken locations. This was the place of worship for many sacred monks and numerous devout worshippers. Only their dried corpses were left. Nevertheless, they still emitted a faint and holy light. While looking at the sky, one would find that these monks and 10,000 worshippers were creating a large diagram. They seemed to be praying for something. The princess didn't quite understand this, so Li Qie explained, when the destruction came, these people here were kind and merciful enough, wanting to pray for the existences in this world. This was only wishful thinking. The heaven spares no one, both good and bad, all are ants. How lowly and desperate was this? Begging at the end of their world, yet whatever it was still didn't spare them. Why does the destruction come? She asked. Li Qie smiled and said, would you be here right now without the previous destruction? And our epoch? It isn't that easy to jump out of the river of time, even for an emperor with 12 wills. The princess pondered in silence for a bit before softly speaking, where are we going now? Ganges River. Li Qie said and continued forward. The Ganges? We're heading to the ferry there. She hurried to catch up and asked. Yes. Li Qie said. Everyone who came to this place knew about the ferry of the Ganges. But both the river and the ferry weren't the most famous locations there. It was the Golden Shrine. How well known was it? In Pure, many haven't heard of the Buddhist Plain or the Ganges River, but they have heard of the Golden Shrine. There were legends stating that it was full of treasures such as metals and artifacts. In fact, once arrived, if one could bend down, they would be able to pick up a lot of gold. If they could enter the inner rooms, there were many treasures and weapons waiting. In the beginning, the princess thought that it was only a legend. Thus, seeing it in person left her slack-jawed and wide-eyed. The shrine was built by the ferry of the Ganges. In fact, one could already see all kind of colors shooting into the air before even arriving. They were from the treasures. It wasn't that large, only consisting of several shrines forming a half-circle. Who knows what material these shrines were built of, but they were still shimmering with brilliance after many years. Just these buildings alone were extraordinary treasures. Each building had several rooms with the windows opened. Looking inside, one would find that there were many amazing items inside. Due to the sheer amount, they piled up in each room. Some even slipped out of the doors. Thus, there were gold ingots everywhere scattering into large piles across the shrine. There was no room to walk. In fact, these ingots weren't made of mortal gold. They were cast from rare metals just like this epoch's chaos stones and could be used as a form of currency. This was the reason why the princess became so shocked after seeing the shrine. She thought people were exaggerating after hearing about it in the past. Now, she had changed her mind. Chapter 1890. The Golden Shrine has always been full of tales and temptation. Numerous people came to Buddhist Plain just to visit the shrine, hoping that they could take away all the treasures here. Jilin Princess' eyes were instantly fixated on the treasures piling in the shrine. She couldn't be blamed for doing so because everyone would feel the same way. There was a hexchromatic Buddhist cup, an evil-slaying Buddhist sword with a murderous glow, an 8-jeweled divine lotus filled with the worshipping wills of many beings from the myriad realms. Each treasure was quite tempting. Just taking one out was enough for a lifetime of benefits, rising in status in just one night. The princess struggled to avert her gaze from the treasures. When she looked again, she became less affected by the treasures. Now, she noticed a supreme Buddha sitting in front of each shrine. They closed their eyes in meditation with a wooden fish in front of them. One hand held a hitting stick while the other formed a mudra. These Buddhas were tapping the fish while chanting mantras. However, they were all dead with their body taking the form of statues. Outside of the shrine were many experts. They sat on the ground with both hands situated before their stomach in mudra form with their eyes closed. Upon careful inspection, people would find that these experts were already dead. Moreover, some were even from this generation. What's going on? The princess wondered after seeing the pious death pose of these experts. Greed. Li Qie answered, this shrine isn't that simple. It is a place for conversion. If you come with greed, don't think about leaving. With that, he raised his finger and shot a ray onto an expert meditating in front of the shrine. This expert had died long ago, it was a peaceful death. Bang! The cultivator instantly turned to a golden powder, scattering into the sky. It wasn't Li Qie destroying him. His physical form was already gone despite maintaining the posture. The princess was stunned to see this. The scattering remains. Someone else wants to die. Li Qie chuckled after seeing more visitors before the shrine. There were already many people waiting before they got here, even some high gods in the crowd. Everyone came for the treasures here, but a successful attempt has never been recorded before. I don't believe that it's impossible. A cultivator dressed in a purple devil robe shouted. This was an expert from the heaven race. He had the unique mark of that race on his forehead with a glittering glow. It meant that he was quite powerful. He couldn't stay calm after seeing the countless treasures and stepped into the shrine. Buzz. His robe emitted waves of evil lights around him just like protecting rings. This was an incredible treasure, so he felt quite safe with it on. Nothing happened to him after entering the shrine. That's all. Nothing can touch me when I have this devil robe on. The expert gloated at the inactivity. Fool. The big shots who have been here before sneered. All of these treasures are mine. The expert became ecstatic and rushed for one of the rooms. In this blink of an eye, his body froze up with his actions seemingly slowing down, as if isolated from this physical realm. No. The expert screamed, one with indignation and despair. His body trembled next. With a buzzing noise, clear and blinding rays of light oozed out of his body. They looked like the essences of all things. He's done for. An experienced master commented, his karma has been taken away, no different from death. The clear rays were instantly absorbed by the shrine and appeasing it. This expert suddenly became very calm and respectful. He sat down on the ground and formed a mudra before closing his eyes. This was a silent death. That's really scary. The first-timers were shuddering. There was no competition or destruction, an expert had gone down without a fight as if an invisible hand had reaped him of his life. What happened? The princess didn't see it clearly either. This was an epoch that cares about karmic ties and cycles. Greed is a personal choice, the cause, while death via a form of Buddhist conversion is the effect. Look at that river ahead. Li Qie said while pointing at the river. It was flowing quietly as if crossing through an eternity itself from an old epoch till now in a never-changing manner. There was no visible shore on the other side. It was a faint image of a Buddhist kingdom, a holy ground of eternal life. Crossing the Ganges leads to eternal life, escaping from the reincarnation cycle. She thought about a popular adage. That is a phrase from the old epoch, no longer applied in our own. Li Qie chuckled, in that old epoch, if one wanted to convert themselves, they would need to throw all karmas and everything else away. Cross this river towards salvation, leaving behind pain for perpetual happiness and become a Buddha with everlasting life. He then glanced back at the shrine, that's why the shrine exists. In order to become saved, people needed to let go of their previous karma and connections, treasures and wealth must be thrown away here. Only by letting go of materialism would one be able to reach the other shore. The princess finally understood why there were piles of treasures at the shrine. So those who wanted to cross the river threw them away back then. This was abandoning extreme karmic ties, so if anyone wants to obtain the rare treasures here, they need to be strong enough to sever the existing ties. Li Qie said. She realized why the ones who came in for the treasures would die now. Li Qie got closer to the ferry to stare at the other shore. Everyone was focused on the shrine because of the treasures. Only a few were judging the river itself. For many, reaching salvation was unrealistic while the treasures over yonder were real and tangible. The princess stared at the quiet current then the other shore but she couldn't see through it despite using her heavenly gaze. Is this river really that magical? Rumor says it can even grant rebirth. The princess asked. That's another distant thing not belonging to our epoch. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, the river wasn't like this back in its own epoch. According to the ancient text, this used to be a temporal crossing river, not a physical one with water. All the faith of an epoch gathered here so it continued to flow within its epoch. If you were born in that era, then bathing in this water can wash away your fatigue and wounds while satisfying you of all physical appetites. Of course, this is predicated on having a devout Tao heart. He paused and sighed, it is a river grasping a holy power. Alas, it still couldn't protect this world. However, the fact that the Buddhist plane is still around from this old epoch, to a large extent, is because of this river. Chapter 1891, The princess pondered after hearing Li Qie's explanation of the river. She wondered about the epoch with Buddhism as the focus. Just how magical was it? Do we want to cross? She asked after returning from rumination. Li Qie gently nodded, yes, I shall give you a fortune, and there is no better one than crossing this river in the Buddhist plane. But as for what you can get out of it, that's up to you. It's possible. She said, rumor has it that there had been emperors who got lost in this river, never returning. Li Qie agreed, that's right. Too many have lost their way in this river, including emperors and top high gods. Forcing the issue is very difficult. This is a very long river of time. One would die from old age before reaching its source. Only a crossing vessel would be able to do it in our time. Why would these emperors be lost since their Tao heart is so firm? The princess found this quite astonishing. Not to mention their power, those who could become emperor were all determined. Try once, you'll see right away. Li Qie smiled. Well, her expression instantly changed, not out of cowardice but just being realistic. Even emperors have lost themselves here, she couldn't compare to them at all. It's all right under my protection. Just try, this might be beneficial to your future fortune. Just take a step, I'll pull you back when necessary. Li Qie added. She heaved a sigh of relief and composed herself by the shore before solemnly declaring, I'm ready. Go. Li Qie's voice came from behind. He gave her a nudge forward and she stepped into the river. The moment she made contact, she instantly disappeared. The scene before her changed. The Ganges River was no longer there, replaced by a large city with an indescribable aura. This aura had a calming effect. The princess wasn't nervous at all and was still in charge of her senses. It was a cacophony of noise with people walking about in this prosperous place. She watched people came and went. They wore a style that she had never seen before. There was all kind of races, some of which were new to her as well, same with their languages. The people here also took several glances at her. She found them strange and different so naturally, they found her new as well. Despite her unfitting appearance, the ones here didn't crowd her. On the contrary, they nodded and gave her a friendly smile. She felt that this was an illusion so she greeted someone next to her, holding their hands tightly. There was a warm and real sensation as if she was actually here in this new world. Her mind was still lucid enough to tell her that this wasn't the case. She continued walking across the city to understand its culture. She found that this was a place ruled by Buddhism. Many mortals aspired to become a Buddha. As time passed, she grew to understand this world even more after traveling to many cities and witnessing the lands. She found herself loving this world due to its serene nature and inadvertently found herself assimilating with it. In the beginning, she was very clear of her situation, but as her fondness for this world intensified, she no longer cared where she came from. Despite knowing that she wasn't part of this world, she still wanted to be a part of it. During her stay, she felt a call from the depths summoning her, telling her to return. At this juncture, it was beyond her control and she instinctively followed in that direction. When she came to the right place, the scenery suddenly changed. Everything disappeared and the quiet Ganges River returned. She was petrified with fear, with sweat dripping down her body at the realization that she had lost herself in that world. If it wasn't for Wuxia pulling her back at the last second, she would eventually reach a state where she wouldn't obey the summoning. It took a while before she calmed down and said, "How long have I been away?" "Only the blink of an eye." Wuxia chuckled. "I saw one corner of a world." She took a deep breath and said, "No, you only saw a single grain of sand in the Ganges River, a very short time in an epoch. For example, our own epoch had countless generations and emperors while you were only there for several days, an insignificant amount of time." Wuxia said. The princess became even more frightened. If her time there was so short yet she was already lost, there was no chance for her ever returning without Wuxia's help. She got a better picture of why even emperors have lost themselves in the Ganges River. It was the same as waiting out an entire epoch. She said in a daze, "I don't think anyone can last that long, it's practically unheard of. As long as you have eternal life and an immovable Tao heart, you can surpass an epoch in that manner." Wuxia said with a smile. "There is someone capable of that in this world." She didn't doubt the Tao heart of the emperors, but they weren't immortal. Trying to experience an entire epoch would undoubtedly end in death from old age. Someone once did it, entering the Ganges River and walked through the myriad ages, experiencing all the corners of that epoch before reaching the other shore to see a legend. Wuxia looked at the water and revealed. "An emperor with 12 wills, right? Is it Purewood Divine Emperor?" The princess blurted out the name of the legendary emperor. But she quickly changed her mind after noticing his faint smile and his gaze towards the river. "It was you, young noble." Wuxia maintained his smile, not answering. She was completely astounded. She knew that Wuxia was a supreme overlord, but now, she had a clearer look at his unfathomable self. She was lost in that epoch in such a short period, but he had experienced it in whole. What kind of monster was this? An existence capable of walking through the river of time. It was virtually the same as escape the limit of death. He was definitely not inferior to any emperor with 12 wills. "A crossing vessel is here. Let's go to the other shore. This isn't the same one in the past, but if it is meant to be, a fortune is waiting for us." Wuxia looked up and said. The princess also looked over and saw a tiny boat appearing on the river. It was going at a normal pace, neither fast or slow. It could accommodate around 5 people and was completely black, made from an unknown type of wood. The rower was a monk. When the boat got closer, everyone would notice that the monk was already dead. Despite the pale complexion and hollow eyes, he was still agile as if he was alive. Chapter 1892, The Crossing Vessel is Here. Someone shouted after seeing the boat. Many experts in front of the golden shrine circled around for a look. Even the ones that couldn't come closer all quickly glanced over. "Is someone boarding?" a guy had to ask. "What happens if we go up there? Maybe we can get to the other shore." A young expert wanted to try. Go up there, my ass. His senior immediately slapped the back of his head to wake him up. Back then, your ancestor was a top high god with 3 totems. He came on that boat and never returned. After stating this, the senior had a sad expression. The first-timers here shuddered at this story. Even a high god with 7 totems couldn't come back. Does this boat really go to the other shore? The young expert asked again. His senior shook his head in response, who knows? Legend tells that no one has ever returned after boarding, as if they have disappeared from thin air. There's no lack of famous characters boarding, but yeah, no success. At least not to my knowledge. The spectators here for the fun became afraid. Some were tempted earlier for a shot, but this warning was like pouring a basin of cold water over their head. Reaching the other shores, freed of karma, to obtain the auspicious fruit in eternal life. I wonder if this is true. An old expert was still tempted while looking at the boat, but he managed to restrain himself. High gods being unable to come back were the best cautionary sign. The crowd had no choice but to let go of this thought. Even though eternal life was quite tempting, the lack of success deterred everyone. Those stronger than them have tried and failed, so they didn't dare to take the risk. The crowd became quite curious about the rowing corpse. It had no expression, only a corpse without emotions. Nevertheless, none tried to do anything to provoke it because everything that had to do with Buddhism here had some karmic ties. There was no escaping once being involved. Board it. Li Qiye checked out the time and found that it was right. He told the princess before boarding himself. The princess followed him without any hesitation. She had boundless confidence in Li Qiye and was fearless as long as he was near. Fiercest and Jilin princess are boarding. The scene became crowd as many eyes darted towards them. This fiercest is unreal, actually daring to go. Is there something he is afraid of? An expert was startled to see this. Amidst the astonished crowd, the corpse rower slowly moved the boat and left without waiting for anyone. This has always been the case for the crossing vessels. It would appear at certain intervals by the ferry and stop for a brief period. Next, it didn't matter whether there were passengers or not, it would leave at the right time. Legend has it that it had never stopped this particular schedule. No one knew where it came from and where it was going. Though some so-called invincible characters, the strongest of their era, had boarded, none ever made it back. Because of this, the crossing vessel became synonymous with death. Later on, fewer people were willing to give it a shot. Everyone watched as the duo slowly disappeared along the river. Fiercest is no more from now on. Death is certain after boarding that boat, even top high gods can't return, let alone him. A heavener snorted. This race had a certain hatred for Li Qiye since recently, he had killed many heaveners. What a shame about the princess. A young expert added with regrets, she's top 2 in terms of beauty and talents in Pure and will be the inheritor of the Jilin legacy. Even if she doesn't want to become an emperor, she'll certainly become an amazing high god. Looks like she'll be going down with fiercest. He sighed disappointingly, seeming a bit lonely. Damn this fiercest. It's one thing if he wants to die, why is he dragging her down with him? He must have used some magic to charm her. Her young admirers felt nothing but hatred for Li Qiye. This fiercest guy is really bizarre though. Such a weak cultivation, but he's unbeatable. I hope he can create a miracle. For millions of years now, no one had ever returned alive. Everyone has given up hope on these crossing vessels. If he can return, it'll bring hope to future generations. Perhaps the other shore can grant salvation. Despite the skeptical majority, a few old big shots wanted a miracle. If this was possible, then the future became quite bright. Perhaps the other shore truly existed along with eternal life. The Ganges was still flowing quietly while the two were on top of the vessel. The princess looked back and could no longer see the ferry. She turned towards the other side and could only see a faint mess. Her attention shifted towards the dead monk. It was still the same without any expression while rowing the boat. In this split second, she felt as if they were no longer within the old spatio-temporal sphere in pure, not even in the same epoch. This vessel has taken them out of all the karmic ties in the world as they moved slowly on this mysterious river of time. Perhaps Li Qie was right. The Ganges was no river, it was created from the boundless faith of an epoch and continued to flow even though the epoch no longer existed. Anyone would be afraid in this scenario, the princess was no exception. She felt as if there was no returning until she looked over at Li Qie's calm expression. Her mind found peace and all traces of fear went away. Where is the vessel taking us? The other shore? She asked softly. Li Qie gently shook his head. It's no longer that epoch, so the old other shore doesn't exist. That place has become a land of death, the vessel's destination. The place where no one had ever returned from. Her heart skipped a beat. That's right. Li Qie chuckled, even top-high gods can't return alive, but we're not going there. The princess was surprised because of the contradiction. The vessel wanted to take them to the land of death, but they weren't going there. Li Qie wasn't elaborating and sat there with his eyes closed. She copied his appearance and sat quietly as well. After enough time, Li Qie suddenly opened his eyes and said, "The land of death is before us." The princess immediately opened her eyes for a look as well. She nearly jumped from fright because she saw many black holes at the end of the river. These black holes piled on top of each other, from one into another, like an endless chain. The more terrifying part was that these black holes were rotating towards different directions as if they were leading to different worlds. Chapter 1893, The Black Holes Were All Devouring Abysses. Existences, time, and karmic ties were all swallowed. As these black holes were rotating towards different places, they looked like many beasts opening their jaw. Anything entering would be crushed to pieces. But the river was still able to flow through these black holes, completely unaffected. The princess shuddered while staring at these black holes. She became frozen and felt her soul leaving the body, being sucked out by the black holes. She was completely helpless against this power, unable to lift a single finger. Her Tao heart couldn't protect her soul either. She could see her body standing there and became horrified, feeling that it was over. But suddenly, a warm current touched her soul and pulled her back into her body. After returning, she nearly fell over, but Li Qie quickly caught her. "Don't look at them, your Tao heart right now can't resist its power," Li Qie said. The princess didn't hear what he was saying at all and simply fell into his embrace. His muscular chest gave her a safe and peaceful feeling regardless of the incoming storm. A unique, masculine scent lingered at the tip of her nose. It was the most pleasant smell in the world, like a calming panacea. She couldn't help but come closer, feeling the sweetness in her heart as if she was up in the clouds. The perilous nature of this place became insignificant. Li Qie didn't have time to look at the beauty burying her head in his chest. His eyes were serious as a supreme will came out, one thought to become a Buddha. Amitabha. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie exuded an endless light. His clothes were shimmering with a Buddhist affinity, looking just like a Buddhist treasure. It turned out to be an ancient Kasaya, capable of engulfing a world and turning it into a Buddhist kingdom. More shockingly, a Buddhist disc appeared behind him. It rotated, each revolution was the rise and fall of an epoch or the moving 3,000 worlds. It didn't matter how time passed, the change in karma and the derivation of the Tao, he would be able to cross it all. At this time, he was Buddha and Buddha was him. His one thought could create myriad Buddhist kingdoms and save trillions of existences. Another could calm all the chaos in the world. The princess looked up and saw the boundless Buddhist light. If she wasn't in his embrace, she would already be kneeling on the ground to worship him, even going as far as kissing his feet. He chanted a Buddhist mantra that eventually turned into a ray. The ray flew into the rowing monk's forehead and enlightened him. Amitabha. The corpse actually chanted as well and placed his palms together. In the blink of an eye, the ray in his forehead exploded and spread across his entire body. He exuded a Buddhist brilliance as if coming back to life as an enlightened monk. He was still a corpse, but he had boundless Buddhist affinity right now. This aura seemed to be granting him a new form of life. Bang! The crossing vessel was heading for the black holes, but the rower instantly turned the boat to the right. He still didn't have any emotion and expression, just rowing the boat the same way as before, but it still changed direction. Keep in mind that this was virtually impossible. The passengers could only go where the boat take them, but a miracle had happened. The rower was now taking the duo away from the black holes to the princess' astonishment. The boat got farther away from the black holes before they were nowhere in sight. Despite the change in direction, the boat was still on the quiet Ganges. It seemed to be omnipresent, always staying in sight. Li Qiye had dispersed his Buddhist light and recalled his will to reveal his true form again as an ordinary man. However, the rower still had the same Buddhist affinity because Li Qiye had left it there. Such an affinity wouldn't go away for a long time. The princess was still in a daze. She wouldn't believe it if she didn't see it with her own eyes. Is it that comfortable? Li Qiye's leisure voice rang by her ear. She became startled and realized her embarrassing position, hugging him so tightly with no intention of letting go. She instantly blushed and let go of both hands, feeling a heat wave channeling through her entire body. An indescribable emotion filled her. Nevertheless, she found it to be a joyous feeling, a sweet one that permeated her heart. She stole a glance and found him to be completely natural and at ease. This calmed her quite a bit. She eventually asked, "What was that earlier?" "One thought to become a Buddha," Li Qiye leisurely said. His nonchalant answer left her astonished. She continued, "Just a single thought is capable of that. Some people cultivated tens of thousand years and couldn't become a Buddha. Such a feat was simply legendary. That depends on the person." Li Qiye chuckled, "As long as you have a firm Tao heart, everything is possible with a single thought, such as becoming a devil or a Buddha. It has nothing to do with your pre-existing luck or cultivation, only the Tao heart. It rules everything about who you are. You aren't a Buddha just because you cultivate a Buddhist scripture and not a devil because you cultivate an evil art." The princess pondered quietly after hearing this. A transformation relying solely on the Tao heart and not cultivation. How frightening would such a Tao heart be? Where are we going now? She calmed down and saw a faint scene ahead, unable to make anything out of it. A particular place from the epoch that has truly survived the destruction. Li Qiye said softly. The two became quiet and began to rest, leaving the vessel to do its job. As long as Li Qiye was around, the princess didn't care about the destination. "We're here." After a long while, his voice sounded, so she opened her eyes. She saw that the boat was already anchored by the shore. Meanwhile, the rowing monk was prostrating flat on the ground while bowing ahead. It became motionless just like a statue afterward. Chapter 1894, Li Qiye got on shore first and the princess quickly followed. She became astonished again right away. There was another stone stairway leading up a peak. From the base, one could see the curved rooftop of a shrine. Along the stairway were trees everywhere, including Bodhi, Vajra, and Arhat trees. Such a scene was too ordinary and pure. This mountain wasn't that big and sacred. Even the stairway was normal-looking, consisting of regular rocks with weeds growing from the cracks. Yes, this scene was all too common. However, it was a different story in exploration grounds. The princess couldn't believe her eyes due to all the green trees. This was the first time she saw living plants in exploration grounds. Even though Buddhist Plain was full of yellow grasses, they weren't true lush vegetation unlike this place here. Keep in mind that these were ruins of ancient epochs and have been crushed by a destructive power before. It was hard to see life. Alas, the trees here were no different from the ones in Pure. If not for knowing her current location already, she would mistake herself for being in a peak in Pure. This place didn't have the impure chaos energies either. She couldn't help rubbing her eyes at this spectacle. No need for that. Li Qiye said flatly, what you are seeing is real. It's so precious, the destruction wasn't thorough enough. She became shocked after the confirmation. Buddhist plane was already destroyed, no longer part of the current temporal sphere. It was a land of death outside of this lush location. What kind of power had managed to protect it? The princess quickly gave chase since Li Qiye was already climbing the steps. Meanwhile, the rowing monk was still lying on the ground, not daring to follow Li Qiye. It didn't take long before the two made it to the top. Despite its mediocre height, the mountain seemed so close to the sky. One could reach out and touch the stars in this place. It was mystical, seemingly not part of the karmic and reincarnation cycles. Li Qiye had entered the old shrine with the princess behind him. There weren't that many items inside, only 8 Buddhist statues in meditation. Upon careful inspection, one would find that these were the bodies of supreme Buddhas, not statues. Their bodies were perfectly preserved. There was no frightening divinity or boundless Buddhist affinity. They were dried up and dark, not as hard as steel, and looked quite relaxed like the body of a dying old man. After seeing these normal bodies, the princess uncontrollably dropped to the ground with great reverence. She didn't wish to do so, but it was an instinctive submission. She had no way of opposing it, and more importantly, she didn't wish to do so either. Her respect came from the heart. There was no invincible power suppressing her, but she simply wanted to prostrate. Meanwhile, Li Qiye stood there calmly and gazed at the 8 bodies without saying anything. It seemed that time had stopped at this moment. He was going back in time through the epochs for a chat. An unknown amount of time passed by. She eventually regained her wits and finally stood up. Once again, no power was pushing her down to the ground. What is this power? She asked Li Qiye while staring respectfully at the bodies. No, it is not a type of power. Li Qiye shook his head. You should be happy right now. Back in that epoch, this would be the greatest of fortune, to be able to prostrate before the 8 golden Buddhas. Only brilliant prodigies who are masters of Buddhism would be qualified to do so, the best ones in an era. This is a fateful encounter. It looks like as you took a step forward in the Ganges earlier, you have sowed a karmic fruit. The princess was surprised. When she was in that other world, she did feel something calling her. So it was the fateful connection with Buddhism. In that epoch, these 8 Buddhas are apex existences. Only the ones that have experienced endless pain and suffering would be able to see them. Back then, even if you have crossed the Ganges, that might not necessarily be enough to see them. Without your fateful connection, you wouldn't be standing here right now to prostrate before them, despite my interference. This is an amazing fortune. Li Qiye stared at the shocked princess and explained. The princess finally realized what was going on behind the scene after hearing this. She took a deep breath before carefully looking at the holy bodies. She noticed that all 8 were sitting down, meaning that they had the same status. However, there were 9 spots but only 8 bodies. There are 9 spots. Are there 9 or 8 Buddhas? She asked. Yes, there are indeed 9 golden Buddhas in that epoch. However, this place only has 8, so 1 spot is empty. Li Qiye said while glancing at the empty seat. Where is this Buddha's body then? Don't tell me someone else took it away. She looked at him and asked. She was certain he had been here before, so he was the most likely culprit. Don't look at me like that, I didn't take it away. Li Qiye chuckled. He himself left. Plus, it's not like I can just take these bodies away. They have fused into one with their world. Taking them away is the same as taking the entire Buddhist plane. He left. So a sacred Buddha came back to life. The shaken princess blurted out. If an old epic's existence had come into being again from rebirth and could leave exploration grounds, it would be quite frightening due to its unprecedented nature. You're overthinking it. Li Qiye smiled and said, he wasn't here from the very beginning. When their epic was about to be destroyed, the 9 golden Buddhas deliberated. They wanted to use the power of their epic to stop it, so they fused their Buddhist affinity with their world. At that point, numerous devout believers did the same thing, using their faith to stop the power of destruction. However, one Buddha among them had a different view. Why is that? She became curious. He looked at her and took his time elaborating. The specks of sand in the Ganges are endless, but ultimately, they are still only sand. Using them to build towering pavilions is still only piling sand together, won't amount to anything. The princess didn't dare to comment since she wasn't at the right level. Only a talent standing at the apex could truly analyze the statement. The 9th Buddha preferred offense over defense. He wanted to use the faith of his epic to create a new Buddha with full offensive potential. Just defending against the destructive power alone was impossible. Only by turning themselves into a weapon to sever the great karma and destruction would allow their epic to survive. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, the other 8 didn't agree with his view. Because of this last Buddha left during the moment of destruction while the rest continued with their plan, fusing with their world and using its full power to stop the destruction. Chapter 1895, Li Qiye couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, this method still failed, unable to protect their epic. This brilliant age couldn't escape its demise. In all of its vastness, only this Buddhist plane is left. The power of an entire epic couldn't stop the destruction. The princess was shaken. She couldn't possibly fathom the power of destruction that could put down an epic. It's not about the quantity. Li Qiye looked at her and said, at a certain level, it's not about how many you have since it won't be a clear addition of power. This was an epic that cared about karma. Since they gathered all the power of an epic, they also gathered all of its karma from all of the inhabitants. Thus, it's not a clear power addition, there's no way to get through all the karmic ties that easily, weakening the accumulation process. Thus, though they had as many people as the sands in Ganges, that's all they came out to be, a river of sands. At best, they would only be able to build a pagoda of sands. With that, he looked at the 4 Buddhas ahead. The quiet princess wondered, what about the golden Buddha that left? Is he dead? No, he left and managed to escape the destruction of an epic. Li Qiye revealed, but so what if he managed to survive? His origin has turned to ashes, no longer belonging to any epic. The world does not allow for him to appear again, so he could only hide. The moment he comes out, he'll have to face multiple shackles and potentially annihilation. Someone has actually survived the end of an epic. The princess was shocked at this revelation. Where is this Buddha hiding? Li Qiye only chuckled and didn't answer her. She didn't dare to push the issue either. After a long time, he eventually pointed to the left and right. On the left and right walls of this shrine are different profound gates towards the Tao. It's up to the person to see what they get beyond. You only have one chance, pick one, which? The princess looked at the left then the right. The 2 sides were virtually identical, made from green bricks. What's the difference? She had no choice but to ask Li Qiye for help. The left one is the path of karma while the right contains the magic of Buddhism. Which will you pick? Li Qiye chuckled and said. She was slightly surprised because she hasn't been exposed to either one before. Then the right. She didn't know which to pick, but she was closer to the right wall, so she picked the path of Buddhism. Go, your fortune is in your hands now. Li Qiye replied. The princess got up to the wall and looked at the green bricks. She was completely lost and had to ask for help again. How do I see the magic of Buddhism? There was nothing else on the wall, no merit law or any drawing. Place your palms on the wall and free your mind of unnecessary thoughts, then go with the flow. Be aware of your true heart, then you can enter. Li Qie said. The princess took a deep breath and composed herself before placing both palms on the wall. It was completely quiet at this moment outside of her orderly breathing. As seconds passed by, the wall suddenly became transparent before slowly disappearing. Next, the space around it rippled, like a rock thrown into a calm river. She disappeared right after. The wall emerged again, just like before, as if the princess was never here. Li Qie smiled after seeing this and walked past the 8 golden Buddhas. He stood before the back wall of the shrine and also placed both palms on it. After a while, space fluctuated and he disappeared as well. He showed up again under another vast expanse full of stars. The tiny starry lights beautified this area, despite being quite dimmed. He sat there in the meditative pose with both eyes closed, seemingly asleep. This was a zone where time didn't seem to flow at all. Eventually, a figure appeared not far from him. It looked like a little dragon coiling as well as a little kitty with shaggy fur. It had a pair of big blue eyes, quite a cute-looking creature. You have finally appeared. Li Qie smiled and said. Who are you? A divine intent answered him instead of a voice. This dragon cat creature suddenly appeared in another position. I'm only a passerby across the river of time. Li Qie chuckled. Poof! The creature flashed into existence at another location again. This isn't your first time here. What is your purpose? The voice wasn't old but definitely ancient, as if it was coming from a distant epoch. You are only a strand of Buddhist intent originating from the source to here. You think I got something to ask of you? I know virtually everything I want to know, such as your epoch and origin, or the great karma of your 9 golden Buddhas. If you know already, then why come here again? The creature kept on teleporting randomly with poofing noises. No, there is still one more thing. Li Qie said flatly, I know virtually all the epochs except for one particular world. What world? The creature asked. A world that doesn't exist. If I am not mistaken, one of your 9 Buddhas knew about it, or he had tried something at least. Li Qie smiled. A world that doesn't exist. No such thing then. The dragon appeared next to Li Qie this time. It stared at him with its blue eyes, seeming wanting to see through him. Others might not know, but don't forget, I am someone who had experienced your epoch after crossing the Ganges. The non-existent world exists. I need it to reach the heaven. Li Qie slowly said. I'm afraid I can't tell you since they do not exist. The creature replied. Li Qie retorted, is that so? Your 9 Buddhas never tried to research it before as a method to avoid the destruction. I'm sure when all of you became aware that there was no escaping, you all tried to come up with a method to send a seed of your epoch to a safe location, one that the villainous heaven can't reach. I'm sure that not just you Buddhas but other supreme overlords of your epoch looked for it too. That world certainly exists. The creature stood face to face with him and said, surely there are reasons for its non-existence. Even if it is around, it won't allow anyone to enter, because it doesn't exist. Li Qie chuckled, no need to play around with me. Your Buddhas have figured out how to enter and even how to leave. I want to know the details. So, you wish to go there? The creature stared intensely at him. He met its gaze with ease and said, I must go there to fulfill my wish. I can't help you then, it is outside of my knowledge. The creature shook its head. If necessary, I don't mind walking through the Ganges again or even flip it over. When I do so, Buddhist plain will become ashes. At that point, the Buddhist epoch and the 9 golden Buddhas will cease to exist. No trace will be left, forever erased from the river of time. Li Qie declared. Chapter 1896, Your threat is useless. The teleporting creature responded. I'm not threatening you, since if I wanted to do so, I would have done it the last time I was here. I'm just telling you right now, since this is my last visit to Buddha's plane, no need to do so anymore. Thus, I need the answer, or I will make it truly disappear from history. I also want to tell you. The creature shook its head. Unfortunately, we also don't know the answer, since we didn't actually participate. All I can do is apologize. We won't be able to help. Li Qiye raised his brow and said, "So, you are saying that the one who found this world isn't your group but rather the golden Buddha that left?" "Yes." The creature said, "We only researched the way to face the disaster back then, but he had his own ideas. He believed that our method was useless, so he tried to look for other ways, including the non-existent world." "I see." Li Qiye replied, "No wonder why he was able to escape during the destruction of an epoch. Unfortunately, he still couldn't let go of everything, unable to quell his desire. No one can, not even a Buddha, after the long years." The creature said, "It is also the same for you, someone who wants to participate in the final battle. Perhaps you are like him, finding a way to help your epoch survive with the non-existent world." "No, I am not a compassionate person. I am trying to find it for my own sake, not for the rest of the world." Li Qiye shook his head with a smile and added, "You all do not have what I'm searching for. It is time for me to leave. You may leave with an item." The creature spread its palm, revealing a seed on its furry paw. When this seed appeared, a Buddhist light illuminated the entire place. It seemed to be gestating 3,000 worlds with a majestic life force. Trillions of existences could be born from it. Once it grew up, it would be able to open a new world. If this seed germinates, it will be a brilliant era. The creature said, "No one else but you will be able to plant it. You have experienced our epoch and learned the Tao here, so you can also shoulder an entirely new epoch, opening an unprecedented path. You should keep something that amazing then." Li Qiye smiled, "I'm not a naive kid who salivates at the first sight of treasure. This karmic fruit is indeed amazing, gestated by an epoch. Unfortunately, it also carries the karma of an epoch. Even if it could bring about an amazing yield, its karma is also frightening. Severing this karma to start a new age is quite problematic, so go ahead and keep it, let the faithful have it instead." He stood up after saying this. "Outside of this seed, perhaps we could give you even more." The creature said, "As long as you plant this seed outside, you'll get more from our world. You're an exceptional person, you should know that there is no escaping the destruction. Don't you know what you should do during that period?" Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. He sat down again, trying to persuade me. "In terms of treasures, to be frank, I'm not interested in any of them. There are countless in the world, why would I need to be involved in your karma?" He paused and continued, "As for the destruction of the world, I have also researched enough epochs, not just yours. That's why I know exactly what will happen and the consequences. You are a sage with vast knowledge and should know how to save the world. Even though we have failed, we have experienced that power and know it quite well. We can teach it to you." The creature said. "No, you are mistaken again. I'm no world savior, thinking about how to save everyone. If you are thinking about teaching me about those things, you're talking to the wrong person." Li Qiye smiled. "If you won't try to save the world, will you hide in the darkness then?" the creature asked. Li Qiye shook his head, "Those aren't the only two options. Saving the world has nothing to do with me, I will simply cut down everyone in my path. What below my feet will be a new age, so why bother saving anything else? Your plan was flawed from the start, thinking about saving the world during the destruction instead of taking down the inevitableness. The high heaven does not have sympathy, no one else does. Doing so will only be burying an opportunity. You might be able to save one era, but what about the rest? Only by severing the Tao would the world be able to exist forever, but of course, this brings up another problem afterward, a real test for your Tao hearts. The reason for a lack of a true savior is because everything is up to the heart of people. In all honesty, both darkness and destruction are due to the nature of beings. Even if you are able to save your world, you won't be able to change the heart of all. The creature was silent. At their level, they were able to see through this clearly. Nevertheless, they still had their own stance about it. In your epoch, the Buddhist light illuminated everything with mercy, but it still wasn't enough. Li Qiye chuckled, everyone knows that saving the world can't be done in just one day. The villainous heaven knows this too. Everything is just a cycle, it's not about you or me or even the heaven. It's all in the heart of people. If you don't want to save the world, why do you try so hard without giving up? With your current makings, it is more than enough to run far away. Why fight to the end? The creature said slowly. I want an answer, thus, I must fight the final battle. Li Qiye chuckled. The creature said, no one can answer your question, but perhaps you know this already in your heart, that even the final battle might not give you an answer. No problem, even if I have an answer already, I'll still seek another one. If they won't give me one, then I'll beat them until I get one. Li Qiye said with a smile. Then what happens after? The creature asked. After success, like you have said earlier, the world will be beneath your feet. Why would you not save it then? Like I said, the real world is in everyone's heart. Saving or not saving it is up to everyone else. Let the heaven and earth be the judge. This particular phrase isn't just a legend, imperceptible it might be, but it has always been there. Li Qiye smiled mysteriously. Because of this, when people look up at the sky with the descending destruction, they should touch their chest and have a moment of reflection. This intangible judge will always be there, even across the cycles and world destructions. With that, Li Qiye continued, your seed is a Buddhist one to enlighten and save the beings. But if there is no evil, what is there to be enlightened about? You all have done it for many generations but couldn't be completely thorough. Is it because you lack the necessary amount of compassion, or is there just too much evil in the world? Or perhaps there is no good or evil in the first place and no need for you to enlighten anyone. The creature didn't respond. Because of this, my path will be different from all the other epochs. It doesn't matter if I become a Buddha, a devil, a god, or an immortal. I will only plant the judgment of the heaven and earth in this epoch. In the future, the people's heart will determine the state of the world. As long as the fair judgment is there when I make it to the final battle, I will have accomplished what needs to be done. Everyone has a responsibility for their world since youth. That's why no savior will save them, since such salvation is only ephemeral in nature. But with enough solidarity, they just might be able to do something about it instead of doing something self-indulging like waiting for a savior. Li Qiye's expression became solemn. He never talked about this with others, but the being before him was at the level to truly have a real discussion. Others were only looking at the moon in the water or the reflection of the flower in the mist. The judgment of the heaven and earth. The creature murmured. That's why I'm not a savior, neither are you. Li Qiye chuckled, you planted Buddhism but it didn't permeate straight to everyone's heart. Otherwise, you might have had a chance. As for the other golden Buddha, even if he could return again, so what? Even if he could participate in the final battle? So what? All futile in the end. Chapter 1897. After a long time, the dragon cat brought its fuzzy palm in front of Li Qiye and said, we couldn't bring Buddhism to everyone, but this is a chance right now. We won't ask you to plant it then, only hoping for you to find him and give it to him. I'm sure he will tell you what you want to know. The person the dragon cat was referring to was naturally the surviving golden Buddha, the only one who survived from the epoch. That I can help you with. Li Qiye nodded and accepted the seed. The Grand Tao is difficult, same with the myriad ages. We'll see if you can persevere. Please don't fall into the darkness like the rest of the wise sages. The dragon cat placed his palms together and bowed towards him. One can only say that their Tao heart wasn't firm enough. Li Qiye calmly said, it was strong enough for them to reach invincibility and opened an unprecedented path for them, but not enough to save them from themselves. Without a firm Tao heart, them having more power will only cause trouble to the ages. So many living beings, but how many actually end from starting? Everything starts and ends with greed. The dragon cat sighed sentimentally. You mean others have come here already? Li Qie noticed something and asked, looks like your Buddhist plane is still quite popular and precious. I'm only a lingering intent, not precious at all. Just have a few items that they desire, that's all. The creature said. That's true. Li Qie smiled, crossing the river of time to see the accumulation of faith. So many desires immortality and believes the popular adage of reaching the other shore and obtain the auspicious fruit of the living. But they think they are worthy. The smile turned into a snort of derision at the end. The auspicious karmic fruit is no longer around, so no immortality. But those with greed in their heart hope for such a thing. The creature responded. Even if your other shore and karmic fruit were still around, if they want it, they must ask me for permission first. Hiding inside the river of time was one thing, but they want immortality too. One day, I'll flatten them all. Li Qie was usually calm, but his words carried great fanfare this time around. You can't hide your compassion for the other beings or you wouldn't care about this. The creature smiled. No, not for living beings. They simply want to stand in my way, so I will show no mercy, not caring or showing respect for their history. Li Qie smiled and said. I'm sure you can do it. The creature said, the end of the world is far away. Take your time, be prudent. Perhaps the destruction and new cycle won't come in the future, the real answer is in the heart. Take care. Li Qie nodded and turned to leave. After returning to the old shrine, he sighed while looking at the 8 golden Buddhas. Death was the final outcome for these apex existences of an epoch. How many actually remembered them now? He smiled, mocking himself and said, Savior, that has never been my thing. Only death and massacre. If there must be a new world, let it be born from blood. Alas, the dragon cat was right. There was still a long way to go before reaching the end of the world. Buzz. Next, the wall of the shrine lit up with the fluctuation of space. The princess was pushed out. Young noble. She revealed a kingdom-topping smile after seeing him. Not a bad fortune, this is a grand creation. He looked at her and nodded. It is all thanks to your guidance. I wouldn't have this without you. She happily bowed towards him. She did obtain an amazing fortune this time, increasing her enlightenment by quite a bit and allowing her to take a unique path. He nodded and accepted her grand gesture. Meanwhile, the golden shrine was still as lively before. There were even more cultivators in front of it. However, they weren't here to get the treasures, only to watch the fun. In fact, many have given up about these treasures because quite a few have tried already without success. Even some high gods have died here. Even though the treasures were tempting, life was even more precious. There was no room to get into the shrine right now. All the spectators were crowding together for the fun show. The stars were no one else but Jean Gu and Qin Bailey. Only characters like them would cause such a commotion. At this time, there was a table on top of piles of gold. On one side was Qin Bailey and the other, Jean Gu. Their appearance together here attracted all the spectators. They were both famous as supreme geniuses in pure. Even though Qin Bailey had lost before, this didn't diminish his fame. As for Jean Gu, he was someone who was about to become a grand emperor. Thus, he was destined to be in the spotlight. Of course, their bet commanded even more attention. The two of them prepared a table here in order to have a contest. Remember, many would be on guard after entering the golden shrine. The place itself wouldn't attack anyone, but a single strand of greed would guarantee death. Who wouldn't have a greedy urge while surrounded by gold and treasures? No one would dare to claim to have control over their Tao heart in this scenario. Because of this incapability, no one dared to stand inside the shrine unless they have made up their mind after risking it all for the treasures. At this moment, the duo was sitting calmly in the shrine. Just their decisiveness alone was worthy of admiration. Ultimately, one was about to become an emperor while the other had immeasurable potential. Other geniuses wouldn't take this risk, but the two of them were deep in there. They had a very special competition going on. It was a test of vision and will about the treasures here. They would each pick an item in the shrine, then compare the items. The better picker would win. In the beginning, they started with the scattered gold before moving to rarer and better treasures, including divine artifacts and Buddhist relics. As long as one was only appreciating the treasure without greed, they would be fine in the shrine. However, the first greedy intent or the slightest palpitation from wanting to take something away would definitely end in death. The two were from imperial lineages and have seen numerous imperial treasures before. Ordinary treasures wouldn't be able to get into their sight, let alone shaking their Tao heart. Nevertheless, the treasures here were quite amazing, not inferior to any imperial treasury. It was one thing to take a glance over yonder, but a close inspection would certainly incite greed. This was a suicidal endeavor. Bang! Qin Bailey placed a golden cup on the table while Jin Gu chose a precious pearl. The two of them carefully looked at each other's choice. Jin Gu started the conversation. "Brother Qin, your cup must belong to a supreme Buddha since it has an eternal essence. It might even be from the legendary other shore. My pearl was incubated by a heavenly dragon and has reached a great level, but it is indeed inferior compared to an item from the other shore. You win this round, Brother Qin." Gulp. After Jin Gu finished his assessment, many spectators swallowed their saliva. Both the cup and pearl were priceless treasures. They would be dead right now if they were inside the shrine. However, both Jin Gu and Qin Bailey were fine. This showed that these items didn't tempt them. "I'm just lucky, that's all." Qin Bailey smiled and said, "We have both won 3 rounds, do you wish to continue, Brother Jin Gu? We're both here already, might as well enjoy ourselves." Jin Gu smiled and said, "Very well, I'll entertain you then." Qin Bailey laughed freely in response. I'm not sure the first phrase is clear. It means living and dying in a natural manner. Chapter 1898, The crowd became envious at the duo's friendly bout. After all, they were enemy once. Despite the bet right now, they were still antagonistic towards each other. However, they were able to maintain an amicable attitude towards each other like old friends. This was a pure competition of the Tao without any personal feud. Many experts had many enemies and rivals in their life. However, to have someone so evenly matched like this was exceedingly rare. "Look, the crossing vessel." Suddenly, someone shouted after looking at the Ganges River. "You're just seeing things, it's not time for the vessel to come." Someone responded. Everyone felt that this was impossible since the vessel has always been on schedule for millions of years. "No, it really is over there." When people looked over, they really saw a boat coming over and became astonished. "There are people." A keen-eyed spectator could see the passengers. "No way, no one has ever returned before." Some instinctively rejected this comment, but upon careful observation, there were really 2 people on board. Its fiercest and Jilin princess. People could finally see the two clearly. They gasped with their eyes wide open. "This is unreal." Everyone was shocked at this unprecedented event. Even Jin Gu and Qin Bailey inside the shrine were amazed by this development. One older Tao Celestial was in a stupor. How? An immortal monarch once admitted that even he couldn't reach the other shore, how is fiercest coming back? This guy is insane. The danger of the Ganges River was common knowledge. Even high gods have lost themselves before without returning. In fact, many geniuses have tried as well, only to be gone forever. When Li Qie and the princess entered the boat, no one thought anything of it. In their eyes, this was a suicidal attempt. After all, people more brilliant and stronger have failed before, let alone juniors like them. But now, the two came back just fine. This was too shocking, the crowd stared at them leaving the boat in a daze. It's a miracle, fiercest is truly unreal, breaking all common sense. This isn't just heaven-defying, it's the most insane thing I have ever seen. An old royal lord murmured. Wait, returning from the other shore. Does that mean he had obtained the auspicious karmic fruit and eternal life? Someone else blurted out. In a short time, many curious eyes were on them. The crowd wondered what they have obtained after their trip. Could these two really be immortal right now? These gazes gradually had a greedy glint to them. After all, who wouldn't want immortality? Some would be willing to trade everything for this. However, no one dared to do anything due to Li Qie's notoriety. After the two left, the boat slowly disappeared again on the river. The crowd quickly parted for the duo, giving them a path. Humph, Li Qie. The majority of people here were either in shock or overwhelmed with greed. Nevertheless, some snorted as if they truly hated him yet not daring to declare it to his face. Even though Li Qie noticed these aggressive glares, he didn't care at all. Too many people in this world hated him anyway, and he had no time for each one. Reaching the other shore, fellow Taoist Li, you are incredible. Jin Gu inside the shrine commented. His voice was metallic and resounding, resulting in an immense charisma. Everyone glanced at the two since their feud was well known. They wondered if the two were about to fight upon this second meeting. Nevertheless, Jin Ji's generous praise was quite surprising. Just killing some time, no big deal. Li Qie chuckled while looking at Jin Gu and Qin Bailey. Just killing some time. People became speechless after hearing this. Even high gods couldn't cross this river. For him to make this statement was so domineering as if he could tread across the myriad ages without any trouble. However, no one felt that he was being arrogant. After all, he was qualified to say so after returning alive. Fellow Taoist Li, your phrase just now is quite domineering. Qin Bailey smiled wryly, conceding to Li Qie's achievement. The crowd was impressed by the friendly tone between the three. There was no sign of a battle at all despite their grievances. They're exceptional for a reason. People like us can't compare. An old man said with a tinge of emotions. Li Qie only smiled and said, the shrine has a couple of wonderful weapons. The two of you can give it a shot. Qin Bailey clapped with laughter, there are really too many treasures in here. Brother Jin Gu and I have been looking for a while now. Unfortunately, I can't recognize the top items. If you are interested, how about joining us? Yes, we'll do a bet then. Jin Gu also spoke with an indomitable momentum, I am famous for being magnificent while you are renowned for being devilish. I want to see just how devilish you are, fellow Taoist Li. It's beginning now. Someone batted their eyes and said, a duel between a dragon and tiger. Maybe this is Jin Ji's chance to avenge his brother-in-law. The ones with their Tao heart shaken will die in the shrine. This is pretty much a fatal contest. An expert speculated. What do you want to bet? Li Qie looked at Jin Gu. We're not betting items, only testing our Tao heart. Jin Gu responded, fellow Taoist Li, you killed my father and brother-in-law, will eventually settle this feud. However, we won't be talking about that matter today. It is about the Grand Tao today, a test of our Tao heart. Let's not stain our effort to reach the Tao with ulterior motives. Jin Gu made everything clear with this straightforward statement. That's a future emperor for you, he's qualified to become one with his attitude alone. Even the experts from the 100 races found Jin Gu impressive. Li Qie shook his head in response, in terms of Tao heart, if I, Li Qie, claim to be number 2, no one else would dare to claim the top spot. It is certain defeat for the two of you in this contest. A clear disadvantage from the start. Damn! Everyone was left speechless again. Some glanced at each other and thought, does he not care about offending the emperors? He's not scared about having more powerful enemies. Your statement is only making my blood boil with competitiveness. Bailey laughed and said, in terms of Tao laws, we're no match for the previous generations just yet. But the Tao heart is something we can work on. Brotherly, broaden my horizon then. There is no giving up on the path towards the grand Tao. Jean Gu also fiercely bit back. Even if you have the best Tao heart in the world, Jean Gu, will still bet against you. The victor has yet to be decided. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.